Big finale time! After over 2 months of almost fully consecutive weeks of tier lists, we finally arrive at the end. Last week we covered the first half of the extra classes, and today we finish with the latter that consists of Alter Ego, Foreigner, Pretender, and Shielder. So that means that one more time we are back with yet another iteration of the 2024 Servant tier lists. And again, if you have been missing these and also want us to do these again next year, hey, press the freaking thumbs up button. It's like the easiest thing to do, and especially, come on, it's a finale, come on, one for the road and all that. And also check the top of the description if you really want to help out, support the content otherwise. Now, I'll be repeating myself again for some of the stuff because, you know, again, not everyone will watch every single one of these tier lists, so I want to say that, you know, this year, emphasize on that casual approach. These are mostly just like a fun podcast type of deal that is just disguised as a tier list, so again, don't take this too seriously. It's, you know, it's a mundane opinion at the end of the day, nothing objective or conclusive, and especially because last week in particular was by far the most controversial list I've done. And while, you know, most people had calm arguments, some people definitely get a bit too heated in the comments. So if possible, try to present your counter opinions in a chill way. Again, you feel free to disagree, but, you know, try not to get too heated about the stuff if possible. Now, regarding my co-hosts, Plushie has been pretty busy lately with his thesis stuff, understandably, but for the finale we got both Plushie and Otto with me from the get-go for the full thing. Awesome. So hey, good morning guys, how's it going?
I should be fine now. I turned in the thesis on Friday, so yeah. Also, thanks for having me again. This has been a fun series. And hey, everybody.
Good morning, or good evening, or whenever you guys are watching this. Hello, it's me, Otto, again. I am struggling with that video that I promised 2 weeks ago, but I'm going to try and have that out by the end of the day. So look forward to that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to I don't mean to be rude, but I'm looking forward to the end of these lists, you know? Yeah, like looking forward to this fun finale.
Again, I'm not going to go through any big list of criteria for the ranking and placement because, you know, most people are already pretty familiar with how, you know, the placement in my lists goes. So also, yeah, next year, if we do these again, we might split some of the lower star classes into their own lists. So, because, you know, these are getting longer and longer. If we keep this current format, and a list next year could be like 10 hours. So who knows? We'll see. But we'll cross that bridge when it happens, if it happens. And before we begin, you know, because I already know this will be a very long session, I highly recommend having something to drink or snack on, or both, if you are actually planning on watching or listening this thing in its entirety. But if you don't want to do that and you feel like, you know, it's a waste of time, and, you know, understandable, it kind of is, to be honest, hey, if you're watching this on YouTube, you can open the description and there's a whole list of timestamps of every single servant covered in this tier list. So feel free to jump around with those if you just want to check certain servants, or just, you know, whatever, I don't know, whatever your reasoning might be. And but also be sure to check the final placements timestamp at the end before, you know, leaving any angry comments, because we shuffle some servants around at the end after the initial placements. And finally, some shout outs. So of course, shout out to Mr. Copyrights for this beautiful template. As usual, has been a huge help this time around, this year as well, like every other year. God bless that man. Also, shout out to Jordan MC for the looping sheets, which again are not the most up-to-date thing ever, and doesn't even have every single servant, but, you know, some reference data. And shout out to Trevor for the single target damage sheet, the refund sheet, and the crit damage sheets. Again, mostly used for reference data. Don't take them too seriously, you know, they're always not like, you know, set in stone, like, you know, best case scenario every single time and whatnot. So it's just reference data to talk about stuff. And finally, shout out to Spacey and Bupa for the class stat numbers, which I will be using to, you know, do comparison between like stats like attack, HP, and stuff like that. Although for extra classes it's a bit more diminished because, you know, then sample size is smaller, but, you know, comparison data. And of course, big shout out to my awesome co-host of Otto and Plushie. Yay, you know, they've been here basically every single week, and yeah, it's a lot of time taken out of their schedule. So hey, the links to the sheets, this template, their channels, everything I just mentioned, and then some, all in the description show, so do check them out. Okay, so with that, again, as usual, servants will be placed in order of lowest to highest rarity first, then rarity second, and in this case we also have a class order going from Shielder to Alter Ego to Foreigner to Pretender. That's the order. But yeah, that's also the order of the the priority. But yeah, again, if you're looking at the list right now, it makes way more sense. So it sounds confusing, I know. But yeah, if you look at it, this is the order we're going to go from. And also, this time around, we have 37 servants, I believe, if I did my math correctly. And of which 4 of them are completely new to this list compared to last year's extra part 2. And funnily enough, I think actually 3 out of 4 of them are 4-stars. So we only have 1 new 5-star, I believe, compared to last year's list. So take that how you will, I guess. New servants consist of 2 new foreigners and 2 new pretenders. I hope I didn't miss anyone at least. Anyway, with that, yeah, we can begin. Awesome. So it's quite sad looking at the low stars here, but you know, at least the low star isn't sad. So that's the cool parts. We're going to cover the only 3-star servant of this list, and who other than Shufu. Also coming very soon, well, not very soon, but soon-ish to NA as well with the upcoming anniversary. Very nice. Permanent alter ego. Kind of like a art support, but you know, she's a bit more versatile than that, but usually used with, you know, art servants, be it for, you know, looping or just general supporting in CQ. She can kind of do both pretty nicely, which is the good part. Now, stat-wise, you're not getting a whole bunch, of course, because you do 3-star, but, you know, I think they're kind of okay. And in some cases, maybe you kind of are okay with her dying fast anyway, depending on your usage. So, you know, it all depends. Now, she's got a double arts, double quick deck, which I think is totally fine. Triple arts would have been cool, of course, but, you know, I guess they didn't want to give her that. So, as much gains as possible. She's not going to be a DPS herself anyway, so makes sense. Her cards are not the best, but they're decent for gains anyway. Now, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she does a 2k party-wide heal. Then all party members get a -1 debuff, which again is the latest debuff inflicted on your characters in that order. And then also all of your party gets 30% MP generation buff for 3 turns. Very good, especially on a 3-star. This is a very good skill. The heal sometimes, you know, kind of negligible depending on, again, your use case, especially for farming. The debuff clear as well, but hey, the MP gain at least will basically always be useful no matter how you're using her. Very, very cool. It's a good chunk as well with a good uptime. Now, second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% arts up for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then all allies get 30% power mod against undead enemies for 3 turns, and then all enemies get a -20% crit chance down for 3 turns. It's a pretty loaded skill, though. The undead mod, obviously not the most common thing, but, you know, we still have Summer Woo, I guess, if you really want to dive into that, you know, niche. It can be doable, but, you know, 30% at the same time is not the biggest deal ever. But, you know, it's cool. Bonus. But at least still the other 3 effects are very nice and kind of universal. So, there you go. They work. Again, a very great skill, especially for a 3-star servant. Just really loaded. And then the third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gives one ally 30% gauge, 100% buff removal resistance for 1 turn, and then if your ally who you're targeting happens to be a good Chan, you know, Consort Yu, aka either Summer Lancer or OG Assassin, she also gets 100%, I'm talking on my ass here, 30% MP damage for 3 turns, and then 20% more gauge, so it's a 50% battery instead. Even if you're not obviously, you know, pairing her with Good Chan is still a great skill. Yeah, the cooldown is pretty big, but, you know, there's not that many, you know, low-star characters. Even not that many 4-stars either that give 30% battery on a skill. So definitely not nothing. And, you know, pays good dividends to her supporting abilities, especially for looping. Good skill set, makes sense. Very good synergy. Passives, we got 8% arts on the first one for herself, and also 8% increased MP gain on damage taken. You know, so it's basically, you know, territory creation with a bonus. I guess the arts is a little bit worse because it's EX rank, it should be higher. It's because of the other effect, but hey, it's still a great passive. It works, it makes sense. She gets also 9% debuff success rate, which is kind of useful, I guess, for the second skill, but not that big of a deal at the end of the day. High Servant does nothing, and then she herself does 20% less damage against Good Chan enemies, which, you know, it's a demerit, but it's not a demerit really, because it's just a cute passive. She's not a DPS. You're not going to be fighting Good Chan 99% of the time, so it's a cute little lore thing. decent passives. She's anti-assassin, so I guess even if you were to use her as a DPS, the append is not bad because, you know, Alter Ego obviously very solid against all the cavalry classes, so it's one of the good appends, I suppose. And then the MP. So as she is a permanent 3-star, everyone will get an MP5 sooner than later. So with a free MP5, the full party gets healed by 5k, or rather she gets healed by 5k. My bad. And then she gets 20 stars every turn for 5 turns. And then she gets also 1k healing every turn for 5 turns on base OC, scaling up to 2k. So it's mostly the stars that really helps your party out in the MP. Otherwise, it's pretty, you know, trying to keep herself alive. But it's okay at that. There's even some decent solo potential and whatnot, I guess. You know, depends. But yeah, it's mostly about the stars. But yeah, I feel like most people will be using Shufu, where her main use case will be is art supporting, like for looping especially. She can even replace Castoria at times if your servant is good enough for it. It is very possible. I've done it myself too, like with Rasputin, for instance, who we'll talk about later as well. So there are a lot of ways to utilize her, not just for that, but yeah, I feel like most people will use her as a loop support. But yeah, if you're going to use her on bosses, chat just mentioned it, there is not like any hard survival though, so you probably need to pair her with someone else that helps with that too. But anyway, what do you guys think about Shuf? I've been talking for like 10 minutes nonstop now.
I mean, I think she's just kind of insane as a 3-star. I have to say, like, very much first of all, it makes people's standards for low-star supports a lot higher these days. They really want a quick version of this character. Funny enough, I think this character maybe would have been better as a quick, not like gameplay-wise better, but like better for the game. Just as a quick support. Also, you know, supports Yumerin better, so she should have done that. But anyway, all jokes aside, I think this is a very nuts character. Like starting from about early this year, I've been trying to do free-to-play runs on challenge quests and stuff. And Shufu has definitely been one of like the strongest picks in most of those situations. And as you said as well, in farming, she can very much replace Castoria. If you want to save bond on your Castoria, even like if you have bond 15 Castoria already, she is often a better choice than a lot of 4-stars, like, you know, for farming specifically. They're often better than stuff like, you know, Casgil, for example, because she has the bigger battery, the gain buff, and all that. And it's, you know, also her skill set really good, you know, debuff removal. And she's also a support that basically can't die because her MP heals so much, and her MP also generates so many stars. Like her MP generates more stars than people like Merlin, right? So like it's kind of crazy. I think this character is definitely like just way above, you know, average, way above like over
like 3-star standards.
Yeah. Like I think she is like, I mean, in terms of low stars, almost close to like a meta support. it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah. This character is definitely nuts. Is how I feel.
Yeah.
So the cool thing about art supports, so with the quick support, like you got quick cards. Like the only type of servant that likes quick cards is a quick servant. When it comes to Buster buffs, both quick servants and Buster servants like Buster buffs, but generally not arts servants. But of all of the card types like arts buffs, because that's the biggest boost in NP game that you can get. Not only is it like a good arts boost there for NP game, like you also have pretty consistent crits. So I would argue she's not like an art specific support. I'd say she's a pretty general support. Just like as far as like if you're looking for someone to give you a lot of stars over a lot of turns, like 20 is a lot of stars. Like for a long time, low star, like the low star option for star support was like Hans. That's 15 for 3 turns versus 20 for 5.
Yeah.
Sorry. I guess I should rephrase what I said. Like I did say she's an art support, but yeah. For example, when I'm doing like a lot of like low star plus welfare only runs, I use her with just anything. Like for example, I also did actually use her with Lancer use still. And like that extra buff does help still quite a bit.
Yeah, that's actually a lot of people do kind of write her off as not a U support because they are both they're like quick and then they're arts, and they both not quick and arts, they're quick and buster, and then she only has arts buff, but she still gives really solid support to them. Like it's hard to write off a 50% battery. It's also kind of funny because Assassin U has buff removal on her NP, so the buff removal resist can be helpful on an off turn, like when she doesn't have her second skill up.
Yeah, very true.
This is just an incredible servant. She finds her way into a lot of my teams. She'll even sometimes show up in my quick servant teams, like if they've actually got the ability to refund, because then like it's like more consistent crits, and like I use her with like as far as low star supports go, she's like the best thing that Summer Suzuka has, which is funny because she's an arts support, but she just makes that gain go crazy because like doubling the gain from the crits, and then you've got 30% more and then 20% more. It's just so much. And also she is just absurd with Castoria because you can just like the huge boosts on gains. It's really easy to use her NP more than once every 5 turns with Castoria. So everyone's critting, everyone's getting like it's very consistent critting at that. So it's just really, really good servant.
I mean, we would probably you guys probably all agree on EX as well for a 3-star. Yeah. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Still very good, like almost 2 years later. One of the staples of low star supporting. Maybe even the staple, honestly, because she just does so much. And even outshadows some, gold supports as well, depending on the scenario, for sure. Very, very good. Hey, free MP5. When you get her, just max route. Trust is worth. You're gonna have use cases for sure. Like again, even if you sometimes even like you can even use her in arts looping easily. So if your arts looper is like cracked and you don't need like a double Castoria, just put her in. You save on party cost too, and you can probably run better CEs. Like that's a real use case scenario for sure. Get better bond on your backline and whatnot when you're spamming those lottery events. Anyway, that wraps up the low stars. Shocking. Yeah. And now we're going to cover the only shielder stuff on this list, because, there's still only one shielder servant. Although we have both versions separately, so we'll cover them separately. So let's start with OG Mashu first of all then. There she is, the Kohai, if you will. Eggplant-chan, we all like Mashu, I hope. I do. So there's that. So she's a tank. She's a tank, is what she is. At least in OG form, she's a pure tank. There is no DPS, a little bit of supporting, but she's basically a tank there. And she protect really well, though, is the thing. Her skills and MP definitely complement the playstyle. And most importantly, 0 cost. That is still the main reason why every iteration of Mashu is still super relevant. Very cool. She's rocking a double arts, double buster deck. Also, I guess her stats kind of match. They're pretty good at level 90. She gets 14k HP, so obviously you get level 90 for free once you beat LB6, so very nice on the HP front as well. Again, the attack can be low. It's not even that low, actually. It's 9.6k, but yeah, you don't even need the attack, to be honest. Well, a little bit maybe on Orthodox, but we'll get to that later. But yeah, the HP is the nice thing to have. But yeah, she's rocking double buster, double arts. Her arts is like not that great on its own, but the skill set definitely helps with that. I also like that they put like a whole paragraph here about her before the skills. No other servant gets that, but yeah, okay, fair enough. Anyway, first skill. So on a 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% defense up for 3 turns, and then a damage cut for 2k for 1 attack. So even if the enemy crits you, that crit won't really do much for that one time because of the high damage cut as well. This mitigates so much damage. It's like, whew, it's not crazy to see a 0. Absolutely not. So For that one attack, it's just crazy mitigation. The follow-up is still fine with the 20%, especially if you stack with the MP. But yeah, for that one attack, you are safe. MPs can still fuck you up, of course, for the record. Now, second skill on a 7-turn cooldown. It's a targeted skill. One ally gets an invul for 1 turn and a 20% battery. It is pretty underwhelming effects-wise, of course. 7-turn cooldown, you'd expect to get way more stuff than this, especially nowadays. But, it still does the trick. You can use it on someone else if you need a bit of an extra boost for survival or battery or both at the same time. Or you can combo it with herself with the third skill, most likely. So, on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a taunt for 1 turn and then 400% MP gain for 1 turn. So, yeah, with this active, even if you don't crit with your arts cards, it's an easy 0 to 100. Just easy, so easy. Not even talking about the hits you get from being taunted. The cards themselves will generate so much MP again. It's absolutely ridiculous. You can even sometimes get her MP to 200% just from her cards as well, which would overcharge it, on base, which is pretty cool actually. That is definitely something that happens. So yeah, it's a pretty basic skill set, but it protects and it protects well. Makes sense. Now moving over to Orthodox sets. So passives, we got 20% debuff rest for herself. Very nice, especially for a tank. Again, any single target skills for the enemy will always land on your taunted servants. So a bit of additional value there. And then she gets 6% quick up, which she only has 1 quick and it's pretty underwhelming. So that's not big of a deal. And then I guess bonus bond for, main quests and lost belts, but that's kind of relevant for gameplay. Her third append is actually really cool. It's the most unique one in the whole game. So she gets an attack boost against all extra class enemies in the game. Would be kind of crazy to see this on someone else potentially, so maybe makes sense. And obviously she's the only shielder, so might as well give her something special. So she's for OG, this is not really going to do much. But for Ortinax, it could actually help a little bit. But for OG, you're not really ever expecting her to do any damage. It's cool and unique though. Now, OG MP, the buffed version. So, what are we? MP3 still, right? Just to remind myself, we're MP3, Mashu, right?
Yeah, I think it's 3, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 3. Okay, so on MP3, funnily enough...
an hour. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Not important. I was just saying, like, I just spent like an hour on with a run with her yesterday. I should know what MP level she is.
Yeah, everyone should know, but it's always I can have to double check, but I'm pretty sure it's 3. Anyway, the full party gets a 775 damage cut for 3 turns on MP3. All allies besides herself get 30% attack for 3 turns, and then all party on base OC get 30% defense for 3 turns, scaling up to 50%. So again, you can even sometimes start with 35%, even if you start with her MP on the chain. If you get really good gains from the third skill, is not uncommon. But yeah, couple this with both the damage cut and defense with the damage cut and the defense from the first skill, you are so solid. You're not taking any damage or not a lot at least. And the attack boost is pretty cool as well with the buff. Again, doesn't apply to her, but helps your DPS. So, I mean, I don't think we've already talked about Mashu for years. Everyone knows her, especially OG. There's probably not that many things to say about her, but I still think she's amazing. You guys might not use her that much because you probably have, your comps always figured out and whatnot, but I always do everything on the spot. I don't really think too much unless I'm going for like a one-shot or something. I basically always have Mashu in my backline. Always. Be it OG or Ortinax, whichever, the quest requires. She's always going to be in my backline for hard fights. I'll be the first to admit it's because of the 0 cost, but yeah, she's still going to be good anyway for, at least like 3 turns or so. When she comes out, so I still think she's amazing. But what do you guys think of OG in 2024?
Great unit. Like, once again, I think this is actually very helpful for my insight on servants with like my decision to start trying to do like low star only clear stuff. I think OG Mash is still very, very solid. Like she's just the tank. Like I understand this is kind of, like in a lot of high pressure cases, like if you have better options, you might just prefer like SSRs, better supports. But I think like if your options are limited, she's obviously very solid. She just does everything a tank really wants to do. And if you got a couple of her MPs up, you can tank AoE MPs pretty decently as well. So Like I think this is just something that you can never take away from Mash, and the fact that she gets better base stats as well. Now she's like level 90 stats. She's
Yeah.
even harder to take out. So you can even use her taunt like more freely. I'd say like can just taunt herself. Like she's not gonna die anyways. Also, this is like unrelated. Also, this actually doesn't apply to the old Mash because usually in main story they only allow you to use the new Mash. But like there's a lot of weird like bosses that surprisingly gives Shielder class a huge like advantage just as a class because of story reasons. So
Yeah.
I know this is not really a fair thing to take into consideration when evaluating her, but I just want to bring this up.
We'll probably
So,
talk about more about that with Orthodox, but yeah, fair.
yeah. So Mash definitely should
Generally in those situations, she's already forced on the team. So at that point, viability doesn't really matter because you just like you don't have
I
a choice.
guess, yeah. I mean, yeah. I just brought it up because Olga Marie Quest reminded me of that.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah. Yeah. I guess we'll get into that when we talk about Orthodox Mash. But like I think OG Mash is like it is good. Nobody really is going to argue against it either. Just a very good survival unit. You can even solo with her if you want. If the enemy has high enough hit count, you just start taking no damage forever, which is really funny. Yeah.
Anything to add, Otto, to OG?
I actually don't use her that often. And plus, she definitely uses her a lot more often. I just find her gameplay really boring because, I mean, she's super consistent. Like she's really good because she's just such a stable servant. She can make she can just make a team last so much longer. Like between being able to get her NP really easily. And then, like, it's so easy to give the team 50% defense out of nowhere with a bunch of damage cut, and then, like, you can also get the taunt for safety. And then, if it's an AoE NP, you can throw the invul on someone. She just works so well, even in this day and age. But I'm not a huge fan of the idea of adding 5 turns just for the consistency. Like, it's less fun to watch. It's less fun to do.
I think a big thing for Mash is really, at least these days, is the if you limit yourself, because like I think one of the Mash's biggest advantage is if you're not using someone like Castoria or Jean, she is like almost the only consistent free to play quote unquote support that can allow you to tank MPs. I don't think anyone else can do that. Like, for example, David can allow you to do it one time, but like he can't allow it like it's on a skill, right? So like she's like the only person that can realistically help you tank AoE MPs. So in a lot of the situations, you're forced to use her if you're doing like a quote unquote free to play challenge. Like they're not really free to play because like free to play players can definitely get Castoria still. But like free to play is almost a term just to mean like low star and welfare only. So like in those kind of stuff, I think Mash especially shines because she is like your only option anyways. You don't have anything else for that kind of stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, as far as low star supports that can do that, it's basically just her, Fuma, David, and I guess George with Bonsi. That's a little bit.
Yeah, like she's the only
really
one that can
stressing yourself.
repeatedly do it. Yeah, she's the only one that can do it over and over and over again. So like that like if a fight needs to drag on, she just becomes like your only choice, which like kind of sucks sometimes. It really limits team building even for that kind of low star stuff. But like it's just you have to use Smash. What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and she can get so much defense that even tanks and pays. Like pair her up with Hans, it's a lot.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did.
Yeah,
It's really
and
boring.
Asclepius, and then 100 turns. Yeah.
Look, that was all my small brain could come up with. But yeah, that was the only thing. Yeah, but anyways.
To be fair, you came to the same conclusion as Green. So
true. That made me feel a little bit better because like he also only thought of that team as of now. But anyways,
would you guys still agree on EX?
Yeah.
Because I mean that zero cost is way too ridiculous, right?
Oh yeah,
it's because of that mostly.
Oh, if you're considering that as well, like
I mean we are, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, for bond farming as well, right? She usually has like a passive bond boost, so you can just throw her in the back to boost all your like she's
Yeah.
just a great like she's almost like a game mechanic. She's not a individual servant. Like your game just kind of has to function around her a lot of times. So
Yeah.
there you go. Yep.
All right. Anyway, let's briefly cover Orthodox as well. See what she's made of course. So, going past the stats and the deck for now, because we already covered it, because, you know, it's the same thing. But yeah, skill set of Orthodox next. So, on a 4-turn cooldown, she gets 100% Buster Up for 1 attack, 3 turns. She gets 100% Buster Crit damage for 1 attack, 3 turns. And then she gets Ignore Defense for 3 turns. So it's like their version of trying to give her like 1 bursties, because she doesn't have obviously a damaging MP. So this is like their way of trying to give her like some kind of a bursty attack. It can do some decent damage for sure. I've seen it. I've done it myself, but it's not going to be like ever like earth shattering or anything like that. But it can actually do a decent chunk. People kind of underestimate it sometimes. It's a lot of damage if you crit with that Buster.
Yeah, it's generally like if you don't have a damaging C, it's usually like around 40,000. So, I mean, that's a pretty considerable amount. That's like a neutral single target sometimes.
Yeah.
And as we'll see, it's a bit more consistent than it used to be.
Yeah. Anyway, second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a taunt for 1 turn and then charges herself by 20%. Pretty decent uptime for a taunt. Not the best, but yeah, it helps because, you know, or it gets better because the third skill also is a taunt. So on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets a taunt with an invul for 1 turn this time. And then she also gets invul pierce for 3 turns. She does minus 500 HP to herself when you're using this, which not that big of a deal. It's like nothing when she has 14 plus K HP. And then she gets 30 stars now as well. So she gets both Invul Pierce and Ignore Defense for 3 turns if you combine this in the first skill. And then the stars obviously help with, you know, landing that Buster Crit. Because 30 stars is a lot. Even with her Absorb being like a base, is it around 100? Yeah, it's like the Saber Absorb. So it's not going to be like super consistent, but with 30 stars, it should be feasible to land a Buster Crit with her for sure. So it's a pretty good skill set, and most importantly, it's double taunt on command, and one of them is safe too with the invul in most cases. Very, very cool. So while she doesn't like give you the same amount of like damage cuts and defense ups as OG does, she has the double taunt, and yeah, the damage, I would probably prefer her to be like full defensive versus having the bunker bolt, of course, but you know, it's not nothing. Maybe it used to be like god awful, but nowadays it's not nothing. It's not amazing, but it's something, you know? Now passives are still the same, of course, same with the appendant and whatnot, but yeah, the MP is a bit different, and I think most people would agree that it's just, it's still a bit weaker, even with the upgrade, but let's see what we got here. So again, at MP3, all allies get 775 damage cut for 3 attacks, 5 turns, so now again, it's limited for attacks. Not the best thing ever, but yeah, it's something. Then full party gets 30% defense for 3 turns on base, overcharge scaling up to 50, and then now with the buff also 20% attack for 3 turns on base, OC scaling to 40%. And this time she herself does get this attack buff. So again, playing into that Orthodox being a bit more offensive, I guess. It's still a decent MP. It's super basic. It's boring as basic, but you know, it's still fine. It works. Nothing really too big of a problem with it. I still prefer the OG because, you know, it's better for tankiness, but it's not that bad, you know. It's definitely better than what it used to be. So I think Orthodox gets still too much hate. I think. Yeah. I could be wrong. I have honestly, actually, never mind. I haven't really seen people bash her that much. No pun intended. I think yeah, nowadays people are starting to realize that Orthodox is actually not that bad. And not just when you're forced to, you know, field Mashu like that, because there are fights like that. But like, you know, again, she's still going to be a solid backliner or even frontliner sometimes. Double taunt on command, you know, that's definitely good utility to have, of course. So I think she's legit. Would I say she's as good as OG still, even with the buff to the MP? Which I'm not sure. Did we have that last year? Maybe we did. We probably did. But yeah, I still think she's good. She's great.
Stars, right? Oh no, we might have the 30 stars. Right?
Yeah, I think we had it.
Haven't Lost Belt 7. Yeah.
That was the start of Lost Belt 7.
So my hot take is honestly, I think they're like equal. Obviously, they don't do the same thing.
Yeah.
But I think like first thing with Ortinax Smash is like the game definitely taught the players how like to like I guess force the players to use her, and like indirectly taught the players like how, hey, she's actually really decent. So I think she is obviously a more offensive version of normal Mash. So like she's less focused on doing one thing. But all of the things that I said previously about OG Mash still applies. Like she is still able to allow your budget teams to tank MPs. She's still able to consistently spam her MP as well. Like not as good as OG Mash, obviously. But if you build your team right, you can still use her as a core member. I think obviously the biggest difference between her and OG Mash is her capability to become a damage dealer. Now, I know if you are already bringing another damage dealer, I think this is not worth a lot. The 30 Star Bomb is a great, you know, a great, supportive effect still for your main DPS. But I would say, just it is generally worth less so than the OG version, right? Especially if you're running just an arts team and you're spamming MPs anyways, you're not really using your cards. But I think specifically against bosses that maybe have like very high defense, unremovable defense, or very high like invul stuff, and you're like building around a full turtle team, then Mash, her chip damage is really high. Like I wouldn't even call it chip damage at that point. Like every couple of turns, you activate skill 1 and 3 at the same time, and then like when you have like the Buster cards, and then you bash their head in.
All 3 definitely has a higher cooldown, but yeah, if you can get the stars, you can still at least get the big damage from the first skill on a low cooldown.
Yeah. If you have like Hans on your team, for example, you can definitely use that without skill 3. Like the amount of chip damage she can do is actually kind of crazy. Like when it comes down to like budget teams, because like a lot of budget DPSs sometimes without like meta supports, their damage aren't that great either. Anyway, so like with Mash, you can build a more passive but also still damage dealing composition with this build compared to some other build. And of course, also the double taunt. I think the double taunt is very useful in certain cases where the enemy just immediately comes out and like MPs you or like crits you super hard. Like you can use her as a throwaway unit almost. Use skill 3 first, right? You tank 1 heavy hit and then use skill 2 again and tank another heavy hit. At the same time, maybe if you have like MP star C, when you use the skill 2, you can use her MP at the same time. So before she goes down from an MP, she at least gives your other teammates like a big like defense boost before she leaves. Or you can also take the chance to bash their head in with the Buster cards when you get them in your hand. So I think she's definitely less straightforward to use than normal Mash, but I think at the end of the day they achieve very similar roles. And in terms of base stuff they do, because the MP is still very strong, and also in terms of some other situations, she could double up as a DPS. Like once again, I definitely because the Olga quest, it made me like think higher of her, because like she technically has like the only non-mirrored class advantage against her, where she takes half damage but she still deals neutral damage to her. And also like Olga has the gimmick where she gets like a bunch of defense ups, so she can go ahead and ignore them with that skill 3. So like I don't know, like there are definitely teams where you use her. I think in traditional teams though, like if you're not considering budget, she might just be worse, because you want to focus your damage on 1 DPS anyways. So in most cases, OG is probably still better. But in budget stuff, I think she definitely has her place over the OG. So I don't know, it's hard to rank, but there you go.
Yeah. I feel like in most cases I would use OG if I had the choice over Orthodox, but in some cases Orthodox could be better even with the choice.
Yeah, so the way I look at it, OG is better when you're dealing with an enemy that has like an AoE NP or does AoE attacks, whereas Ortinax has a lot of control for single target situations, because like you could be up against multiple enemies that have single target NPs, that is, and then she can like taunt with her 3rd skill for one of them, and then she like takes multiple NPs, and then maybe you don't have the maybe they're not about to NP the next turn. So you can save her second skill for another turn.
Yeah.
So that's one advantage she has over people like George or Dion. You don't have to worry about damage for 3 turns. You only have to worry about it for those 2 turns you're worried about. So she has great uptime on her taunts, even though they're only 1 turn each. I like that a lot. I actually do use her every now and then. I don't use the other one because I find her boring, but I find the ability to control the battle is really, really valuable in my opinion. It just works out really well because like order of operations, like you just taunt with her 3rd skill. Like if you give her a starting charge, she gets hit a bit, and she's got some charge from that, and now you use her 2nd skill. Now she has her NP, so when she dies, because she's probably going to be taking an NP with her 2nd skill, then she's leaving you with some defense and some damage cut and some attack now. I really like the addition to her NP. That was what she was missing, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a cool bonus.
She's like almost a better backliner because like her effects are more immediate compared to the first one. Because like the first one, it gets.
I mean, both are good for backlining, but yeah, I can kind of see that.
True, for sure.
It's just easier to just. It's easier for her to immediately do stuff.
Yeah,
because usually with the other one, the OG, you have to take a turn or 2 to get your NP. Like, sure, it's really easy to get your NP, but if you have to immediately deal with a single target NP, then that's gonna have a rough time. Because
similar to Dayon, I guess, like what you do when you switch them up. Like for example, you're fighting 3 single targets, and then like if you're smart about your drains and stuff, you make all of their MP synchronize, and then you switch on mash, use that skill 3. You just bought yourself 3 MPs, right? Like obviously that's not always gonna happen, but like it happens in Gauntlet quests. For example, the White Day challenge quest, that was like a huge play with mash, right? So yeah, I mean, anyways.
So for placement, I'm thinking A+, personally.
I have a feeling that's what you guys are going to be fine with settling on. Personally,
I might put it EX. Yeah, kind of.
Personally, I feel these days I feel like she's more of a side grade. Like the original one is a lot more easy to use, but I feel like there's some situations where Ortinax is just flat out better.
Yeah. And she still has the 0 cost, yeah.
I know there's a lot of people who disagree, but like, hey,
might seem
honestly at this point, there was so much controversy in the first list. Hey, I'm all about it. I'll agree to an EX. I don't think that's unreasonable. Look at that list.
Oh no. Oh my god, the first 3 are all EX.
It's gonna change very soon, but yeah, there you go. Yeah, you just now stop the count. It's done. There you go. 100% consistency. Best classes. Okay, there you go.
I got a clickbait title for you. Is Extra 2 the most free-to-play friendly class in FGO?
Yeah, true. If I didn't have a format for the titles, I'd totally use that.
Yeah.
Anyway, with that, we wrap up the Shielder class. So there you go. Now we just have Alter Ego, Foreigner, and Pretender until the end, and 4 and 5 stars. So there you go. Hey, Mashu is nice. We like Mash. I can even close the Shielder tab for now. Cool. So we are gonna tackle with 4-star Alter Egos first. Going back to the release of Alter Egos with the CCC collab event, we definitely got several from there. 3, in fact. 2 we'll be seeing a bit later, but yeah, first of all, Passionlip. Yeah. AoE Buster DPS. Oh, did you have something?
I was about to say, I was thinking, dang, that was really fast. I didn't expect her to be immediate here.
Well, I mean, the way the ordering happens, then yeah, it is like this, yeah. In fact, the other 2 classes were released way later too. Even though Alter Ego was far from day 1, it's like the other 2 are even more far from day 1. So, yeah.
Makes
But yeah,
sense.
Passionlip. Let's see. I should probably get some look at the numbers here as well. So her attack at 10.3k is actually very solid. It's not like super crazy high among her peers, but it might even be the highest, if I remember correctly, among 4-star alter egos. At least one of the highest, if not the highest. So hey, that's pretty good at least. She's kind of like a pseudo tank sometimes as well, but her HP being 10.9k is not the biggest deal ever because she does have some defense tools as well for that tank stuffs. She's rocking full triple buster. There you go, full gorilla, MP and everything. Yeah, it's pretty cool, especially with this skill set. Her gains cards are fine too. They're not bad at all. Good gains. So hey, I kind of like the deck, yeah. Now, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a 1k damage cut for 3 attacks, 5 turns, a debuff immune for 3 times, 5 turns, 20% buster up for 3 turns, and then a 20% battery. What a lovely skill. It's really good. It's like good uptime on everything, and it just works. And the debuff immunity will come into play with one of her demerits later, and the damage cut also helps with the taunt as well. So yeah, it's like all useful stuff. Like some of this stuff for some other servants could be like conditional. For hers, it's all useful, at least in a traditional DPS scenario. Very good. Second skill, on a 4-turn cooldown, she gets a taunt for 1 turn for herself. She gets 30% defense for 1 turn, and then she gets this attack buff that, you know, scales off of her missing HP, I guess. So sadly,
I hate
yeah.
so we'll see why later.
Yeah, so you know you only activate it first of all if you're 50% HP or lower for 3 turns, and then it's 30% attack, and then I think it scales better up to 50% depending on your missing HP from that. So it's a bit awkward. I wish she always got the attack, at least a little bit of it, but you know you only start from 50% HP and lower. So, but hey, taunt is good, low cooldown, defense up, combo as well. So it's not bad regardless, I guess. Alright, third skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% attack for 3 turns, she gets an Invul Pierce for 3 turns, then she gets this on debuff attack for 1 time 3 turns, which, you know, she has a 100% chance to, or 10% chance to 100% insta-kill an enemy on normal attacks, which against bosses, basically completely irrelevant. It's like King Hassan, but double the chance, which is still not great on his passive. Then she gets 30% defense for 1 turn, and then the stun for 1 turn. So always make sure you use the first skill before the third one, unless you have a cleanse on command, because otherwise you're going to look very sad and stupid, because, you know, you get immediately stunned on using this. So yeah, the debuff immunity obviously can help negate the stun. But yeah, she's got quite a bit of stuff in her kit. I like the kits. The MP I'm not the biggest fan of, but I do like her numbers, the deck, the kit mostly, so there's still good stuff here for sure. Now passives, we got some. 15% debuff for us, again helps with, you know, taunters even more. 6% crit damage, cool. You know, she likes to crit too, even though she doesn't have the best synergy for like making stars or like, you know, crit damage or absorb and stuff like that. But, you know, she still wants to crit, of course, with triple buster. That's the ideal game plan. 10.5% star gen. Helps with the MP, actually. I did say she doesn't have the best star gen, but the MP actually is not too bad for that. She gets the better divinity, so she gets a bonus 20% debuff rest from that. That's just a flat damage, so that's now 35% on base. Very solid. High Servant obviously does nothing. She's anti-assassin on the append, which is also very solid for an alter ego. Good option. And then the buffed MP only does damage on AoE and then heals the party by 3k on base OC, scaling up to 7k on max OC. Also, it's 12 hits. So yeah, it can generate a good chunk of stars, assuming you're fighting, you know, more than one enemy.
Yeah, that if I recall correctly, I think that's the highest hit count NP in the game.
For Buster?
Because I want to say it might. Oh, I think Charlie has a 12 hitter as well.
Do you mean
like,
strictly AoE or what?
AoE probably, yeah.
Yeah,
because
I mean,
AoE you have to multiply by 3. I guess.
Okay, yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, so highest potential hit count.
Yeah.
I would actually argue that she does do a bit of star generating because
Yeah, the MP helps a lot.
It's fairly common for her NP to actually make a pretty nice chunk of them. Like if you're up against Riders, for example, so Riders give you a little star gen bonus on top of that, it's easy to get like 20 plus. Especially these days, now that we're going to be having class score with them, and you can get up to 50% more star gen on her. That's easily going to be probably 30 plus if you're up against 3 enemies.
True.
So she is surprisingly good when it comes to making some stars. I do find her ability to crit really nice, like because of her Buster deck. It's really easy to get her to crit with the premier Buster supports. Like she gets a lot out of Koyan, even though she doesn't have the 30% battery people love.
Yeah. So she doesn't loop if that wasn't obvious. She's just a DPS, but that's fine.
Yeah, she does have the cooldown reduction does help her out a good bit because she does have relatively low cooldowns. The thing that I hate though, so with their second skill, you have to be below 50% HP to get the attack bonus. But then if you look at her NP, she heals herself.
Yeah.
So what'll happen? Like, okay, I'm below 50% HP. Let me use my NP. Now I'm above 50% HP.
Yeah, because it's an active check. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you look at what Ku got, because Ku a few years later he got a buff where it's just like 20 to 50%. It scales from max HP to
it's
minimum
always
HP.
there at least a little bit, which is nice.
Yeah.
Same with Hijikata's crit damage. It's always there. It just gets better if you're lower. Why does this start at 50? It makes no sense, especially with a servant that has a heal, like you said. It's weird.
Okay,
it's backwards.
This is just a really bad buff, honestly, and it's so bad that, like, even though I have a level 90 Passionlip on JP, I am saving her interlude that has this just because I like being able to, like, there's some Salieri's with a decent amount of HP that sometimes I use for like damaged stuff and whatever. So I find that more valuable.
So I don't know much about Passionlip. I use her a little bit, but like generally I just use her for easy stuff. But I have a suggestion for this one. Now it's gonna be broken, but it's inspired by Pokemon, weirdly enough. So So basically, instead of like this, because she's a healer that also has an HP gimmick, she gets the attack up for 3 turns whenever the HP hits that threshold, and then she heals it back up, right? And then she gets taken down. She gets another attack up for another 3 turns. And then, like,
so you're suggesting like a back and forth play style that actually works?
Yeah, back and forth. Yeah, so she heals back, she gets taken down, she gets another attack buff, and then she heals back, she gets taken below 50, she gets another.
So this would be like an on defense activate buff that whenever she's 50% lower, she gets a 3-turn attack buff. Is what you're saying? It would be like like one of those things.
Yeah, but I mean that I don't think it's actually that broken, to be honest. But like maybe with Koyanlight, where you can like teeter around the HP, you drain her HP by a little bit below 50, and then she heals it back up, and then you do it again. Maybe that will break her, but I think that would be a really powerful buff for sure. That would maybe be like the number might.
It'd be fun at least, kinda. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, I mean Passionlip definitely can get more powerful, I'd say, without being problematic.
Yeah. So what I really wanted, and they ended up going in a different direction, which was a bit more boring of a direction. What I wanted, which would have been a great contrast to Melt's thing, was like she gets a Buster buff every time she gets attacked. That would make so much sense, because like Melt gets a crit buff every time she attacks, so it's just the opposite effect, and it helps her do more Buster damage. But yeah, they just opted for a generic 20% Buster, 20% battery, which is still really good, honestly. It helps her a lot with getting her NP, and it helps her card damage. It's just boring.
Yeah. For place,
actually, last night I saw something pretty interesting. You know, the Duryodhana quest with the 6 of them that people love doing the maximum damage thing with. She's actually in the I think the top. I think she's number 11 in this contest that people had.
Wow.
And I think the reason why was,
is it full of Zergs, right?
Yeah.
That helps a lot because you normally alter egos hit 1.5x, so it makes sense.
Yeah, but like
There's no
30 million?
anti-trade though.
Yeah,
there's
she
no
doesn't have
anti-trade.
one, but she's
True.
able to double stack her attack buffs. So
Oh, so it's
so-
100%.
yeah, 100%.
So she got herself to 1 HP, I
So-
assume.
Oh, so it's probably like some kind of a
yeah,
setup to look. Okay, I get it. Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
upwards of 160% attack buff, but that was basically it. Still gotta say, I love having a 120 of the best servant for that fight. Period. Which is Ushigozen. I gotta.
Yeah, that
like
one fight
76
you win.
mil.
Did you ever redo that with 120 and class score?
Oh yeah, I did that last night. I got her up to 76 million.
Jesus. All right.
100 mil waiting room.
Love it.
Anyway,
That's
I'm between
I
like
have
B
no
plus at A,
class
I think, for Passionlip.
I'd put her B plus. I'd say. I mean, there's a lot of strong people here. But I could be wrong. I still like her triple buster a lot. I genuinely like triple buster decks. But I
wish your
still
MP
put her
did
B+.
more though, besides the high hit count and the heal being sometimes a demerit. It just doesn't do much.
Yeah, I personally put her B plus. I don't know.
Yeah,
What do you think,
I'm
Otto?
fine with A. I like her as a as sort of a not a multi-core, it's sub DPS. That's it, and because she's able to get her NP fairly better than you'd expect, because she can like take hits, and then she also has the battery, and she can just sort of like take damage every few turns, and she's able to heal back some. So if you want a mixture of decent damage and decent healing, I like her for that.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna start with B plus for that. We can maybe talk about her briefly during the shuffle again, but I think I'm gonna start with this. And we'll see what happens. Right, moving on. I guess this time, unlike Mashu, we'll just talk about one of them and then place both in the same tier. Because character-wise, they're a bit different. And I think even their pens are the same. Like, everything gameplay-wise should be this. Or was the pen different?
The pens are different. But they're both crap. They're both...
Okay, so
nice.
yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, we'll just treat them the same.
Garbage.
Or are they like night classes, both?
Yeah, they're both night classes.
Okay, yeah, that's garbage.
It's like Saber and Lancer or something.
I get it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, Mecha Liz, first welfare of the list. Or Liz, get it? Accidental pun. Single target buster DPSs. Their attacks are basically 10k flat on max level, which is good among 4-star alter egos, higher than average. They got triple buster deck, which, kind of cool, I think. Yeah, I don't mind that again. And the arts card is actually really good for gains. It is very solid. So there's that to help spam the MP a bit more. Free MP5, of course. Now, first skill on a... let me fix my zoom level. There we go. 5-turn cooldown. Gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. And then 30% defense up for 3 turns on self. It's okay. It's fine, It's basic, but it's fine. I mostly like the defense. The stars is not even that big, but, it helps, of course. You want to crit with her anyway, so helps a little bit with that too. So it's fine. It's just an alright skill. Second skill, post buff on a 5-turn cooldown. Gets, say, 20% battery for self, then does 500 damage to self. Cannot die to it, though. So even if you have low HP guts, you're still fine using this. And then gets 25 stars on use. Pretty cool. Again, helps with the crits, too. Not the biggest buff ever, because they only added the stars, but, it's something. Cool, we take it. And then the third skill. So on a 5-turn cooldown, remove all defensive buffs from self. Ouch. And then 60% MP damage for 1 turn and 60% crit damage for 1 turn. So it's like her mana burst with a demerit on it. It's maybe not the... If you can time it, sometimes the demerit is not that bad. But a lot of the times you're going to have some kind of defensive buffs on you constantly anyway. Like, for instance, her own defense up from the first skill is up most of the time. And it's a good chunk of defense as well. So you would still prefer to keep that if possible, So I still kind of hate the demerit. Even if you can kind of sometimes time your way around it, I still don't like it. And the...
it didn't have to be there, essentially.
Yeah, and the positive sides are kind of weird because... It's both MP damage and crit at the same time, so you're never going to get max value because, you would like to MP and crit at the same time, but, you can't crit with your MP, so it's kind of weird. I mean, best case scenario, you do MP double buster crit. That's, like, the best you can do from it. but it's still like wasting a little bit because you can't get 3 crits, you know. So it's kind of a weird mix. Maybe it should have been Buster Up or something. I don't know. It's kind of weird. But yeah, there it is. 5-turn cooldown. Pretty big downtime too. It's like her worst skill, I would say. But makes for some burst. Now, first passive on a, not cooldown. 17.5% debuff rest for herself, cool bonus, and then 8% debuff success rate. Helps a little bit with the MP, I guess, but, you know, just a bonus. Yeah, the append sucks. It's against Lancers. Don't bother. I guess it's free, though, now that I think about it, because you get the coins, so you can unlock it, but I wouldn't really, if you're low on mats, don't invest into it. The MP, then. So she removes her own defensive buffs, then she removes them from the enemy. Now, it is after damage, though, sadly, but, you know, I still like having it. I think maybe they could have made it remove offensive buffs instead, because if it's only defensive after damage, it definitely diminishes a lot in value. They could have maybe make it, like, all buffs or just attack buffs or something, but eh. And then the overcharge is a base minus 20% defense down on the target for 3 turns, scaling up to 40%, and also after damage, which would be great if it was before, especially considering she's a free MP5. Their MP hits fairly hard, even if the defense down is after damage, but I'm usually never super impressed with their outputs. I even use Mecha Eli-chan a little bit on my free-to-play account, but I don't know, I feel like unless you're fighting like assassins, you probably have better options, even on freer stuff. I've never been too impressed by her. But what do you guys think about Mecha Eli-chan?
She fell off. Like, honestly, like, all jokes aside, like, she does one thing, which is, you know, just dump damage in 1 turn, essentially. She has decent sustain with the defense and star, but like, I feel like nowadays it's just kind of out of date as well. And I have tried to use her in multiple like free-to-play comps, like especially what showed was in White Day, where there's Yang, who's a foreigner, who's actually like fully counterclassed by her as well. I ended up cutting her still because she's just not good enough. She doesn't do enough things. She, like, if you want her to stay on field, you're gonna feel like it's not worth it. Like, all she does is just, yeah, once again, dump damage into 1 target that you need to immediately kill. Like, also preferably with people like she actually skills really well with Oberon because that's skill 3, right? So like, she's almost not like a low star or free, quote unquote, free to play unit. Like, if you just don't have a better choice, you want to like 1 wave clear something, maybe for farming, maybe she can do something like she just like, oh, dump massive damage 1 turn. I don't think anything else she does is particularly great. Like, yes, she has triple buster deck, so technically you can dish out some damage before you actually launch that final attack with that skill 3, but overall, I think she's very mediocre. Like, yeah, she's still free MP5, but like, I don't know.
I think my main,
if you're,
yeah, I think the main problem I have with her is that her offensive downtime is so low. She only has the small stars per turn, and then the defense down dies after damage anyway in the MP. Other offensive stuff is just instant, like 1 turn, or it just doesn't last for long. So her downtime is not very pretty as a DPS.
yeah, she essentially just like self implodes after she uses her own like 1 thing. Like, it would be funny because she's a robot. Like, it would be really funny if they buffed her in a way where like she actually does like insane damage, but she actually like blows up after she
like self-destruct.
Like, yeah, she just self-destructs.
More Pokemon
and, like,
memes,
right? Yeah, that would be really funny, but like, I think that would genuinely probably make her have better use cases for like multi-core farming.
Yeah, just do a big nuke and then peace out. Why not?
Yeah, right now she's just stuck in a really weird place. And unfortunate because like, I like Liz, especially I think Mecha Liz is like a really fun and cool concept as a servant. But it's just a little bit outdated, I'd say. I am glad though her buff is hold on.
The 25 stars.
Yeah, but like yeah, I don't know. Maybe if she gets an MP upgrade, I'd say. Like I should say, right? Like, if she gets an MP upgrade, I think she might have a place, right? Because like that is her big thing, big MP damage. So maybe. But before that, I think really, like, once again, you know, competing with upgraded MP people, it's actually not that insane, right? So yeah, there you go.
I like their Buster deck, and that's basically it. There's just not much else going on there. Like, stars per turn, Yeah, I kind of like that. And then the Buster deck, but that's it.
Oh, I forgot. I have extra two's class score maxed out, and I'm still not that impressed with her. Like I
Damn.
actually have I have extra two like completely capped out, mainly
I should do
for
that too.
future proofing foreigners, because Koyan Dark, and like I got Pretender, which is pretty nice because I got to have Baobhan Summer at max. But like, dude, it's just not that great. Yeah, it's just she needs MP upgrade. I like before anything, she needs an MP upgrade because that's all she has. So she might as well focus on MP damage. That is what I feel. But yeah.
So placement wise, I'm thinking like a B maybe, or is that too high?
It's okay. Like, she's nice to have.
Yeah,
Like,
Like she's still
sometimes you
fine
just
against
don't have it.
assassins, right? Because there's still not that many great single target casters.
Yeah. Yeah,
Does
that's.
Shuten have MP upgrade?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
See, like if Caster Shuten had an MP upgrade, she'd be dead. I say but there you go. Still. So I think she's like okay. She's not horrible.
So
She's
if
like a
Railgun in my
fit
chat
off.
says B, I'm gonna trust that because they're one of the few people I know has a 120 Mecha Liz. Biggest fan over here.
Yeah. Okay then. Yeah.
I'm okay with B. Yeah, we'll place
There you
both
go.
there. All right. Cool. All right. Hopefully they buff them more though. Would be nice.
For sure. For sure.
Oh, now we have a big jump in the release date, I guess, because now we get the current one on NA, actually, because we still have Water Monster Crisis still for less than a week. But yeah, the latest edition in Taisui. We're going to talk about him next. AoE arts, a DPS, and a looper, I suppose. Can do a bit of both. Interesting servant. Attack stat is probably, if I had to guess, by the lowest of all the 4-star alter egos, sadly. But, you know, still not the worst thing ever at 9.2k. Is passable, is fine. And deck consists of double arts, double quick, with the gains cards being okay. Not amazing, but okay. Now, per skill on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% arts for 3 turns, 20% MP gain for 3 turns, and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns for himself. Pretty cool. I like it. Makes sense. You know, it just gets the party going, you know, the train leaves the station, you're going to be happy and liking the buffs, so hey, it's a good skill. Second skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, targeted skill, one ally gets guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive on it. They also get debuff immune for 1 time 3 turns, and also buff removal resistance for 1 time 3 turns 100%, so your buffs are safe for 1 time 3 turns. Very cool. It's a very solid defensive skill, actually. I like that it's all defensive again, so it's never awkward to use. So, you know, sometimes you can just absolutely give someone, like, it's mostly utility defensive stuff, for sure. But, you know, chances are, at least on a boss battle, at least one of those things might just prove useful to you. Maybe even all of them in the best case. So, I do like this skill. I still prefer the one that Santa Nightingale has, for the record, because it's a bit more easier to use than this, but this is still a nice substitute, potentially. Now, third skill on a 6-turn...
I like using it on the support sometimes.
Yeah.
Like I might... like I could put it on a Castoria, for example, because he's already got an invuln.
I mean, the only thing Castor is weak to is buff removal, so yeah, I mean, it's good with Castoria stuff too, yeah. Very good. Now, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. All enemies are skill sealed for 1 turn, 100% chance on base, 30% MP damage for himself for 3 turns, and then a 30% battery. So again, matches nicely with the first skill, you know, more MP spam, more damage. It's alright. It's not a bad skill set, actually. I quite like it. It just does stuff, and it works. Passives, 20% debuff res, cool. 6% debuff success rate, also cool. Divinity A-, whatever. Append is against assassins, so again, a very useful one. Cool, we like that. And the MP is interesting. So the easiest thing, the overcharge. All man attribute enemies, super effective against them. 150 to 200 range from base to max. Pretty solid. Again, most common attribute among servants. Then he does this misfortune debuff on enemies for 3 turns before damage. So when they are defeated, all enemies get a minus 20% defense down for 3 turns. They all get a curse for 1k, 3 turns. They get a curse amplifier 100% for 3 turns. And that was it for that effect. But then he also always does 2k curse on enemies for 5 turns before damage. So it's an interesting thing, really. Like, it kind of, obviously, you need to kill stuff for it to really work. It also activates before damage. I'm not sure if I mentioned that. So even the first MP can already proc that. But yeah, you kind of need to start killing stuff to start benefiting more of that. So any bosses that have like smaller adds, he would just absolutely love. But anything else is like, you're probably going to kill a lot of the bosses at the same time anyway, or at least relatively similar in turns. So can be a bit mixed value, I suppose. But at least the super effective is still very good and common, especially for a class like Alter Ego that covers more ground for sure with decent affinities. I don't really have the best opinion of him, honestly, because I'll be the first to admit, even on JP, I've hardly ever used him. I know people kind of use him for some kind of curse memes sometimes, but I feel like you got better options nowadays, right? His looping looks okay, I guess.
Yeah,
it's very tight, and like his reflex really not there.
I will say his DPS I think is underrated, but his curse is very overrated. Like his curse is good for content because in terms of max damage, he can take advantage of that. But like in most cases, like just having a general curse unit is gonna be better. Hello?
Huh?
Oh, never mind. No, I'm sorry. I'm stupid. I thought you couldn't hear me.
Gotcha.
But like, yeah,
we hear you.
I think his curse is very overrated. It just doesn't really do much against like one target and whatnot. And even like in Gauntlet Quest, like you said, he needs to kill a lot of stuff. So. But as like a general AoE arts DPS or looper, I guess he's like okay. Like I think his looping damage is pretty decent, just because it's not true neutral. It's 1.5. And you can.
But he does have anti-assassin, which is nice. Although assassin,
he's not gonna loop on assassins though. Yeah, that is kind of.
I mean, like
for bosses though, it's
depends on
nice.
your CE choice. Yeah. So I do usually use him in like only budget comps against like foreigners specifically. So I would say Alter Ego is still like a good thing, because like Alter Ego is still kind of rare a little bit. And honestly, sometimes I would take him over Mecha Eli just because he has like way better sustain as a DPS. Against like if you want to counterclassing against foreigners, for example. But I think he's okay. He's just okay. Like he's also, not crazy.
He also works well with supports because of his AoE buffs.
Yeah.
And the targeted second skill.
Yeah, you can even use him with like other DPSs, kind of like he can be a sub DPS, like you said. Because he has some support ability. I just want to reiterate, like his curse is overrated, but everything else is fine though. I don't know. I still like him quite a bit, but I don't know.
Did I mention on stream like how much? I think it was. No, I think I said it in Discord. So I have like the most most curse damage in one turn of like anyone that I've ever seen, other than this one person who like abused like SQ revives over and over again to spam like a shit ton of curse for like 100 turns. Okay. So guess how much I've done? I did in one turn.
No, 500k or something. I have no idea.
So if you guessed 700,000, you were nowhere near it, because like what I went up to, I went up to 1.5 million.
Was it on the? It was on the rat challenge quest, right?
Yeah. I used double Taisui, and that's like how you stack up that ridiculously high.
Is that a bunch of fodder? I don't remember that CQ.
Yeah,
I assume it's a bunch of fodder.
It's 6 fathers.
It's a 6, and okay, that explains a lot then. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, even a person who holds that high rank, I can definitely attest to it being overrated.
It's very. That hardly ever happens. That scenario is like crazy.
Yeah,
it's not normal in bosses to have 6 enemies.
So it's basically just anti-man damage, which is nice. Man is
it's
super
still
common.
nice.
It's like
Yeah.
167 mana
And around
attribute,
half of those are good affinity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would say he's better than Mecha Eli for sure, but
I would probably agree. B+?
He's like a decent DPS. In like
Or A?
multi-core
Maybe
form.
B+?
B+ or A. I like A.
yeah,
I feel
because
like
he's still
super
free
underrated.
MP5. Like
yeah.
free MP5 is still kind of huge.
What do you think, Plush? B+ or A?
I'd put him A, even though I don't particularly like him, just because
I
of free
think I can
MP5.
agree with A, sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not mad about
free
it.
MP5, then he's not A. Yeah.
Yeah.
It really is the MP5 that does it for him, in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, with that, we're done with the 4-star alter egos. Wow. To be continued in 5 stars. Next up, 4-star foreigners. So, again, a later class edition, even compared to alter ego. Starting off with the first 4-star in release order, we got XX. Summer, Heroine X, I suppose. There she is. I like her because she's kind of a Gundam X reference. So, 3 points from me. Anyway, what is she? She's a single target arts DPS. Her stats among her peers, 9.7k attack, is slightly higher than average. Again, not that the sample pool isn't that big, so take it with a grain of salt. But it's still fine. No worries. Her deck is double buster, double arts, with arts being pretty decent. Actually, yeah, with 2 of those, actually pretty good, yeah. Okay, not bad for gains. Her first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a 1-turn invul, and then she gets 50% attack for 1 turn. So it's basically a mana burst that comes with defense. They didn't even, tax the cooldown this time like they do sometimes with older servants. It's still awkward to use, but I guess the saving grace is that, yeah, she's arts, so you can probably just dump this anyway sometimes, because, Castoria's invuls, special invuls, stuff like that. It doesn't even stack with her invuls, so you're probably just going to use it for damage a lot of the times anyway, depending on your lineup. It's just passable. I don't like it. I hate the downtime, so But I guess, yeah, it's worth mentioning that a 1-turn invul and a 5-turn cooldown is better than average, because, normally it's 6 turns on standard, but I still don't really like it because it has nothing for longevity, though. Now, second skill I absolutely hate, though. So on a 4-turn cooldown, you get a 20 star bomb, and then she herself she eliminates her star weight for 1 turn. I don't understand this. I think it's lore based because, it's like Detective E, because she's supposed to be bad at her job and whatnot, but holy, is this a bad choice gameplay wise? It makes no sense. Like, especially considering when foreigners have a very decent base absorb at around 150, which is like the archer number, I believe. They can already absorb quite a bit as is, especially if you have like a normal caster supports or whatever. She will still beat those. But man, it's like, why? Just why? You want her to crit, not your supports, and you're probably not going to bring double DPS with her anyway. I don't understand. It's so bad gameplay-wise. I hate it. Low cooldown though, semi-low, but I don't like it. Now, third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets an invul pierce for 1 turn, 30% gauge, and then 50% threat to humanity damage mod, which would be additive with Castorius as well. But yeah, again, if there's ever anti-threat to humanity, she's one of the best options, I suppose. It's not common, but it does happen sometimes, I guess. It's an okay skill again.
There is a certain berserker that has threat to humanity. She's a pretty good pick there.
Yeah, makes sense.
I mean, we all know who he is right now.
Yeah, I assume you're talking about a certain fluffy thingy, but yeah. Makes sense. Yeah. The skill set, I'm not a huge fan of it. I think it's pretty weak. It just doesn't do much. There's no uptime whatsoever. There's even a skill that I hate, so... Now, passives, there's the foreigner passive, so she gets 2 stars per turn, and then the rank defines the debuff res, so she gets 4% debuff res with her low rank. Not much, but it's a cool passive. Again, it's mostly the good because of Van Gogh synergy, but on its own, it's okay too. It's just a bonus, so why not? All right, she also gets 8% star gen. Cool. She doesn't really generate too many stars though with her gameplay style, but yeah, sure, bonus. 10% crit damage, pretty cool. If the second skill also worked better as well. Riding it for 10% quick up. Again, not that relevant. Her only quick is fine though, 4-hitter with decent MP game, but It's not that big of a deal because there's only one. She's anti-Moon Cancer on her append, which I believe is full neutral, right?
Amazing.
Between Foreigner and Moon Cancer.
Such a good passive. It's, oh my god. It's literally like the worst third append you can have.
Well, it's not the bad because it could be negative affinity, right? But still, yeah, like
Yeah,
not
but, like,
very
how
useful
many moon
anyway.
cancers do you run into?
Yeah, true. Like, yeah, I guess there's that. So yeah.
It's like
Anyway, the
the
MP
least
has been buffed though.
I can't think of a single main story boss that's moon cancer. Don't worry, eventually we'll fight Arc though,
Yeah, probably.
for sure.
Woohoo.
Anyway, the MP buffed one, cool. So it's a very similar buff to Summer Musashi, I guess. She does 200% power mod or super effective on Saber class servants, always on base damage, and then she gets 20% attack before damage for 1 turn on base OC, scaling up to 60%. So it's not ramp up, but it's an okay OC. So yeah, I guess she can be a substitute for an archer as well when you think about it. Unlike Musashi though, she still does neutral on base, so she doesn't get the nice 1.5x on top of that. So, and she's also single target, so maybe even less use cases, I guess. But that's a lot of super effective. Can't deny that. In fact, let's see, is the numbers separately here on the sheet? I would just like to see. Okay, they are. So it's still not like crazy numbers. Like even if they have the threat to humanity, it's still not like insanely crazy. Is good, but it's not like crazy. So I still think I would probably prefer the full class advantage in her case. Whereas I think Musashi has the argument that yeah, you can probably replace her archers with her. With XX, I'm not sure. Maybe you should bring Etchan instead at that point, because at least then you get the Berserker class bonus
She's a
on
lot
top.
easier to protect, I'd say.
Yeah, true.
Arts, yeah.
Yeah, the card type is good.
Yeah, also neutral, and then I do like the uptime on the Invuln. Like even if the attack buff being on it is like kind of yikes. I do like 5-turn Invulns.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. She's just kind of whatever.
I'm very lukewarm with her as well.
I think the MP upgrade does help her, but like as a neutral single target arts DPS, which is a term that I might bring up more than once today. Yeah, dude, there's so many insane competition nowadays for that kind of slot. So it's just I'm not 100% sure if this is it, dude. Like I just think there's so many better options these days for that kind of job. And she's not it, man. I'm sorry.
I feel like Otto might have the most nicest thing to say about her.
Yeah, she's like, I think she's all right. She's like a weird archer, I guess. I don't know. It's like honestly, her best use case was in the CERN fight. Aside from that, like she's a really good foreigner killer, but generally you'd want to pick.
You mean Berserker?
No, foreigner.
Well, also foreigner.
I guess because of the threat to humanity. Yeah, okay, I see.
Yeah, but like, I mean, like there's some foreigners that come up every now and then, but she's gonna have that defensive disadvantage.
And honestly, because it's additive to Castor anyway, you can just bring anyone with Castoria instead. I feel like.
Depends on the situation. Yeah, she is an art servant that has a lot of focus on like one-shot damage, I'd say, or like not one-shot damage, but like burst damage almost. I do agree. I like the 5-turn. I think 5-turn like invul / evades are pretty premium in terms of the downtime. But like other than that, I don't know. I just think she needs a little bit more maybe to like separate her, because like she's not a free MP5. I think if she was a free MP5, the story would be very different today. But she's not. So even for damage sake, it's kind of just whatever. But,
yeah, I would know she's definitely not free MP5. 7 coin flips.
Damn. Oh yeah, I remember that video. But yeah, like, dude, I don't know. And the thing is like, at least she has an upgrade MP. That's all I'm trying to say. but yeah.
So I'm thinking one of the Bs, maybe. Is that too harsh?
No,
One of the
I don't think it's
Bs.
too harsh at all.
Yeah.
I guess
Or B-
you could compare her a
plus.
little bit to Mecha Liz to an extent.
I think she's
Like
better than Mecha Liz.
they are more versatile,
Oh.
though. I feel like is the thing.
Yeah, she's
don't
for
know.
sure better than Mecha Liz, I'd say.
Yeah, NP upgrade's kind of carrying in that regard, I'd say.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
that's
MP
true.
upgrade helps. Yeah.
I think I can do B plus then. Yeah, sure. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. Next up, another welfare servant. If I can find her, that is. There we go. Let's talk about the Mixa, aka Mysterious Idol X Alter. So Etchan Foreigner, whatever you want to call her. Has a lot of names. But yeah, there she is. She's AoE quick DPS, basically. Her looping is like non-existent, so ouch. But hey, she can maybe do a bit of deeps. Let's see. Now, 9k attack on base is not very flattering either, sadly. So that doesn't help her case. Her deck is not bad, though. A double buster, double quick. Her gains are pretty okay, too. They're not amazing, but they're totally fine. Her arts in general, arts card is actually very good as well. But I do like the deck for crits, at least. Summer, double Scotty synergy is real. Now, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets Quick and Buster up for 30% for 3 times, 3 turns, and then she gets an evasion for 1 attack, 3 turns. I don't understand why the card types are not just flat out 3 turns. I've used her a lot on my free-to-play account, and I just really hate when I run out of these buffs in like 1 or 2 turns. I just don't like it. Like, why? There's no reason for them to not to always be 30% for 3 turns. But you know, the evasion is a cool bonus on top, I guess, for more survivability. Although I mainly just bring her against Zerks, in which case she's kind of safe anyway. So, Second skill on a 4-turn cooldown, she gets 100% crit damage for 1 turn, and then she gets 50% mechanical damage for 3 turns. And there's not that many great targets for it. There's some, like your best case is these 3, like, you know, 4 berserkers, I guess, that you see right here. But besides that, it's mostly on normal enemies, which for a non-farmer is kind of backwards. You'd prefer them to be more like more on the servant side than the you know, normal enemy side. Sadly, it's not the best power mod to have. At least it's not the worst downtime ever. It could be worse, but it's still kind of a whatever skill. Now, third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns and a 2k heal. So it's basically a charisma with a heal is what it is. It's okay. It's fine. And that's about it. The full skill set, it definitely has offense in it. I like that, but I feel like she could also do more. Maybe I'm just being a bit too greedy with modern standards. But I guess we are evaluating servants on how we see them in 2024. Because, you know, we have a lot of cracked welfares as well. So, I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe
it's fair. It's still fine. It's by far from the worst skill set. So, yeah, no, it's not that bad. Now, passives... Yeah, I agree. So 4% debuff rest at 2 stars per turn. Cool. 6% buster up. Very nice actually for some buster crits. And then 17.5% debuff rest again. So she gets like what, 21.5% debuff rest always. Pretty cool. That's not nothing. She's anti-berserker on the append, which is amazing. There's still not that many cases of a servant having the absolute best case scenario on their damaging third append, and she's one of them. There's probably like, is there still like less than 10 of these total or something? I forgot, but we're actually going to see some more later as well. I believe at least 2 more later in this list. But
they've been handing out anti-berserkers a lot more recently, I'd say.
No, I don't mean necessarily like anti-berserker. I mean like the best case scenario for the class where you get 2x on both ways. That way. Okay. Like she's a foreigner, so this is the best case scenario. So yeah. Like Steno has anti-rider as an assassin, which is also the same thing. So it's very rare still to see that. Very good. I mean, it's good.
It's not that hot of a take, but honestly, foreigners really need it. Because like you can use anyone against a berserker.
Yeah, so, true.
Like, even though you got the defensive advantage, like, okay, like you can bring someone who's a stronger DPS that might have better survival, and like, they're probably gonna outperform it. Which I think that's going to be a bit of a problem moving forward with AoE foreigners. I think, I guess I can go ahead and talk about that now because this is an AoE foreigner. It's just, there's not, when you bring an AoE servant, you want to be able to justify using them against more than just one of those classes. And if your damage against non-berserkers isn't that great, then like the only thing you can rationalize using her against is berserkers. So you gotta find an AoE quest with berserkers to justify using her. And it's just
Pretty much.
it's very specific. So having an anti-berserker pen means that maybe she can single target sometimes, but her crits aren't really that impressive either, I'd say.
But you can use Van Gogh.
Anyway, we'll cover the rest of the kit first, but yeah, pretty true on those things anyway. But the MP, yeah, so it's AoE quick. It's only 4 hits, so it won't even generate that many stars, sadly, which hampers her crit potential a little bit. She is anti-evil, 150% on base, and it's a normal effect, so it doesn't scale. So 150 super effective, pretty good. A lot of berserkers happen to be evil as well, and she also gets 20% quick up for 1 turn before damage on base. OC scaling up to 40%. So the MP itself is fine. Besides, the hits could be higher, honestly. For a welfare, I'm not expecting miracles, so I think the MP at least is fine. Yeah.
So I think I mathed it out a while back, but I think that if she has like a decent battery, she's able to quick loop. Not anything super impressive, but something, I guess. It's just she has no sort of battery, so it's not.
Yeah.
It's not a great idea.
No gain, no battery, quick up. I mean, it's not even much considering it's 3 times 30%. So yeah, it's pretty rough.
Yeah, and that especially sucks for quick servants because they like mixing up their cards.
Get it mixing up. Good accidental joke.
Yeah.
Anyway, her crit potential is fine, but the downtime is not super pretty is the problem. And her card, again, effectiveness run out pretty fast as well. So I think that's the main problem. I mean, I probably use her the most because of my free-to-play account, but even then, I still don't think she's all that impressive, sad. I think she might be the worst welfare in this list, sadly.
That's for lack of better options.
Yeah, basically. I mean, I don't have any foreigners to begin with on the account, so she's always like decent against berserkers. Even if I have some, like you said, you can bring other classes, of course. But I just like being safe a lot of the times. But yeah, obviously she's still not amazing.
Yeah,
so I'm
thinking overkill at times, sort of like.
I mean,
yeah.
No, never mind. I'm not gonna say that.
Fair.
Okay, so I was just gonna say I think at least her like card type synergizes better with Van Gogh than someone like MHX. And like I can like in terms of stuff I've seen her do, she's just completely carried by Van Gogh, I'd say. Just a body to buff with exists outside the domain. So honestly, yeah, I agree with not ranking her too high.
I think she's like C plus or B.
Yeah, probably. It's pretty bad.
Yeah. Like it's the anti-evil. That's basically it for me.
Yeah, anti-evil is nice, but that's about it. Yeah, her skill set is really bruh.
I might go with C plus, even if it kind of hurts, but still, I don't know. Yeah, we'll start with that. Yeah, okay, sure. Ouch. She's cute though. Cute points. All right, next. Actually, the last 4-star foreigner. And probably one of my favorite servers in this whole list, not just among foreigners. Because, Stockholm Syndrome is real. And I hate her. And I love her. But I hate her. So, I don't know. You tell me. Anyway, we're going to talk about another welfare back to back. I guess there's a big gap in release, though. But yeah, Cnoc Naria. There she is. She is interesting. She has a lot of wonky stuff going on gameplay-wise. But... she's AoE arts herself, but a lot of the times I feel like people will use her as like a 3-turn support. She's like a speedrun support or something. It's so hard to like. Well, I guess we'll just cover the kit first, but yeah, So first of all, 9.2k attack. Again, on the probably not super high anyway, so could be higher if you want to DPS with her, and I probably will because I'm a simp. But, could be higher. I like the round number on the HP though. It's 12.5k flat. That looks nice. Although I'm probably going to Grail, so I'm going to mess that up. Anyway, triple arts deck. There you go. We got a caster in disguise. The arts cards are not very amazing though, as you might expect from triple arts, but at least she can participate in a lot of arts chains. Sometimes when you don't have the third skill active, or you're only using 2 specific supports, obviously. So yeah, it depends. Anyway, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown. She gets a debuff immune for 1 time 3 turns. She gets 1k healing for every turn for 3 turns. She gets 20% gauge every turn for 3 turns. And then all allies that have the special My Fair Soldier skill seal on them get 30% battery. Interestingly enough. You'll see what that is in a second. But yeah, effect-wise, it's a skill seal, but it's a special skill seal. So this doesn't give it to like any skill sealed allies. It has to be that one specifically. But it's so, at least this is probably one of her better skills. There's really no downsides to this skill, at least. It just works. It makes sense. Good regen stuff, utility. Second skill. So on a 6-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and then her other allies get the My Fair Soldier skill seal for 3 turns. So yes, it functions exactly like a skill seal, but it's a big demerit. So what do you get? Well, the allies that do have that special skill seal on them get 50% attack for 3 turns and 30% defense for 3 turns. But yeah, these are also an active check. So while this skill seal can be removed, normally it is considered a debuff. If you get rid of it, you immediately lose the attack up and the defense up as well. So yeah, there's that. So it's kind of a weird little thing. Now, third skill, 6-turn cooldown, full party, 20% arts for 3 turns. 60% chance on base to stun all enemies for 1 turn, individual calculations as well. All enemies minus 20% defense down for 3 turns, and then all allies besides her and that are not Castoria allies get their arts card sealed for 1 turn. Come on, bro. It's such a weird skill set. It's so weird. I mean, obviously, even if you're going to use her as a DPS, chances are double Castor is already good anyway. So in that case, it's probably not that big of a deal. But if you're not using her that way, it can be really annoying. Like for what, I myself like not using Castoria, so I kind of hate this thing, but eh. And then this thing is so weird, the My Fair Soldier thing. Like before I even cover the rest of the kit, I just want to talk about this a little bit. Like, you are basically committing, like, what I said, like, it's like a speedrun support, because it's for these 3-turn buffs and I guess the battery too. You can get that too from the first skill. But like, if you cleanse it, you lose the buffs. You can sneak. I guess I didn't mention, but you can sneak the battery in. You do the second skill, you get the battery, and then you can cleanse, because the battery is 1 time. You can cheese the battery if you want and not get the big demerit. Granted, you can cleanse the thing, but the problem is, like, if you commit to this, that means your cooldowns or your other allies do not progress for the next 3 turns. That's on top of their base cooldowns from their skills. Like, it's not even a problem of, you can obviously use their shit first and then do this, but that means, let's say they have like 6-turn cooldowns. Now they're effectively 9-turn cooldowns if you want the full max value out of this. So at that point, forget about it. You're not doing anything with them for their skills for the rest of the fight, chances are. And also, another fun thing about this is that because this is not one of those demerits that's counted as a buff, while it is a demerit, this one is flat out a debuff, so you can also resist this. If your allies have any kind of debuff resistance, immunities, you can absolutely still whiff this as well, which makes it maybe not even consistent sometimes, depending on who you're pairing her with.
I don't like that second part.
It's so weird.
I think that second part is kind of bad design.
So she actually has Casgill synergy because of that, because he has debuff success.
True, yeah.
That affects her ability to debuff rate.
Yeah, if you have debuff success rate, it makes it easier to land this skill still in your allies.
For farming, I usually backline Avengers for that as well. So like...
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so like I understand, yeah. I mean, I'll get into that later.
Yeah, well, we'll cover the rest of the kit first, but I just wanted to talk about the skill for now. Yeah, I had to get it out there. Anyway, passives, 20% debuff rest, cool. 20% party Stargen when she's fielded. That's actually pretty good. That's pretty nice. For herself,
really
it's not the biggest deal ever, but 20% permanently for all allies? I mean, that's pretty good, actually, depending on who you're pairing her with. She has another unique passive, 4 stars per turn and 4 gauge per turn, also really strong. So hey, at least passives-wise, she's like beating a lot of 5 stars, if anything. That's pretty cool. She's anti-Lancer on the append, which, you know, full neutral. I mean, if you're using it as a support, you know, it's just a bonus. For DPSing, unless you're a simp like me, it's probably not that relevant. Alright, the MP then. So, it's AoE arts, damage, all enemies minus 20% defense for 3 turns, on flat effect, after damage, sadly. She cleanses her own debuffs when you use the MP, cool. And then she also heals herself for 5k on base OC, scaling up to 15k. Yeah, you can get a full heal from this. Pretty interesting. Pretty overkill most of the time, though. So, she's weird. She's so weird. Like, very niche use case. But, I mean, I guess she does have some use cases. But yeah, you're basically committing to, like, a fast clear if you're using her as a support. That's the thing.
So, hot take. I think she is top tier support.
Yeah, okay, fair.
So I don't even think this is hot take. Depends on what crowd you're talking to, because like it's not even min turn, right? Because like she has 30 spread charge for farming, really good damage numbers, of course. And I don't know. Like yes, the annoying part is technically if you want maximum damage, on that wave for the defense now, you can't use arts DPS units, because that's skill 3, which is very annoying. But like 50% attack, man, you don't get this. Like. You never get this. Is like you will never get this anywhere else, right? So
well, Umucaster has it for one ally, but yeah, you're basically correct.
Yeah, this is like insane. This is like for certain stuff, this is more damage than a meta support is going to yield you, right? So really,
yeah,
good.
The MP damage too on top, yeah.
Yeah, MP damage on top of that. It's so much damage, and so much charge. I do think that skill 2, being able to be resisted, is very annoying. Yeah. Very, very annoying. That is horrible design. It should have been 500%. Anyways, the trade-off is real. When I use her in like low star comps, I do feel that sometimes, because sometimes I just need to use I want to use support skills. But at the same time, like the question really boils down to, is your support skills better than 50% attack up for 3 turns, 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and 30% defense for 3 turns? Like it's a trade-off, and in most of the case, I would say the trade-off is worth it. Depends on your comp, of course. Like there are certainly cases where you want to cut her, but still, like just insane amounts of numbers. She's just playing the numbers game. Passive Stargen's also great, even though it's less noticeable. But yeah, for certain MPs, AoE MPs especially, just allows you to generate so much stars. And she has solo potential, right? So like the first Olga quest I soloed with her, it was very painful, but yeah, she heals a lot. This is like very reminiscent of Kiara, Alter Ego Kiara's MP, and technically more sustained because it's like full purge, it's full debuff purge as well. It's kind of crazy, right? So like even if she's the last one standing, because she gets pretty tanky with that skill too on herself as well. She has like thick HP, I'm pretty sure. So like even if you get killed until she's the last one remaining, she can probably live for another 20 turns if you play your games right? So like that MP heals so much. So I think she is such a versatile support as a free option as well, that I would put her very high on the list. Like if not just straight up EX. I think she is just very, very good.
Yeah, I don't blame you too much.
Yeah.
What do you think, Otto?
So with her, I feel like it's kind of a Santa Martha situation. She's in a way less niche because you don't have to be up against Divine or Undead or whatever. But she's harder to use. She is not a beginner servant. She is a lot of people are going to struggle to figure out how to use her, but I do think she is pretty strong. I like her as a DPS, actually, because she's very independent with her survival. Even though she doesn't have hard survival, she's constantly using her NP. So it's basically Zhufu's NP all of the time. And then the debuff cleanse, it's real nice. So I really want to be able to max her, but she's a foreigner. That means she's an extra class, and she's one of the extra classes that doesn't take skill gems. So there's just a bunch of weird gold mats I don't have with her, so it sucks. But I don't have a lot of experience with her outside of like I've used her to DPS on my alt. Her farming is meh.
I triple lord her. I think her skill 3 doesn't need to be lord, but like, I mean,
I do it anyway.
She's spread 30 charger and like super high damage. Like it's just you can't really take that away.
And like technically, it's like 70% attack because of the
MP damage.
Down, and then
the defense. Yeah.
She's got so much numbers.
Yeah, she's playing that. Like there are comps where, you know, because you know the CE choices might not always be Black Grill for some comps. Like there are comps where she buffs more damage than Oberon, which is like what the, but like it happens. It's crazy. I just think like she's playing a numbers game and she's winning hard on that numbers game. So I would put her EX for sure. I'm not actually even doubting that, just personally, but yeah.
The only thing that kind of makes me like kind of doubt EX a little bit is because again you can resist the second skill.
Yeah, dude,
I hate that.
That is such a stupid.
There's no reason for it to not be like a 500% chance, like you said. There's no reason.
Like, treat it as a buff, right? Like I thought that was a thing already. Like debuffs.
I like that it's a debuff, so you can cleanse it by choice, so you have more options. Sure. But yeah, it should be 500%, and then it would make sense.
You could also give her a debuff success passive.
Oh
that would make a lot of sense because
that would also help her skill 3 too. Yeah. I don't understand why. Man.
Maybe that'd be a bit much then, because
because the stun would maybe go a little bit too crazy.
Yeah, because like I don't want her to.
Guarantees.
Just make it 500%.
Look even worse than she already does. Yeah. Come on.
True. This skill 3 kind of power creep shooting like crazy. Let's be real. Like it's stun instead of charm, which is basically the same thing. Same defense down. I believe shooting is like 7 turn cooldown, right? And then this also has the arts for self. Yeah, and this is a welfare. Yeah, you can tell they like LB6 servants.
LB6 servants continues to take W's, man. Like
she's not even the only one in this list.
Hephaestion and her are like some of the strongest free people like in the game. It's crazy.
What do you mean, you people? Sorry,
free. I said free people, free servants.
Okay. Well, to be fair, it does lock arts cards, which could be
It is also annoying. Yeah, it limits options too.
Yeah,
that's generally why if you use her as a support, you want to use her for a non-art servant.
Or you don't pop skill 3. I honestly think it's fine.
Yeah,
you don't pop skill 3.
Yeah, there's that too.
And it's 1 turn, right? It's 1 turn. It's the art seal is not 3 turn.
Yeah, if you use her to like clear wave 1 or something, then it's irrelevant.
Yeah, it's 1 turn. So like even if you're using her in like a budget team as a support, the skill 2 is definitely way more disruptive, like Miss said, because you're like essentially not gonna be using the skill a second time, or you have to wait for a very long time. But that skill 3, let's just not MP this turn, and then next turn, everything carries on. Like just I think she's so good. I think.
All right, fuck it. I'll do it. Again, at this point, sure, I'm okay with it. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll put her in.
Also, if you're only going to get 1 NP out of your main DPS in that time, you can just use Castoria to cleanse the skill seal whenever.
Yeah, I guess you could.
Want to.
Yeah, like this is what Miss meant by you meant by the flexibility, right? Like, if I suddenly I don't need the damage anymore and I want this skill, it's gone. Right, like, it's simple. You can turn it off when you want to. So I think she's so good. She is just everyone should grab this welfare. This is just kind of
and max her out.
Yep,
very good.
She is in a summer event. Oh wait, isn't it Lost Belt 6 locked?
It is, right?
Is it? Oh, I mean,
pretty sure it is.
Isn't it? Just, it might just be the story that's locked. I can't remember.
Oh, it's not.
Oh yeah, maybe it was split. Oh yeah, it was like split like that, right? It was the main story.
Yeah, that's what they should do. Just make it so.
Yeah, that's way better.
Yeah. Just try to grab this welfare, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, so you can get her easily even with a new account. That's nice. Anyway, that was it for 4-star foreigners. And also, I didn't mention, but she was the first of the 4 new servants we had. So yeah, she did not exist in last year's list. So that was the first one. We'll see. We shall see like 2 more in the 4-star still, because only 1 new 5-star. But yeah, pretender time for 4 stars. Gonna start with the Faker, of course. She was the first 4-star pretender to be released after all. So, single target arts DPS. She's like a caster, but not. But hey, that kind of works. So, I guess yeah, true. She's a lot of things. I can still look at the number. It's not that big of a sample data though. But yeah, her attack is pretty good among her peers, I guess, at 9.8k. Take that how you will. On a 4-star, still pretty good, I would say. What's the pretender mod again? It's 1. Okay, it's just 1. Okay, it's still fun, yeah. Now, she has the double buster, double arts deck, which is totally fine. I would maybe like to see triple arts, but, you know, it works. Her gains are still fine enough anyway. I'm not too worried about it. They are okay. Now, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts and buster for 3 turns for herself. Very good, main card types. She gets this. She gets full attack and defensive advantage against caster for 3 turns. Not just 1.5x, it's 2x. So it literally becomes a rider. You can think of it that way. It's the same thing. Cool. So that's up half the time. It's kind of awkward though, because her class obviously is bad against cavalry. It's not the worst, but it's kind of bad. She's mostly anti-knight. But with this, you can do stuff with this too. You totally can, even if it's, you know, not the best uptime. Now, second skill, 120% battery. That's it. 7-turn cooldown. So there's a free MP for you. I don't love this skill though, for the record. I prefer like a smaller battery with, you know, more, you know, other stuff as well to help her gameplay. But, you know, it's a free MP on command, so can't really at least hate it too much. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets Satan for 1 turn. She gets 50% defense for 1 turn, 30% MP gain for 1 turn, and then she absorbs all curses from your party members, not from enemies, but from party members. Not that big of a deal though, I would say. Especially if you have single target cleansing, can be even actually a merit sometimes. Now, the MP gain also works double. We get like double value from it because, you know, it also would... I believe it doesn't expire before enemies go, right? I believe this one works until the end of the turn, right? Or does it?
I think this doesn't take defensive, right?
Oh, this one does. Oh,
wait, does it?
It does expire. Oh, never mind. Unfortunate. I guess it's considered an offensive buff. Yeah, that is unfortunate. But yeah,
I was
it's still
very
fun.
upset when I learned about this for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's not that big of a deal. It's not like as big as it would be like MP gain on damage taken. That scales way better with that. But yeah, it's still, you know, it's kind of a shame. But she still gets a lot of gain from this anyway, for sure. And the defense up keeps her way healthy, even on like, you know, neutral damage. No worries. That's a lot of defense. Now, passive, she gets 12% crit damage. She's not really crit focused, so it's like whatever, but hey, cool, I guess. She gets 10% crit resistance and star generation. Hey, great, why not? The star gen, again, maybe not the best thing ever, but crit resistance always welcome. 12% permanent arts, amazing. And then 10% MP damage, amazing. So hey, yeah, I would say still pretty damn good passives overall. Yeah. Anti-Lancer on the append is very good on a pretender, of course, because, you know, they're like anti-knight class. They're like the reverse of alter ego, so that's a useful one. Her MP then, so single target damage, 1 enemy gets minus 10% buster and arts for 3 turns after damage, but it is still kind of ramp up, which is cool. And then she gets 10% MP damage for 1 turn before damage on base OC, scaling up to 50%. Decent, but nothing crazy. I mean, considering how spammable the MP is, I like that the ramp up potential from the debuffs, even if it's after damage, is pretty cool. I mean, she's just a basic but really solid single target DPS that's very versatile. We land not just against, you know, knight classes and berserkers and whatnot, but also, you know, can you do anti-caster stuff too, actually, which is the fun part. She's good. Basic but good. You guys have good experiences with her?
I think this character is really, really good.
Yeah.
She's super basic in what she does, because, like, I mean, it's just like 100% battery and then single target NP. But she's usable against so many classes, and you can just give her whatever craft essence you want. So you could give her Black Grail, and she could like nuke. There's 6 different classes you can use her to nuke. You can use her against Berserker, Archer, Saber, Lancer, Caster, and then Alter Ego. Like any of those, you can do that. You can break a bar, and if you don't want her out on the field, you can taunt her on that same turn, and she can just nope out of there instantly. And then it's not hard to get her to NP multiple times because she's arts. She just makes so much sense.
Yeah, the taunt and the big battery help a lot with that too, and the ramp up on the MP.
Yeah, I'm not sure. She's not particularly great as a like her own DPS basically, but like because like she doesn't have like a lot of things going on. Sorry, I'm not focusing. She doesn't have a lot of things going on. It's just like what she does. Like it makes so much sense for her to just be a 1 and done or 2 and done. Like yeah, she's great for farming. She's great for challenge quests. Like she's top tier for me, honestly.
Oh yeah, worth mentioning, I didn't mention this, but she's the only single target pretender to this day still. There's not even that many pretenders per se, but still, no one else is single target. Oh, yeah, that's pretty funny.
I think her advantage very much, I mean, obviously everything he said, but like also very much stems in, I don't know if you should consider this in the list, but she's permanent. So if you get her to like MP 2 to 3 on accident, damn, she's solid, right? So 100% charger, very easy to fit into farming comps, hits a lot of classes, hits like, once again, hits more, like the extra coverage on that class change is also really good. Her damage is like okay. I've definitely used her as a main DPS as well, just as a looping arch single target DPS. She does like okay damage. I would say
her game is decent. I mean, it's above decent. It's quite good. Sorry.
I would say it's on the lower. It's the lower side, mostly because it's 1.5. So I guess I can't really judge that fairly. She does have like generally less stats than Berserkers. That's why she feels like she hits softer than Berserkers on non-casters, because like if she hits on casters, it's like a rider thing. So she will hit harder.
Yeah, you're talking about night classes, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But on night classes, she does hit less than a Berserker, so you might find yourself being troubled by her damage. But generally, I think she's good. Like at MP1, there are obviously a lot of left to be desired, but that's just generally the case for most DPSs, especially for 4 stars. So yeah, I mean, I'd put her A+ probably.
I was about to suggest A+, only held back by some damage, but besides that, she's got so much nice things going for her.
So part of the thing about the damage though is you can give her any CE and there's like no downside. So if you have a Black Grail, you can just slap that on her.
Super PG,
she's very flexible in that regard, and I think that makes up for her damage a decent bit. Then also,
I still think I like EA+ though.
I just don't think, because like there's going to be, because like compared to all the EX right now, like look at all the EX right now, they're basic supports. Yeah, right? Like Nagnari, I'm not considering as a DPS.
Yeah, she's mostly rated as a multi-core support, or
yeah,
just a normal support.
Because like her damage is so her damage buff numbers are so good.
Yeah.
So I think like definitely compared to these things, she's a lot less applicable, despite how applicable she already is because of her class, her battery, her class change, whatever. But still, like I genuinely think damage is an issue with her, like that I would say. But other than that is
yeah. But yeah, I mean, she's still very solid. That's for sure.
Isn't she the best alter ego killer? No, that would be Kama. Like, you could
probably true.
We already argue against this.
Yeah.
I mean, in my opinion, that would be Kama, because like she does so much more damage during those 3 turns. Just even though it's only 3 turns, and she gets it back after. I don't know.
All right. I placed Faker in A+ for that. But yeah, moving on. Okay. Another pretender. This one we're getting on NA this year. Welfare, actually. We get, I guess she is a Liz phase, right? Basically. So yeah, it's Eliza. Yeah. There you go. Eliza, the smallest of the Lizes. She's AoE buster. Not really that great in farming. She's mostly like a DPS thingy. But yeah, we'll see what she can do here. 9.6k attack is okay. Is totally fine. Acceptable. Double buster, double quick on the normal deck. Offers some crit potential, but I wish with this deck, I wish her MP was quick instead. But oh well. She has decent gains cards as well. They're fine, but nothing crazy. Now, first skill. Yeah, we got a novel here. So on a 6-turn cooldown, full party 20% attack for 3 turns, and then lawful allies get 20% crit damage for 3 turns, neutral 20% MP damage for 3 turns, chaotic 20% MP gain for 3 turns, and then party gets, well, everyone besides her gets this Mount Liang trait for 3 turns, and then she gets 500% absorb for 1 turn. It's a lot of stuff. So what was her own alignment again? She is chaotic, so she gets the MP gain, I guess. Not sure how I feel about that. Maybe the other two would have been a bit more enticing. I don't know. I haven't used her that much, but I don't know. On face value, I feel like the other two may be a bit more appealing, though. Oh well. Alright, second skill. On a 6-turn cooldown, allies that have the Mount Liang trait get 20% battery. So basically, she has spread 20 charge because she has it herself too, right? Yeah, she does it. She always has it on base herself. So it's basically spread 20 always. Granted, you use the first skill. They even share the cooldown. So that's pretty cool. Then all allies that have the trait also get 2k max HP for 3 turns. And then all allies that have it get minus 20% debuff rest for 3 turns. Is not that big of a deal unless you're going up against a lot of enemies that have like AoE CCs or something that are chance based, and that's the worst case scenario. But besides that, is not that bad of a demerit. Is okay, especially in like, you know, casual farming, DPSing. You're probably never gonna really worry about that. But yeah, spread 20 is nice.
Noctnaria synergy.
Oh yeah, true. We just talked. I guess yeah, that would eliminate some potential innate resistances. Yeah, funny. Alright, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% main card types of Buster and Quick. Very cool for 3 turns. And then 30% crit damage for 3 turns. So it's like a basic good DPS skill. At least this one makes more sense than Mixa's does. Because, you know, it's flat 3 turns each. Again, I don't know why Mixa couldn't have it for 3 turns either. Who knows? But yeah, this makes way more sense. It's not a bad skill set, actually. I like all the AoE she has, and then also has some crit DPS potential herself. Spread 20 is always nice, no matter how you look at it, for batteries. Now, 9% crit damage on the first passive. Again, helps with her own damage. And then the other passive is 6% arts up and 6% star gen. Well, her 1 arts card is pretty good, so, you know, it does something, but it's not that big of a deal. If anything, the star generation is probably more useful for her. She's anti-assassin, which is unfortunate for a pretender. It's like one of the bad case scenarios, so yikes. And the MP, so all enemies minus 10% defense down for 3 turns after damage. Could be before, could be higher. The overcharge, 50% star generation on herself for 1 turn before damage, scaling up to 150. Pretty good. It's a 9-hitter, so that actually helps quite a bit. And then 10% MP damage for 1 turn before damage, scaling up to 30%. So it's not ramp up, but, you know, helps with the damage as well, I suppose. So I remember you could kind of use her in her own event for farming, because they even tried to tailor like the 90++ for her, but even then it was so hard to do it. Everything about the node was, they tried to make her self farm, but I remember trying it wasn't pretty. It still didn't really work. Yeah. So if anything, I like her more as a DPS. Yeah.
Do you know who would have been better for that node for support, like multi-core? Fucking Nari.
Yeah. Was this before or after that? I forgot.
Before, way before.
Okay, this was before. Okay.
Yeah. So,
wow.
I have her 100. Man, I don't even use her that much in.
Probably, especially after a certain other 4-star AoE pretender was released, right?
Yeah, I also don't
even
use
less
her that much in free-to-play comps, honestly, because like I do like that. I do like the supportability from her.
Yeah.
But I think she doesn't do enough. Like she's just kind of like teetering in that weird middle ground where I don't think she's horrible. Like she's a great like I say filler like it's a really negative thing, but it's like role filler. Like if you don't have anyone like in your account for like spread charge and whatnot, she can be
Yeah.
decent. Like her cards are decent. She has some self DPS abilities. Like I think she's still like pretty okay. Like it's just for more established accounts, most people cannot find a use for her. Like but like still, I would say she's like probably more decent than a lot of people think because I still think like having the ability just to do both things is nice. Like skill 3 is nice self.
I think she's like, because she's like half DPS, half support. Like she's not amazing in either, but she can do a little bit of both. But again, the later the game's age goes, and the later how the older the account age goes for players, she's probably not going to be that useful because there's so many options for all of this stuff now.
Yeah, I think she's a similar position as Mixa, but worse. No, how is she?
I think she's way better than Mixa. This kid is way better.
Like, unless you're considering Van Gogh synergy, I don't think she's better than Mixa. Like, the only thing Mixa has over her in, like, DPSing is Van Gogh. I like, yeah, if you bring Van Gogh into the picture, then yeah, Mixa's better. Like, she can pull off more, like, crazy min-turn runs or maximum crit damage, whatever. But, like, if we're not considering Van Gogh, I think she's better than Mixa, probably.
So,
yeah.
What she feels like to me, she feels like a 4-star pretender Raiko. Because she's able to... She can use her NP fairly often because she's got decent gains on her cards. And then she's got like some decent steroids and her NP makes a bunch of stars. It ends up working out better than you'd expect. Like the numbers don't look that good, but like free NP5.
Yeah.
She just works out usually when I use her. Like like I've used her a few times. I like the team excuse me. The team charge and all. She's just a very simple servant, and she's not anything amazing. She's just pretty solid.
Like servants with like multiple roles usually gets dunked on more by the community, I say, because like they would like to min-max stuff more than having like a middle ground. I like probably I think that's why people generally don't like her, because like once again in a more established account, you really want to min-max stuff and she just doesn't do it, right? So I don't know. I still like her though. I mean, obviously I grilled her, but like I think her gameplay is like a little bit underrated, but not unwarranted underrated. I guess is the best way to put it. I don't know. I put B plus. I don't know. She's a weird.
I think we did B plus last year, and I might still agree to that, even if again we have even more options now a year later. I think that's probably okay.
Yeah. Free MP5 helps a lot.
Yeah. Not
like
too
being
bad.
Able to alternate between sources of damage.
Yeah. Right. Also, I guess, someone in the chat said she's also the only free pretender. So a little bit of points from that, I guess, to have some more options. But yeah, it's still not like the craziest thing ever.
Technically, we did get the 4-star ticket after Faker.
True.
Also,
I guess,
fact,
Faker, but okay.
Faker was actually the most picked servant on that ticket.
Yeah, makes sense.
So,
okay.
Makes sense.
All right, next up, another permanent one. Yeah, it's not just Faker. In fact, I even forgot about Tlaloc being permanent a lot, but yeah, there she is. I guess they changed the default name to be, I'm not even going to pronounce that, but yeah, Tlaloc, way easier to say. So there you go. There she is.
Tnoc Titlan. It's actually a lot easier to pronounce than you'd expect. You just
call her Mexico. Call her Breaking Bad. I don't.
It needs a yellow filter though, but okay.
Easier to say than Huitzilopochtli. Who
Nailed
exactly
it.
questionably? Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah,
I looked up how to pronounce this stuff, like
yeah,
right when it
do
came
that.
out, but I'm reminding myself.
So yeah, AOE quick DPS, and I guess a bit of, you can farm with her too. Yeah, sure. Tlaloc. 8.7k attack could be higher if anything. That's probably one of her worst things. The attack could be higher, but eh. Double arts, double quick on the deck. Decent gains, but nothing crazy. You know, still has a lot of gains cards though. Now, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 30% battery. She gets 10% MP gauge every turn for 3 turns. And then she grants the water side map for herself for 3 turns. So there's another Nemo support for you, of course. Anyway, second skill, 6-turn cooldown, full party, 20% attack for 3 turns. 20% crit damage for 3 turns. 3 turns of sure hit. And then all enemies -1 guts that can be removed. And if you remove a guts from an enemy, they get 50% defense down for 3 turns, 500% chance. Wow. Like, if you actually remove a guts with this skill is ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous. If not, it's still not bad. It's crit damage, it's attack, it's sure hits, you know, good stuff. But yeah, if you remove a guts, holy, that's a lot of more damage you can suddenly do. And obviously don't have to worry about the guts either. Crazy, crazy value. But that doesn't happen super often. So take it with a grain of salt. Now, third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she herself gets 30% arts and quick for 3 turns, 30% crit damage, and the full party gets 2k damage cut for 3 attacks, 3 turns. Wow. So it's Mashu's first skill, but for 3 hits. That's kind of crazy. Like, I remember when I did my first impression on her, I was like, what? That's 2k? That's like crazy high. And it is really high. Like, that's so much mitigation. 3 attacks for the whole party? Like, wow. That is so much protection from just one little effect. Wow. I quite like the kit, honestly. I think there's a lot of nice stuff here. It's mostly offense, of course. But, you know, I like it a lot. Now, passives, 12% arts up. Very cool for the face cards. Divinity A+, whatever. Hey, 20% crit damage on water side. And again, half the time she has a water map, at least. Unless you're fighting on a water map as is, then all the time. Great. And then the full party gets 8% arts up while she's on the field, which is just amazing. Like, what? Full arts, like, or full party-wide arts buff just from being there? Wow. Well, that's what you get when you're a city, I guess. Jesus. That's really strong. So the passives are actually very nice. God damn, dude, it's crazy. Alright, she's anti-Avenger on the append, which not that useful. It's just neutral. You're probably better off bringing something else. Now, the MP. So, on water side map again, she gets 20% MP gain for 1 turn before damage. So again, if you're farming, you can basically guarantee this for 3 MPs, which is cool because it lasts for 3 turns. The full party gets 20% MP damage, except for herself for 3 turns. So it's not, you know, before damage, but it doesn't matter really anyway because it's not for her, so it's fine, I guess. And then she herself gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn before damage, scaling up to 40%. And no, Spicy, we can't increase the music because the music volume is tricky, and I don't want to talk about this too much because YouTube won't even hear the music. The thing is, when I talk, the music gets lower because I have the filter on OBS, the I forgot what it's called, the chain thingy, but sadly it doesn't work when my co-host talks. So if I up the music, you will not be able to hear Otto and Plushie. You're just gonna have to deal with it. I'm sorry. Or you can just play your own music. Do that too. Especially if you're watching this on YouTube. Yeah, there you go. Awesome. But yeah, Tlaloc, huh? She's cool. She's nice.
Okay. So this is the first opinion I think I'm gonna piss people off. I think she is very decentralized. I think she's in the exact same camp as Pretender Liz. I don't actually see a good use case for her. Like, she has a lot of stuff, but her offense is like not very good. Her support is decent, but very specific, like short hit and guts removal, very specific, kind of all over the place. Damage cut is very nice, but not enough to warrant stuff. And for field application, like you can, if you want Nemo synergy with her,
No, that was
think
mostly a
she's-
joke. It's mostly for
I mean,
herself.
I do think that's very interesting though, because like it's like the field application is an interesting niche, but I think like in terms of like water field support, she is like maybe Zhang Jue, even though he's inconsistent, is a better support than her. So like I think especially because she's not a welfare at MP1, her use case is very weird. Like her MP is her MP wants to get looped to buff her teammates, right? Because it's 20% ramp up, which is huge, but it's only for her teammates. So like you have to either focus on looping her MP or looping your other DPS's MP, right? Which is gets a little bit complicated because like if her MP rate is as good as someone like Da Vinci Rider, then it's fine because she gets it for free anyways, but she's not. She's an AoE quick. So it's actually you need to like put some buffs into her for her to loop her MP. So like what ends up happening is just this is a very decentralized character where you don't know if you want to invest your buffs in her or if you want to invest your buffs in other people. Like the funniest comp I came up with her is like she has the main looper, but then Summer Scotty on the third turn gets 60% MP damage, right? Not 60% actually, it's just 40% unless you use her MP again. So like I think she's weird. Like I've tried to make her work because obviously she's a fan favorite and she's her design's really pretty, but I could not for the life of me find a good use case for her, unfortunately. So yeah. That's
Fair enough.
I don't actually think
She is kind of all over the place. Yeah,
crazy.
she has a lot of nice stuff, but it is all over the place. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like okay. It's just her damage isn't really that great. I kind of like some of the utility. It is pretty unique utility because like there aren't a lot of servants that can help you deal with like evade and stuff. So like that can be nice. And then the guts is super rare.
Yeah.
Like, generally guts is not removable.
And usually when they
Yeah,
use
true,
a
that
removable
too.
guts, it's only when they're like low HP, and you kind of want to avoid bosses being low HP anyway. You kind of want to nuke bars after a certain threshold. So
Yeah, I guess it can be useful against like Woodwoes and Kamazots.
Kamazots. There you go. Kamazots is a good one.
Or Beast Koyan. I think you can remove her guts too.
Beast Koyan on the last part. Yeah.
Wait, does this work on Kamazot's guts though? Because it's red. Is it the same thing? Does that still count as a guts?
The red one works. The last one works.
Oh yeah, he gets the last. He gets a normal one too. Yeah.
Yeah, he gets a normal. I'm not. It should work. Now I'm not 100%.
Yeah, I don't know either. You would think it would work, but I don't know honestly.
Yeah, you would think I know because I milked that note so much, but I don't know. Oh no. But yeah. Anyways.
Makes for good trivia.
I don't think her DP is actually that good. I'm just replying to someone in chat. I don't think her DP is that amazing because like I feel like a great like adjacent comparison is the Daikokten, who's also like an AoE quick that has team utility. I think Daikokten pulls it off a lot better than Tlaloc. Tlaloc is kind of all over the place, unfortunately. So there you go. I would not put her above Pretender Liz. I think they're like in the same boat on this, unfortunately.
I could probably see her in B+ still, yeah.
Oh, somebody in chat says it works on Kamazots. Okay, thank you for the info. That is.
There you go. Sure.
Oh, okay. Okay, so another guy confirmed in my server as well. Okay, so it should work on Red Guts. All right.
Cool. Could probably place her next to Eliza. Mostly because Eliza is free MP5, but I like she does a bit more though is the thing. But yeah, she is not the best DPS out there and kind of replaceable in a lot of the stuff that she does offer.
I think an MP upgrade would help her either for more utility or just more damage. Like, and she's permanent, so like. Like once again, I'm surprised she was permanent. Because she's like a fan favorite story specific unit that actually involves a big spoiler as well for her identity, I guess, for people who don't know. So like,
we already spoiled that though.
Yeah, but that does help her. That helps her a lot. I think her being permanent does help her. That I will give her that. Unless you want to 120 her and her coins is just completely horrendous, then yeah, sorry. But yeah.
Mood.
Sure, we'll go with B+ for now. All right, 2 more 4-star pretenders, and they're both brand new servants to this year's list. Wow. One of them actually super recent as well. So, in order, we will start by talking about Summer Baobhan Shi. There she is.
Hey, Smob.
Yeah. Oh, is that what you call her? That's kind of funny. I get it.
Podcast name.
Oh, the double joke. Wow. Holy layers.
She's our mascot. Our
Oh, that
mascot
makes sense.
doesn't appear ever.
It's the thought that counts. Anyway, we got her.
that's
She's AoE Buster, pretty sure, right? You would know, Plushy.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, okay. I was pretty sure, but I just had to check just in case. Anyway, she's like an interesting DPS. She doesn't really farm though, right? She's like an interesting DPS and soloer and whatnot.
Yeah, very fun.
Can farm, it's just not like. It's not
Yeah.
worth it.
Yeah, okay.
She's just a standard 30 charging farmer.
Mm,
That's nothing
okay, so
special.
nothing too pretty. All right, 9.8k attack is pretty good though. We're now on the upper side of numbers again. That's nice. Double Buster, double Arts on the deck.
Wait, actually, correction. She technically you can go without Oberon on turn 3 because
Yeah, because she has charge per turn.
Oh, yeah,
you
yeah,
get 20,
true.
You get 20 extra on turn 3. But yeah, that's rare. You want to use Oberon with
Yeah.
her anyway.
Yeah, you still want to do it anyway for farming, so yeah.
But also you'll need her in you'll need her bond 10 because that's how you get an append for limited. If
Or
you're-
just pull
Right.
like 10 like
Yeah, just simp, bro.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Ten-
her
10
deck,
Norseman,
I
you mean?
kind of like the deck. I'm sure Plushy has a better comment on the deck. I think on paper, I think I kind of like it though. The gains are not horrible either. They're fine. At least look fine on numbers. Okay. All right, first skill on a 7-turn cooldown. The full party gets 20% attack and defense for 3 turns, and then all regen buffs, meaning HP per turn, MP per turn, and stars per turn from everyone are get extended by 3 turns, except the round out ones, the unremovable ones that you get from story stuff and whatnot. And then all enemies get their dots extended, poison, curse, burn for 3 turns again, except for the unremovable ones. Very interesting. I'm a big fan of this skill because of all the potential it offers. Because no one else does anything like this. It's very cool. I quite like
By
it.
the way, that's the thing that I was referring to earlier with someone who someone used that
Yeah.
and SQ revived like for hundreds of turns, and since
Oh
they
yeah.
died, since they had the front line and back line die against one of those imaginary whales.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They just kept stalling it for like 3 more turns, then 2 turns pass, then stall for 3 because it resets your skills every time you SQ revive.
Yeah, it's like a full command seal thingy.
Yeah, but they got like a gazillion damage.
I hope there was a note for that on main story because I have nowhere to spend my blue cubes. That would be a great place to dump my blue cubes. That would be funny, but anyway.
Sure, dude. Anyway, it's a very cool skill though, and very not maybe super applicable, but can be. Now, second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, 1 enemy, all buffs, gone. Then that enemy also gets minus 30% debuff rest for 3 turns, 30% crit chance for 3 turns minus, and then they get this delayed, or rather not even delayed, they get minus or tick per turn for 2 turns. Very cool. You can't stack that, but that's minus 2 ticks from that skill alone on the, this turn and then the next turn each. Wow, very cool. And then she gets 30% MP gauge. I really like this skill. It's so cool. Like, it's so much delay. I kind of wish it was AoE, but that would be a bit too OP because she's AoE herself. But still, I really like this skill. There's a lot of good stuff here. And I like the order of operations because, the buff strip, you don't, if an enemy is like immune, you can still do that. But then the debuff res landing after that, and then after that, you get the crit chance down and the MP down per turn. Those are debuffs, so if you have more debuff res down, then it's easier to land those as well. So that's why the order of operations is also very cool on this. Great skill. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. The full party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns, 15 stars, and then all allies with this her unique crit damage wrath, buff get 20% MP damage more for 3 turns, and then also 20% battery. So let's now explore how we get the crit damage buff. So passives, we got a lot to talk about.
Longest passive in history.
Yeah, it's a doozy. I remember reading it in like when I was doing my first impression, I was confused, but yeah. Anyway, 25% debuff rest, awesome. 12% quick up, cool, but not the biggest thing for her. 4% arts up, pretty cool as well. And then depending on her ascension, she gets either 4% crit damage against mana attribute or 20. I really dislike this thing because, you know, it's like, yeah, for the second passive, really the first one is a bit better, but it's a big difference for the second one. It doesn't really matter, like you said, but I still dislike it inherently, though. I don't like this kind of design personally that ties to aesthetics. I kind of hate it.
First ascension because,
yeah.
I mean...
But yeah, this passive, if you get the max value, it's pretty good. I like it. Anyway, second weird passive. So all allies that are chaotic alignment get 5% MP gain, and also the same with good alignment. And if you, that's the first ascension, or first and second. And if you're third ascension, it's 4%. And then all ascensions, this is the important part, have this permanent on defense buff thingy. So every time someone gets hit, they get this Wrath crit passive, which is 10% crit damage for 1 turn. But it's important because of the third skill basically. So you get bonus effects, but it's basically a crit damage buff. It's just a special one because, you know, otherwise you could cheese this way easier. Very interesting. Now, her appendix against berserkers, very solid option there as well. Like it. And then the MP is pretty stacked, I have to say. So before damage, she gets 20% buster up for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 40%. And that's it for the overcharge. But man, we have a list of normal effects. So first of all, before damage, she gets 1k HP per turn for 3 turns, 10% gauge per turn for 3 turns, 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Cool. And then she has a 150 super effective against mana attribute enemies. Nice. She does 2k curse and poison all enemies for 3 turns, and then minus 50% attack on all enemies for 1 turn. Like, what is this MP, bro? It's crazy. And again, these are all the region buffs you can also extend with the first kill. Now, I like it. I like her and I don't like her, but mostly I like her. The only things I don't like her are the first and the third skill, because if you want the max value, you're supposed to delay them after the first MP, right? Or at least, maybe not max value from first, but way better value, right? And then you also can't get the MP damage until you're hit, of course, as well. Same with the gauge as well. So that's the only thing I really don't like about her. But besides that, she brings a lot to the table, though. Holy. And I assume because it's the attack down that makes her a good soloer too, right?
Yeah. Also, of course, the sustain. So, like, as you said, her skill usage timing is very interesting because, like, for example, that's first skill. Depending on what I'm fighting, I have tried to greed until I got 2 MPs in before.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So, like, there's a lot of, like, greed.
I like to do that.
You can greed for it if you really want to. It gives her a lot of, like, initial head start in terms of warming up. So, Baobhan, very interesting servant. Very unconventional playstyle, I'd say. Like, most people probably don't really enjoy her. In a vacuum, can obviously use her as just a AoE buster looper that has anti-man, but like it's kind of boring.
Dude, the second skill has to be like, it's so boss heavy. Come on, bro. It would be a shame not to use her mostly for bosses.
Yeah, for sure. So there's 2 things you can do with her. The first thing is in a team. There are many teams you can build with cooldown reduction in mind, as well as other permanent per turn effect units. So there will come a point where you would not run out of per turn effects. Like if you have a cooldown reduction unit in your team, for example, like Tamamo is probably the best one. You can spam her MP as well. You will come to a point where her first skill catches up with the amount of per turn buffs that you apply to her, and then she just gets like 10,000 heal every turn and like and 100% gauge every turn, and then she just is able to use her MP every single turn and she never dies, right? So like that is a very interesting playstyle. Obviously it's not like Solemn Spam is probably still better as an infinite stall team, but it's a fun thing you can do, right? But generally skill 1 also synergizes with like just good sustained supports like Merlin, even like Hebatron.
Yeah, I was about to say his MP does all of this stuff.
And Hans as well.
Hans for lower rarity. Hebetrot for soloing. The heal per turn, huge heal per turn, is also able to be extended by this effect.
Yeah, and she's a female, so it works on her too.
Yeah, and the MP obviously really stacked.
It's crazy stacked. Holy.
Yeah, there are comps where you do like double Baobhan Shi. It does require a lot of ramp up. I would say like you will have to do that in a slower fight because like you can't have too much immediate pressure. But like if you're able to pull it off, you will end up with two Baobhan Shis spamming their MP every turn. It's 100% attack down. It's just over. Right, so you just win. You lock it in. Right, but like that is obviously the funny like recreating Sir Nunos on your side of the field. Where you can't break the defense, and you also spam a bunch of curse because that gets extended as well. All the dot that she spams on her MP. The other thing, of course, is her solo. Her solo is very interesting as well. It requires some ramp up, but with the correct CE choices, she can get herself, back up HP very easily. Like the CE I like to use with her the most is the Tomacat CE that boosts heal by 75%. So after you get
made in Halloween.
Yeah, she can heal like over 10,000 very easily every single turn, and just kind of and you cut the enemy's damage by half as well whenever you spam her MP. And like I guess her solo is interesting but also boring at the same time because all you do is you press MPQA Mighty Chain and you just use her MP every turn and it's just over. Right, like at some point you
once the train is rolling, it's just going.
Yeah, so very interesting character. Of course, her solo gets like very much derailed by debuff immunity because she's still taking the full damage. Buffs. Yeah, also attack buffs. So like there are things you have to work around. Her second skill, of course, like as you mentioned, is probably one of the best like generally effect. Like her first and third skill are very like playstyle specific. And also like enemy RNG is specific on that third skill, but her second skill is very busted, right? Full buff purge.
I can't believe it's 2 ticks down. That's crazy. Guaranteed.
Yeah, 2 ticks down. Yeah, it cannot block the MP immediately. Like it just like stops them from.
Yeah, it's at the end of their turn, right?
Yeah. But like, 2 ticks down on 6-turn cooldown is kind of crazy, right? And on top of buffer, so it gets really disruptive as well. Especially like once again, if you're running one of those like stall teams with cooldown reduction, this is going up like every couple of turns. They just never MP. Like I've run a team with like Tamamo, Edison, and her against Demonic Bodhisattva, the big Kiara. One of the biggest things with that fight is her MP removes buffs, right? She didn't get to MP for the entire fight. Like it was like 50 turns, she didn't get to MP at all. So like it's just really she's really fun, but like once again, I'm not sure if this is a playstyle that general players enjoy. So
I don't think we have to factor in enjoyment though, because this is still a game playlist.
I guess yeah. Or I should say like I don't know if this is like really that practical because I know like a lot of things you can just I just slap Castor and kill them anyways. What do I have to do?
I mean, then everyone would be in like E tier.
Yeah, you're right. That too. So I think she has very high potential. My personal bias would put her in A plus, but I don't know.
I mean, I haven't even used her that much, but she just looks so good on paper to me for bosses. Like I don't really dislike really anything, but like, the small awkward thing, like with the delay of the third and the first skill, sometimes is a bit the one thing I don't like. But besides that, it's not even a huge gripe I have. Otherwise, I really like her.
I guess the strongest thing for her is like she can reach a point where you win. Like teams involving her or solos sometimes, there will come a point where you're just like, okay, I won because they could never kill her. It's just literally nothing they can do about it. So which is like that is like a cool thing to have on a servant where you just say, I haven't technically won yet, but I already won. Right? So that's what she can achieve. How about you, Otto?
Yeah.
So I will take credit as the person who invented multiple funny teams for her, including the Tamamo one and the Edison one. I am proud of that. That shit is so dumb. I love it. Her gameplay, like she is so experimental. They did multiple things that they've like never done before, like the double drain and then buff duration increase. Like that is something I've been wanting for a long time. That's actually kind of what I wanted on caster shields and P upgrade, like increase debuff duration by 1. But that is neither here nor there. So she's just a really cool servant. Like, as far as practicality goes, I don't think she's like super incredible. But like yeah, again, if fun doesn't factor into it, then like it's not much to be said, unfortunately. But very cool servant. I love the buff removal as well. I forgot that there was buff removal on it for a while. And then,
yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, she has that too.
Yeah, she has a lot. She's just so good at shutting down bosses, I guess. You know, the drain, the attack down, the buff removal. She just shuts down bosses if they don't have retaliation in their built-in gimmick. So
anyway, I ended up placing her in A+, and with that, we can talk about our last 4-star servant, but also another new servant, of course. 3 out of 4 new servants after this have been covered. So yeah, let's talk about also, I think the latest one of the whole list, should be Mr. Alessandro di Cagliostro. There he is, the Italian
less than
count.
2 weeks ago, right? He came out.
Yeah, maybe just above 2 weeks at this point. I forgot, but you could be right. Or is it maybe it's less than 2 weeks? I already forgot. It's probably less than 2 weeks. Okay. But yeah, he's new. Bottom line, he's new. Last week we covered, Monte Cristo as well, who was released with him. So yeah, new boys are new. So yeah, what is he? He's AoE arts, he's finicky, he's weird, but yeah, and his MP is a visual mess, but yeah, he's kind of cool though. 9.6k attack, again, is fine, nothing remarkable, but it's okay. He has the caster deck, triple arts, look at that. Again, nothing crazy, good on the cards themselves, because whenever it's triple arts, you can't really expect miracles. Is okay. At least he can do a lot of arch chains, which is cool. Alright, first skill on a 7-turn cooldown, he gets a 50% battery for himself. He gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns. All enemies get a confusion for 3 turns with a 30% chance to activate a skill seal for 1 turn. And this, again, as far as I know, can activate multiple times. This one is not limited to times, for better or worse. It's alright. It's quite a cooldown, of course, but, still fine. Second skill is pretty interesting, though. So on a 10-turn cooldown, he gets a Guts for 1 time, 5 turns, with a 10k revive. So, yeah, basically, like a flat number-wise, it's the highest Guts in the game as far as I know, so that's pretty cool. And then he gets this on Guts activate buff for 1 time, 5 turns, so whenever a Guts is activated on him during this time, he gets 30% battery, and also... Oh, actually, no, it's just the battery. He gets 30% battery from that, and he always gets 30% MP gain for 5 turns. So the downtime is very big, of course, but at least it's still 5-turn effects, I guess. But yeah, you're still gonna have 5 turns of downtime on everything. Ooh. Alright, 6-turn cooldown on the 3rd skill. He gets 30% arts up for 3 turns on himself, 30% crit damage on himself for 3 turns, and then this on attack debuff for 3 turns. So whenever he's attacking with normal attacks, enemy gets a minus 10% buff success rate down, which can lead to some funny things, I guess. So everything besides his MP, including his extra attack, will work on this for the 3 turns after the 3 turns you use it on. Very, very cool. But there's this one awkward thing that I don't like, is that, again, he skill seals potentially on his first skill. So if the enemy is skill sealed, they won't attempt to buff themselves anyway. So it's a bit of anti-synergy that I don't really like between this and that. But it's maybe not the biggest worry ever. It's just a bit, sad. Also, I'm not sure how much I like crit damage on him. He clearly isn't meant to be like a big crit DPS because he's arts-based. He doesn't have a very good star gen or anything like that, but I guess they wanted to put it in there anyway.
I mean, a vacuum is not bad, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, I feel like some other effects could have been cooler, but okay. Again, it's not a bad thing necessarily, though. Now, first passive, he gets 30% arts star generation. It definitely helps with that, but yeah, they were trying things here for sure.
Yeah, they're trying.
Yeah, and then he gets 10% debuff res. Pretty cool. He gets 10% debuff success rate and 10% buff removal resistance. Again, you can't really rely on the latter, so it's a cool thing if it procs, but again, definitely not reliable. And the debuff success rate is cool. He has some debuffs, so why not? And then 10% arts crit damage. Well, he's triple arts, so sure, dude. Interesting. He's anti-Avenger on his passive as well because, you know, id, OC2 that is. Everyone hates Avengers, I guess. Alright, MP. So before damage, all enemy defensive buffs, bye-bye. That's very nice utility. Love it. Minus 20% defense down all enemies for 3 turns. After damage, sadly, but hey, cool. And then super effective against the lawful alignment enemies for base 150 on OC to 200 on max. It's a pretty cool MP. In fact, it's pretty boring, but it's cool. It works. And it's visually like a, you know, a seizure machine.
Yeah. Visually, it's horrible, but I mean, like, look at it. It's anti-lawful.
Yeah.
Defense down, ramp up, defensive buff removal before damage.
Yeah, there's a lot of lawful knights. Very applicable, and also berserkers, I guess, and even alter egos.
I can't believe they power crept Oberon.
Wow.
Here's my take on this guy, right? I actually think he is surprisingly, like, his skill set is surprisingly stacked, right? Like he is, I think, the only 4-star AoE that has a 50 battery, right?
Yeah.
So like he has a big battery. He has decent amount of steroids, 30% MP damage up, 30% arts up, and MP gain up for 5 turns. I mean,
did you mean like among pretenders or what?
No, among everything, right? Is there
Catskill has 50%.
Oh, Catskill, I'm stupid. Catskill and Helena, right?
There's also
she has split for 50, yeah.
And there's some that have more than 50%. There's like
Nidocris, yeah.
Nidocris, oh yeah.
Generally just casters though.
I mean, okay. What I'm trying to get to here, because I did max. Okay, I didn't lord the skill 3, but I lowered 2 of his skill. He's actually really decent as an AoE looper. Like he's a 50 charger AoE looper with decent stairs, like 30% MP damage up, 30% arts up, MP gain up as well. Like, and he has anti-trait. Like, you can definitely use him as just an arts looper. Like, his refund is fine. Like, the hits are not amazing, but he has a lot of gain boosts. And the second thing is the guts, right? The guts is obviously the most eye-catching part about his kit, and it really fixes the biggest problem people have with guts, which is like, you know, guts in teams doesn't really matter because it procs the guts, he revives with 2000 HP, and then the enemy like comes back and then smacks them with the back of their hand, and they die anyways. But nope, this is almost like an invul, a single target if you think about it. Like tanking an MP with this, like it's almost the same thing. Like sometimes
it also affects enemy actions a little bit because he can't get double tapped like back to back with if the first one procs a guts. Yeah, the second action would be forced to go on someone else unless it's an AoE.
Yeah, it can't be immediately double tapped there, exactly. So yeah, there's a lot of, like, this could even be a heal if you time it right. Like obviously the cooldown is very annoying, but yeah, so I think his like biggest like thing is him being story locked. I think if he was permanent and people starts to get like higher than MP1 of him, they could just very justifiably use him as just a hearts looper. Like if they don't have a good option for against knight classes, I think he's actually really solid. And of course the MP, as I mentioned before, it has all good effects, right? Defensive buff removal before, and defense down ramp up. That neither of those affect farming, but they're really good for CQs. And anti-lawful skills with overcharge, which is nice for
Melt Lancer doesn't. Sorry, I'm replying to someone in chat. Melt Lancer doesn't have 60% battery. The team has 30% battery. It's hers now, though.
I guess it's a technicality, but yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, but I like him. I know when he came up, people were like, he's kind of mid because, you know, AoE arts loopers.
I mean, he was released with the freaking Monte Cristo. You think anyone's going to talk about him?
That too. Monte Cristo's kind of overshadowed.
He stole all the talk.
You know, and people hate his MP animation.
Yeah, true. Like, it looks horrible, sadly.
Yeah.
It sounds cool, but it looks horrible.
It makes me nauseous.
Yeah.
So like yeah, but I think he's honestly pretty solid. I'd say he's one of the more solid 4 stars out there.
Yeah. One of the A's, you think, or something?
For sure. I think he's one of the A's for sure. 100%,
yeah.
But
yeah, he covered the thing about his guts being like his guts takes advantage of being what guts is good at, and then also makes up for the demerit. Like the bad thing about it. half of the uptime. It's not that great, but it's still pretty cool. But yeah, I also like the defensive buff removal before damage. That's really nice. Means he doesn't get stopped. I don't have much else to say about him. I don't have him, so I didn't get to use him.
I haven't used mine yet much. He's kind of cool though. I should use him. Although again, I hate the MP though.
Also, like the art style. It's great for because you can just dump a bunch of arts buffs on him, and he's getting gain on most of his cards.
Because he's not a welfare. I think I think
yeah.
If we're rating,
he's not even permanent.
Yeah, he's not even permanent. If we're rating everything at an MP5, then I think he definitely could be higher than like Taisui, for example. But he's not. So and he's like realistically one of the 4 stars that you might like if you have him, you just stuck at MP1 for a lot of the cases. So I guess it's kind of fair to dock a point maybe. But yeah,
like a high A. Let's call him a high A without putting him A+. With good potential. Okay. And that's it. That's all the 4 stars with the initial placements. Wow. I mean, we have a lot of 5 stars still to go, and this is nowhere near ending anytime soon. But there you go. Initial placements of 4 stars done. So now, again, we go back in the class order. So we're going to cover all the alter egos first. Woohoo! So yeah, back to the release of alter egos. We didn't just get a 4 star. We got 2 5 stars. So they're up on the chopping block first. Starting with Meltryllis, or just Melt, because no one says the full name. It's kind of weird, I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, Melt, OG. Yes, we covered Lancer. Yeah, sure. I like Lilith more as well, but apparently it's supposed to be Rillis. I kind of hate it, but whatever, dude.
Makes me feel like I have a lisp. Multiple.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, we covered Lancer like ages ago. Like, I don't even know, like 2 months ago or something, almost. But yeah, now we get to the OG alter ego. So single target, quick DPS. Now her stats are slightly under average for attack among her peers, but still an okay chunk of attack. She's got double buster, double quick on the deck, which has aged pretty well, I want to say. With the release of Summer Scotty, better quick chains, mighty chains, etc. And her gains are fine. They're nothing great. They're fine. They're totally fine. Now, first skill after the buff is a 5-turn cooldown. She gets a 2-hit, 3-turn evasion, 15 stars, and a 30% battery. I mean, it works. Thank God the evasion is not just flat 1 turn. Makes it way more flexible, especially because she's quick, where you can't necessarily afford to throw away defensive buffs willy-nilly, So, hey, that's good. I like it. It's simple. It works. Offense gets the train going or keeps it going. Both work. There you go. I guess even if you have the append maxed as well, the battery, you can even get 50% from this and that. So it makes for a lot of good Scotty synergy as well. Now, second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% attack for 3 turns. She gets this on attack buff for 3 turns. So whenever she's normal attacking, she gets 15% crit damage for 3 turns. And this activates on every normal attack. Even if extra can't crit, you still get this from it. And then she gets minus 10% defense down for 3 turns. Just one time on that, so it's not that big of a deal. Just one and done. Yeah, it could be worse. So yeah, you can get a lot of crit damage from this, needless to say. The MP obviously doesn't give a buff to you, but chances are you're still going to use a lot of her. She's going to be your main DPS, right? If you bring her, she doesn't really bring anything to the team, really. So you're going to always like prio her cards. So it's a good amount of crit damage on the table. And again, it's also before damage. So if the card happens to crit, you can immediately gain some value from it too. Again, it's simple, but it works for a decent damage boost all around. Third skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, all enemies minus 50% MP damage for 1 turn. Then all allies besides her get minus 50% MP damage for 1 turn. And then she herself gets 30% MP damage for 2 turns. This skill sucks. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like it. It sucks. It does so little for a 6-turn cooldown. Like, it's not even enough with the enemy MP damage down. You would need more than that to nullify MPs. And chances are the supports that pair the best with her can't really help with that anyway. So that's kind of awkward. The merit is like whatever. I think that's like, that doesn't even matter. Because again, chances are you're going to bring double support with her anyway. But yeah, it's just, that's it. You get 30% MP damage for 2 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. Like, are you kidding me? This is a post buff. Are you kidding me? Like, that is so bad. That is actually so weak and bad. I don't even know. I forgot it was this bad, actually. Anyway, first and second skill are pretty good, though. Now, 17.5% debuff res, cool. 8% quick up, very cool. 10% crit damage, also very cool. And then another 22.5% debuff res puts her at, like, what is that? 40% debuff res on base. Yeah, that's really good. Okay, great. Pretty damn good passives, I would say. Basic, but they make a lot of sense with her playstyle and card types and whatnot. Anti-Lancer on the append is an unfortunate miss, so not good on an alter ego. MP then, never been buffed, so it's an 8-hitter. Can generate some stars, removes all buffs from the target after damage, sadly, but hey, I like that it's a full removal, so attack buffs are gone too. And then after damage as well, she gets 10% quick up for 3 turns on base OC, scaling up to 30%. So a bit of ramp up, but again, after damage, so diminished value. I think Melt is still fine, and again, she looks like, yeah, sure, she hasn't gotten that much love lately with like buffs or anything, but at least, you know, her deck and numbers still, I think, you know, have kept her relevant with the new changes to, like, you know, Quick Change, Summer Scotty, stuff like that. So yeah. I still think she's good, but I have my gripes with her for sure, namely the MP being a bit awkward and the third skill being like trash.
Yeah, I think she is like very similar to the case of, like, I don't know, like Okita, I guess, because like,
yeah, good numbers.
She's like single target quick, good numbers. Like her stuff. Other than I do think skill 2 is really good as low cooldown as well. But she just has like really simple game plan. You want a single target quick that kills stuff. She's gonna kill stuff. And just overall very. Like, yeah, like still carried by her number. Like, yeah, if she got like an MP upgrade or something, that would just 100% help her. All right, like she just needs to catch up a little bit with the damage and whatnot, or rather, like beat other people's more quote unquote complicated skill set with damage. Right. So I think she's still very solid. I do understand people's gripe with her, but like she is just 1 MP upgrade off. And it's not even like she does bad damage right now, right?
Yeah, she still does fine.
Yeah, she is very much like basic and effective like choice. She is still probably like the quote unquote best straightforward de facto alter ego DPS. Even though I have another person in mind, but like this is really good, right? This is really good. I don't know. I mean, you can't go wrong with Melt, I think. But yeah, that skill 3 kind of sucks though.
Yeah, that's post buff. What the hell? What do you think, Otto, of Melt?
I like buff removal that you can put on an NP, because if it's on an NP, that means you can use it more often. If it's on a skill, you're locked to a certain cooldown. I feel like I should have mentioned that last week with was it Tyra? And I think there's a couple that last week had the buff removal, but it's more value. Oh yeah, Amaka said that's who it was.
Yeah, funny you should mention that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of value in buff removal that you can activate multiple times, like, and you can spam it and all. And even though it's after damage, it's still, you're dealing with offense.
I mean, it's a great bonus anyway.
Yeah. It's a really simple NP. It's a shame all of the effects are after damage instead of before. But it's good. I understand that people do see the 15% and think that's a really small number, but like on the crit scale, that is.
I mean, you can get so many though, yeah.
Yeah, it still adds up. Like the standard these days is a 30% crit buff, even for 5 stars.
Yeah, they went down on those.
Yeah, I mean, generally what it is, it's just like they have a bunch of multiplicative buffs, like like Huyanjuo, for example. Like she only gets, how much is it? Is it 20% or is it 30% crit per buster card?
I forgot. Something like that.
But she's got 30 and 30 on attack and buster quick as well. So it's just more so multiplicative buffs that they're focusing on instead of big raw one buff type, which is generally more favorable. But like being able to just scale up the crit damage, it's also nice because you can like maintain that higher damage even when your second skill isn't up, because you're going to have a couple turns where
Yeah.
the crit buffs are up, and and that's something that Quick loves to do. It loves to be able to keep outputting damage because it can go beyond that turn 3. Even if you don't have the quick buffs from Scotty, you're still going to be able to spam because you're throwing out the stars and you're critting with your cards, and like you're also probably in a situation where you didn't have to use all your batteries just to
I was about to say you can potentially save them because of face card gains, to spread out more than 3 turns.
Yeah, that's something I think Quick pulls ahead of Buster with, because Buster is very much locked to 3 turns, or maybe 4, because they can't get their NP outside of that. But yeah, I think she plays to the strengths of Quick quite well. Her first skill buff, it's funny because like if you look at the
the pre-buff
the skill upgrades for like a few months around her, everything is a battery. There's like 2 or 3 upgrades out of like 12 that are batteries.
Yeah,
it's so funny.
Anyway, I think I would be still okay with like an A+, just because her numbers are so good.
Oh, yeah.
Even if I don't agree with everything in her playstyle, she's still solid, she makes sense.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I can agree with that.
I think she's aged pretty well.
Yeah. Good deck for modern stuffs.
Oh boy.
Alright, she's good.
Boy.
Alright, then we talk about the other 5-star alter ego that was added basically like a week later from her, I think, or 2 weeks. 1 or 2 weeks, probably 1 week, because banner 2. Anyway, it's time to talk about Sesshouin Kiara, the OG alter ego. We talked about her summer version last week, and now we get to talk about the OG. A lot of similarities, but still pretty different, I want to say. So AoE arts, DPS, farmer. I would say definitely more of a DPS, though. I think summer is definitely the better of the farmers. But, both can be used in both.
She isn't the best, but yeah.
Yeah, but I very much like OG Kiara way more on bosses, because she has a lot of nice tools. So 11.6k attack, again, very similar to Melt, for instance. So it's okay. It's nothing crazy. It's passable. It's okay. Deck, double Buster, double arts. I kind of like it. I think it's fine. Gains are okay too. Nothing crazy, just okay. Now, skills. We got a lot of stuff on the skills. So on a 6-turn cooldown, the first skill, one enemy minus 100% debuff rest for 1 turn, then minus 30% arts rest for that enemy for 1 turn, and she gets a 50% battery. Man, before buff, this skill was pretty trash. Actually, no. Wait, the battery was always there. They added the arts rest down. Okay, so I thought they added the battery. Okay, never mind.
Even after its buff, it's still not that great of a skill.
Yeah,
like 50% battery is nice, but like 30% heart.
It's pretty standard for a 50% battery now, like without a buff nowadays, I would say. So
yeah, I mean, you look at that, and then you look at Anastasia's skill upgrade. It's AoE for 3 turns, and then it's got AoE stun, and then.
I was about to mention that. Why is I always hated that this arts rest down is an AoE when she is AoE. I always hated that, but it is what it is.
Also,
anyway,
wish the debuff resist had like a 500% chance of landing.
That too, yeah, to guarantee like everything else. I still don't hate this skill. It's fine. It's not Melt's 3rd skill. It's still fine. It works, but yeah, it could be better still. Now, 2nd skill though, on a 6-turn cooldown, minus 1 tick to all enemies. Remove all enemy buffs that can be removed, and then minus 30% defense for all enemies for 3 turns. That's good. That's very good. Now, you might have to delay using it in 1 turn if you want max value, of course, with the tick, because you might want to MP turn 1 with the defense down could be useful, but it's so worth, oh my, I like this skill a lot. It's so nice, it's so simple, it's beautiful. Bosses, love it. Even a bit useful on farming, but not that great there. 3rd skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets an invul for 1 turn, 50% crit damage, MP gain, debuff rest, healing up, all for 1 turn for herself, and then she does 3k damage to herself, which cannot be lethal, but you might be saying, 3k, that's a lot, even for an SSR. Yeah, it doesn't matter at all. When you see the MP, it does not matter in the slightest. So yeah, it's an interesting burst skill, I want to say. It's pretty. Obviously, the downtime is very big, but yeah, works. Although nowadays with Castoria, you know, the defensive, you know, edge from it is not even the greatest thing ever. But you know, it's still an okay skill. I think.
It's I want the skill buffed, and it's such a simple buff. Make one or two of those effects 3 turns, and then add a pretty big star bomb, like 30%. 30 stars.
Probably can't make the MP gain 3 turns, but yeah, anything else could be like crit damage, debuff res, and then yeah, sure, they could do that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think I used to love her a bit more on the skill set. I think she hasn't aged perfectly, but she still has a lot of nice things going for her. Now, 8% crit damage on the passive, cool bonus. 2% crit damage, instant kill res and mental debuff res, another cool bonus. Again, this is always E rank. I'm so weirded about it. I don't get it, but lore, okay. Then the Kiara passives. So this is the one that Summer also had, which is humanoid defense, 16%. That's really big. Again, one of the reasons why I think she's even better on bosses, because again, 99% of servants are humanoids. So hey, that's just permanent 16% defense up. Pretty cool. And then this Kiara has the Saver passive. I'm not going to read it, but yeah, the Saver passive, which gives her half offensive advantage against ruler class, so she can do 1.5x. Think of her as like a berserker against rulers, minus the defensive disadvantage. Pretty interesting. Obviously, you're probably still better off running Avengers, of course, because they get 2x and they get the defensive advantage too. But you know, it's an option, I guess. You know, so it's interesting. Yeah, I actually like the humanoid passive way more though. It's more universal. And then, yeah, her anti-appendage against rulers too. So, yeah, there you go. Might as well. Right, the MP then, also buffed. So, before damage, Invul Pierce for 1 turn, and the damage ignores defense. So, she has the very nice combo of Invul Pierce and defense, always on command on MP. Great, very good. And then on base OC, she gets a 5k heal, scaling up to 10k on max. So yeah, you thought that 3k was bad. She doesn't even need the healing boost from that skill to even get it back. 1 MP on base OC is already way more than enough to cover for the missing HP from the 3rd skill. No worries whatsoever. So if anything, I feel like Kiara's one of her issues as a DPS is like she probably doesn't do the most damage. That's probably one of the main issues. Her damage won't be like crazy high, because she just doesn't have that much like damage that would help directly with the MP, especially because the Archer's down is also 1 turn and not even AoE. But she's got a lot of tools, and she's very self-sufficient, at least in survivability, which again may be a bit diminished value in Castoria at times, but yeah, like she's not bad.
I think Kiara definitely excels in like the obviously the defense ignore Invul Pierce combo is still very solid, and she has, you know, 2nd skill, very big heal on MP, right? But I just feel like a lot of that stuff is like, first of all, it's less relevant, like you said with Castoria. That's a horrible like thing to bring up every single time, because that's why I hate Castoria's design. I think she just makes discussions very boring. Otto told me that as well. I say, but essentially, this is just like a lot of these things are no longer as valuable, because like the bosses are coming up with like counterplay to like buff removal mainly, with a lot of this kind of stuff, right? And her damage just is not like is not great, and the scariest part with that is she already has an MP upgrade. I think the scariest part about a servant with like, you feel like their damage is not that great, and you look, oh, they already have an MP upgrade. It is kind of scary. Like what else can they add to her? And also she already got like a lot of buffs. Like what else can they really add to her to fix her damage? Which is I think like I like Kiara a lot, but I think nowadays, like even though she can almost do like just uninterrupted damage, it's still just not enough, because she doesn't do that much damage. It's kind of like the same like complaint I have with Dioscuri, where like, yes, they do like they do like damage without interruption, other than special damage resist, but they just don't do that much damage, so it almost feels like they're getting half resisted a lot of times. So I don't know, I don't really see her as that good anymore nowadays, unfortunately. But
Yeah,
yeah.
I think she's gone down in my eyes as well. I used to value her so much, but I think in 2024 I can kind of finally say that, yeah, she's not like that amazing anymore. She's not bad by any means, but she's definitely come down in my eyes over years. What do you think, Otto, about OG Kiara?
So, so I've kept my silence for a long time because I don't want to. I didn't want to like provoke any sort of unhappy conversation with you, Plushie, but I still think she's really good.
I assume it's because of all the utility that she has. You like your win conditions, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I had a feeling you would still like her a lot.
Yeah, her issue is damage, and that's her only issue. Like, she has
That's
so
a
many
big
other...
issue, though.
Yeah, but like she's got such easy synergy with Black Grail, I guess. And then like you compare her with all
With
sorts
Black
of
Girl,
damage.
damage is still ass, bro. Okay, look. Here's the thing. I don't have her MP5. I have her MP3, and my extra class score 2 is maxed. Like completely capped out. Her damage is still crap. So like I think I understand win conditions, but another
Also, her
win
crits are
condition is
not
killing.
reliable. She doesn't generate any stars.
Yeah, another win condition is just killing the opponent. Like I think killing power is actually a win condition as well, and she lacks that.
And sometimes you're not able to kill them because you can't do damage. So her being able to remove buffs and then also having ignore defense and I know like I have her 100 NP2. I definitely feel the damage being lacking too, but I just don't think it's as huge of a problem because like I think that's actually just kind of a problem with a lot of the extra classes. They're doing 50% extra damage instead of
Yeah, but
100% extra damage. I feel
I
like
get
it's
that.
more so that than her just being flat out bad.
I mean, I get that because like they are the berserker offensive class advantage without the what do you mean? What am I gonna say? Without the better
Defensive.
stats and like hit on 1.1,
Yeah.
right? So like their damage is gonna feel a lot worse than Zerg's. But like for example, right, a character that nobody else we'll talk about a bit later, but I'm gonna bring him up just as a fast example. Rasputin doesn't have an upgrade MP. I think his damage is fine, right? For as I'll bring him up as a point of comparison. I think Rasputin has like enough self steroids that his damage doesn't feel bad. I think Kiara has so little self steroids that her MP damage feels really bad. Like it's actually really bad, right? So
I mean,
and he doesn't even have an upgrade MP, right? So like I think it's just
he does have super effective against evil, and then he also
I'm not counting super effective against evil.
He also gets the NP damage buffs from
Yeah,
his skill and all.
yeah,
I know.
that's what I mean though. That's exactly what I mean. Like he has 40% attack up on a 4-turn cooldown, right? Is 40, 30, 40. I think I forgot. Sorry, it's really high. But like
Yeah.
I really think.
Slow down, man. You good?
Oh, sorry. I just had coffee. Like I think it's just I think Kiara really is just because I guess another point where I'm rating her low is like not technically not very fair, but it's like her potential is capped. You know what I mean? Like she had 2 buffs and an MP upgrade. Like she's stuck as this potato. There's almost nothing they could have done other than buff her skill 3. And I doubt they will give her skill 3 like a 50% MP damage out of nowhere. Right? I mean, who knows? But like
she to be fair, she is one of Nasu's favorites. So like,
yeah,
might give her the Maeve treatment.
Yeah, so like because of that, like for example, like Miss brought up earlier, I actually prefer Summer Kiara in both farming and CQs at this point, which is weird, but
Yeah.
I
might agree. I mean, I don't get me wrong. I love all the utility that OG has, but I don't. The damage of Summer is very appealing. The potential.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I understand. I mean, at the very least, I think they're like close to each other. Like it's not even that big a difference to me, at least. So I really don't think she's that great, unfortunately. I think she's stuck as a potato, which is really sad, but you know.
I still think she's like an A-tier servant though. Like she's good, but she's not like amazing anymore.
If you're gonna put her in A, I would not go for A+, but that's just my vote depends on what Otto thinks.
That's fine. I'm fine with A.
Yeah. Did we play Summer in A as well? I forgot.
I think
Probably.
So,
yeah, okay. Yeah, she probably shouldn't be at least higher than Summer then. Okay. There you go. I mean, Kiara still works. She might not do the most damage, but, she has a lot of stuff that she brings to the table. So A is not a bad rating by any means. Oh, dude, it's time to talk about one of my waifus again.
Oh boy.
Sadly, not as pretty as the Summer variant, but, I still like her a lot. So yeah, OG Okita Alter. There we go. The alter ego one. So AoE, Buster, DPS. I also loop with her, but I'm not really going to say she's great at looping farming because it's not really, because my numbers are good, so it's kind of misleading. She's more of a DPS. She got to, at least her attack is really good at 12.5k basically. So that's one of her best things. I mean, like all Okitas, her numbers are good. So you're never going to get bad numbers with any Okitas at least. That's nice. And speaking of which, the deck, double Buster, double Quick, I really like. Has aged pretty well and has very great gains as well. Good. Now, skill-wise, oh no. Like this compared to Summer, and this skill set has been buffed a lot too. Like, oh my god. Anyway, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% Quicken Buster for 3 turns and then 30% anti-sky damage for 3 turns. It's very limited on options anyway. I mean, even some normal enemies of course have it, but this was definitely not the buff I would have done, but cool. I guess in some cases she can have a bit of a boost. Yay, it's okay. Second skill. 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 30% battery, 500% absorb for 1 turn, and then 20% attack for 3 attacks, 3 turns. That was the only thing they added? Are you kidding me? Like, it's still okay for farming because you get 3 MPs from that, but again, I like her more on DPS anyway. It's just, you can't even get any value for extra attack and it's only 20%. What the fuck? Like, why is it so bad? They really hate her, I have a feeling. I mean, they made Summer later, who was really good, but I don't know, man. It's so weird. This buff sucks. Please take it back and buff her again.
Somewhere out there, Saber-Ibuki is laughing at her.
Yeah, it's so sad, dude. Like, oh my god. Anyway, third skill. At least this is my favorite of the buffs, at least. This is pretty cool. So in a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns. She overcharges by 2 steps for 1 time, 3 turns, and then gets an evasion for 2 hits, 3 turns. So hey, now she has defensive tools, at least. That's cool. And it's kind of flexible too with the uptime. The overcharge can be okay as well. It's not the best thing ever, but it's a bit of like ramp up that's a bit slow for bosses. MP damage also helps. So at least this one is fine. I don't have problems with the third skill. I don't like the first and the second skills a lot though, especially the second. Oh my. So those are all buffed, by the way. These are all buffed. Can you believe it? You probably wouldn't if you didn't know about that.
I feel like the overcharge is kind of random.
Yeah, it is kind of random, yeah. They were just like, hey, just give her something, I guess.
You're 10% more Buster resistant.
Yeah. Anyway, passives, there's not much to talk about there either. So 17.5% debuff res, cool. 10% crit damage, cool. She generates even a good chunk of stars, even as, Buster focused Okita. Still does stars. And she has a bit of absorb too. Anti-caster, append is at least good. Good for alter ego. This helps with my farming as well. And then the MP. The MP only does damage on normal effect. Overcharge is not bad though. It's 30% AoE Buster Rest down for 3 turns on all enemies, scaling up to 50%. But it's after damage as well, so it's always going to be a bit wasted damage there, sadly. And I'm still salty that Arjuna Alter of all servants gets it before damage. Fuck Arjuna Alter. I'm still mad. He's the only privileged one to get that. Fuck you. Okay, I'm mad. Whatever. Okay, 7 hits, decent stars.
Debuff targets.
Yeah, that too. Like, it was clearly because of that, but still, I'm still mad just for the MP alone. Okay.
See, they should have given it to Koyandark too. Koyandark.
Yeah, true. We should bond together and go complain. Anyway, we'll talk about that later as well because it's the same list, funnily enough. But yeah.
And then they can do that for Saber-Ibuki too. Let's all go.
No, we got nice stuff. Shut up.
Oh, yeah.
Shut up, dude.
That's true.
Okay, so anyway, back on topic here. I'll be the first to admit she's not amazing. She's like honestly kind of mid is the sad part, and she's not even one of the. There's another one of my big waifus in this list later who's also very mid. I hate to say both, but it's true. They're both just not impressive, sadly. Like Okita's farming is not great unless you have a cracked copy like mine. Even then, is not amazing. And then the DPS is fine. I even did some Tesla Fest stuff. I think one his own video as well. Is fine, it's passable, but you probably have better options anyway. Her damage is fine, but man, she's just lacking in so many effects and whatnot. Like, ooh.
I will say her very good like quick cards and Summer Scotty is good synergy. Like, yeah, she is Buster, but like it's still really good synergy with Summer Scotty. But I get what you mean. Like, it's kind of like she can definitely have more.
Like, I have a cracked copy, and even then, I sometimes feel kind of disappointed in her output. I have mine is level 100 MP5 2K foes, and even then, it's like not amazing.
Yeah, she can definitely use like an MP upgrade. I'd say like a lot of these people can use MP upgrades. So like she's just like okay. It's just
she's
again,
fine, and that's it. She's just fine.
Solid internals, bad skills. That's kind of the Okita thing, I guess. they really like doing that for Okitas, which is funny, but I don't know. It's alright.
I would probably before I let Otto say anything, I would probably agree with my own placement for last year at B+ again. I think she's fine, but nothing like too great.
I mean, yeah, I don't have that much experience with her, but I can understand why you would put her in B+ for sure.
Like just basically carried by great internals. That's it. That's it. Great carried by great numbers.
Definitely a unit that could use another buff. It's just
Anything to add, Otto?
They keep buffing her skills when she's always needed an NP upgrade.
For sure.
And with really bad buffs too, for the most part. Like, fuck, dude.
Yeah, like anti-sky is kind of niche.
Yeah.
And then you got 3-time attack.
It's the only thing they added. What the fuck?
Dude, it's like tuned for Korean looping, but they gave it to her like 4 years before it came out, and even then, it's not really that great for Korean looping.
Yeah,
dude, NP upgrade with crit damage on it.
Oh yeah, dude, I even forgot. I'm even wearing my shirt today. Yeah, dude, the waifu. I forgot. Yeah, there she is, literally right there. You can see it on the camera. Wow.
Yeah, MP upgrade with crit ramp up honestly sounds really fair. Like they like to do that on AoE. I mean, she's not AoE quick, I guess. She's AoE buster. But like that sounds like a very fair buff that it can. That's really realistic as well. So.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go with B+. And just buff for MP, please, and I'll be very, very happy. Please, I'll forgive you about the skill buffs, okay? Just do it.
Yeah,
I like her gameplay. It's just her game is just lacking.
Yeah, MP upgrade, please.
And her cards still feel good, because they refund well and crit okay as well. But it's just everything else is like, eh.
Yeah, I mean, we've been getting like fan favorite upgrades recently, I guess. The Summer Musashi, Jolter.
I think the main upgrade they were probably maybe gonna buff for MP as well, but they were like, oh, just release Summer version. I mean, I'm happy of course that we have Summer because I like Summer a lot too, but I would still like to see OG get some, the MP buff as well.
Yeah. I think at this point it's overdue.
Yeah.
She wants an MP upgrade, yeah.
We'll see if it ever happens, but yeah, B+ still after a year later. Alright, next up, we go from AoE Buster to single target arts in Sitonai. There you go.
Oh, sorry.
We have an Ilya face. Oh, I didn't hear anything.
Oh, good job, Discord.
Okay, great, awesome. Anyway, another Ilya face. The last of the Ilya faces as well, actually. So, 11.6k attack. Pretty decent. It's not amazing, but, again, passable. Hovering around the Kiara and Meld number as well. She's got double Buster, double arts, which is totally fine. Her arts cards are okay too. I would say passable deck as well. Skills. On a 6-turn cooldown, she gets invul for 1 turn, and then the full party gets 500 damage cut for 3 attacks, 3 turns. It's like whatever. It's so like whatever burger for a defensive skill, it works, but it's nothing impressive, and especially because she's arts, could maybe use with nowadays with something else. Obviously, she was released before Cast Story, of course, so that's a bit mean to say, but yeah, nowadays this skill could do something else, you know, but it's there, so hey, more defensive tools, I guess. All right, second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts up for 3 turns, and then debuff immune for 1 time 3 turn. This at least works. It's basic, but you know, it works. Good uptime on both things. The first thing will always be useful. The second, you know, maybe not always useful, but, you know, nice to have when you do need it. So, sure, it's passable. It's not pretty, though. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, 80% chance for herself to get 20% attack for 3 turns and 10 stars per turn for 3 turns.
What?
And then she always gets 30% battery. Dude, I hate this skill so much. My viewers will know how much I hate this skill. I don't use Sitonai that often, but every time I use it, I always double whiff it. Every single time. I can't believe it's not 80%. I swear, it's not 80%. I always double whiff. Not even single whiff. I always double whiff both buffs, and I hate this game, okay? I swear. There's something wrong with this skill. But yeah, why is it RNG anyway? I guess they wanted to do the, you need Kuro to buff, because all Ilias need to have, like, crippled, you know, RNG skills somewhere. Sadly, Sitonai has the best ones locked behind RNG. Like, Caster and Summer don't really care too much, because they're, like, you know, a bit of defensive utility. This one, meaningful. You want both, for sure. Especially the attack buff. So, like, what the fuck? It's so sad if you miss this stuff. I mean, yeah, again, it's not the end of the world, but you definitely want them, though. Like, even if they're guaranteed, which they won't do, because, again, they want the stupid Kuro synergy, it wouldn't be a broken skill. It would just be like, oh, yeah, cool. It's a decent skill. Like, it's fine. It's good. But now it's RNG, so... I don't know.
Yep.
It's such a bare bones skill set, really. It's like, it reminds me of Okita Alter, but at least these haven't been buffed, so it makes sense that they look more bare bones. But, you know, it's still not hopeless, though, is the thing. Like, it still works. It's just very bare bones. Anyway, passives. We got some passives, at least. 15% debuff res, cool. 10% arts, very nice. 8% debuff success rate, also cool with the MP, I guess. Another 22.5% debuff res, so what is that? 37.5%. Very solid on base. So, honestly, passives, basic, but they're good. Passives are good. Nothing to complain there. Anti-Saber append, yeah, no thanks. Oof. Alright, MP, never been buffed, but what does it do? Dragon enemy, -1 tick on their MP. Alright, at least it's not, you know, a power or a super effective lock behind that. I guess he doesn't have one to begin with, though. Anyway, then otherwise, -20% crit chance and defense down on the target for 3 turns after damage. So again, it's very similar to Okita Alter on single target. Like, it's, you know, it's ramp up, but it's like delayed ramp up, so it's never going to be like... It's always a bit wasted potential there, sadly. But it refunds decently well from what I remember. So while Sitonai is very bare bones, she's still able to spam her MP quite a bit. Yeah, she refunds the best of all the single target arts on these extra classes, even including part 1, by the way. So yeah, she refunds really well. So despite, you know, her damages could be higher, she could do more stuff, she at least has a very easy time of, you know, spamming her MP, I guess. And if the enemy happens to be Dragon, then you can basically keep them from MPing forever, but, you know, that's not always going to be the case.
I got one word. Vlad.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of single target arts options nowadays.
Yeah. The problem with Sitonai is most of the time she's hitting cavalry classes by 1.5. I guess that, yeah, like Otto said, this is a general problem with your alter egos and pretenders. I just don't think they're actually amazing classes to begin with, but especially Sitonai, single target arts, berserkers are just so much better than her. Galatea, Vlad, Summer Castoria.
Hell, even non-berserkers like Uesugi is so much better as a ruler too.
Yeah, they're just better options than her a lot of times, and she even has less coverage. Like, yes, she takes neutral. Does it really matter that much?
On an art servant.
Yeah, and it's not even like she takes half. Right? Like, she takes neutral, so she can. Yeah,
neutral is still can kill you though, for sure.
Yeah. So like, I genuinely think it's just not worth. Like, she's not horrible. A very big part coming from the fact that Castoria makes her just, you know, she can just focus on looping her MP, and that will always be decent. But bro, it's just so like whatever. Like you said, her skill set is also kind of whatever. There's nothing that really separates her from other single target arts options.
Well, the debuff immune can be one thing, but besides that, it's like that's reaching.
Yeah, besides that, right? And you know, we've got better units that can deal with debuffs like Galatea, right? So like it really is just there's just so many options out there.
They have never buffed her. I forgot about that. They should absolutely buff something. Like, come on, bro. We get more and more options that look better every year, and she looks worse every year because of that. Like, come on, give her something, dude.
Yeah, she could get, I don't know, because judging from the Musashi trend, she could get anti-dragon, I guess. Not nearly as good as anti-saber, but like, hey, you know, who knows, right? I don't know. And also, yeah, like half coverage, right? Like she's not even like even against cavalries, she's not like necessarily better than the berserkers. And of course, she can't hit knights. So like it's literally only if you're hitting a pretender with her that maybe. But damn, bro, I don't know. She's just, ugh. I don't like her. Gameplay wise.
Good save.
Yeah, good save.
So, I guess this is. I've been watching chat. I guess this really is a hot take. I think she's all right.
I think she's all right too, but yeah.
I've used her a decent amount of times. I've never really been disappointed by her. Like, I guess her damage isn't really that amazing, but like everything else, like
her problem isn't in a vacuum, I'd say. Her problem really is just you have so many options that do the exact same thing, but like slightly better. You know what I mean? Like,
or sometimes a lot better, but yeah.
I also feel like people focus a bit too much on the RNG on her third skill. Like, okay, so let's say you do whiff it. What do you miss out on? You miss out on 10 stars per turn, which you might not crit with anyways, because you're using an arts team.
Yeah.
And then you miss out on 20% attack. If we can if we can go to other skills and hand wave them because it's like, okay, it's a 20% charisma, so it fucking sucks.
Can I provide a counter argument real fast?
That's not that great.
Because you have to look at it from the other way too. Then, yeah, sure, the buffs might not be that big if you miss them, but what do you get then? You get 30% battery on a 6-turn cooldown. That's it. That's nothing. On a MP that almost self-loops anyway. That's literally a nothing burger. Like, you have to look at it from that way too. Like, yeah, sure, the buffs that you might miss are not that big, but you get nothing to begin with.
People are gonna go fucking Kekwa and shit all over this, but you can say the same shit about Vlad. His charge drain isn't gonna do anything worth a damn most of the time.
Okay,
it's guaranteed delay though.
Yeah, but if you're using him, you're generally going for a faster clear, so at that point it's not really gonna matter. If you're also, there's a lot of times where you use it on turn 1, so it doesn't do anything anyways.
Yeah, okay. I get that, sure. Just having 30 battery is fine. But like everything else, upgraded MP, like upgraded MP itself.
That's the only edge he has over her.
No, he hits all classes. She hits half the classes, and the other classes she literally does half damage to.
Dude. Okay, so you don't fucking use her against those. That's not.
Yeah, so she's worse.
That's a problem of the class, then.
Yes,
okay, berserkers are just better than everyone. Why even talk about fucking anything else? All right, we got Summer Ibuki and EX Plus. Basically, we got Summer Castoria and EX Plus. We got Castoria.
Okay.
Yeah, we got all of those in EX Plus. Why talk about anything else? We don't win it. We don't need anything else to win.
I get that point, but she has nothing else on top of that. Let's not even talk about the class advantage then. All right, sure. She unupgraded MP, like she has nothing. She has like one invul, one battery. Like, yeah, she works fine. She's completely carried by Castoria, which is like, sure, that's fine as well. I think that's fine as well. But like, she's completely carried by Castoria. Like, without Castoria, she's garbage. I'm sorry, in my opinion. Like, without Castoria, I think
I don't hate Vlad. Okay, I hate how you guys suck his dick 24/7. Okay. That's what I hate. All right.
He has upgraded MP. No, I understand.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's
It is kind of a
huge,
big deal,
that's
though.
it.
On a spammable MP, it is a big deal, though. True.
Yeah, it's huge. That's that's it. Upgrade
It
MP
makes a
can
big
just
difference.
can just save a character. Like if Vlad doesn't have upgrade MP, I wouldn't even like him like nearly as much. I would think he's fucking trash. Like he would just be worse than Galatea. We literally said that. He's what you can't do anything about the fact that it's.
I mean, we placed Galatea higher anyway this year.
He only wins by an MP upgrade. Yeah. True. So he wins by an MP upgrade. Like it makes the conversation very boring, but that's just how
it is boring, but it's kind of true. Yeah, I kind of agree.
It is with
Yeah.
art servers. Like art servers are fucking boring because of Castoria. Once again, Castoria fucking ruins everything. MP damage is the only thing that matters. That's why I fucking hate her. Like I've gone on crusades about how she's a horribly designed character on Twitter, right? Like it's literally how things are.
We've been over this several times. So another thing something I do find very valuable about her, like her NP is actually pretty good. So we hyped Bride's NP a lot. We're talking about 3 turns versus 5 turns, but it's basically the same effects. So you're going to be ramping up your defense downs, and her NP is so fucking easy to spam. By the way, because she gets.
I didn't even say she. Okay, I just think her skills are okay. Whatever. Sure. Sorry.
Yeah,
you
okay.
on.
Okay. I've also found that the debuff is pretty nice at times too. So she has the basics. She has what you need. She doesn't have much more than that. She doesn't have much on niches, but I don't think she's bad at all.
Okay, before you defend her more, let me tell you my ranking for her. Right, I was gonna put her in B plus to A. I was not putting her in C.
I was thinking B or B plus personally.
I was putting her in B plus to A. Right, so like that was my ranking. I wasn't calling her crap. I just think there's almost no reason to use her.
I think
for a lot of people.
I think that's a fair ranking. See, when I get aggressive, it's more so with chat than with you guys, because you guys are a lot more reasonable. So this, if it's not already obvious, guys, when I get aggressive and I aggressively downplay servants or whatever, or upplay, is that a word? So it's
hype up, I guess,
because I think they're absolutely garbage. When I downplayed Vlad, it wasn't because I thought he was garbage. We ranked him in A, and I was like, yeah, this is fine. So that's by no means bad. It's just I aggressively go after that type of thing because I know that they are so much heavier hyped. That's what happened with Chloe, and then we, with Summer Chloe, we ranked her A+, and I didn't complain about that. So
I was gonna complain about that, but
man.
But
yeah, honestly, I could have seen her EX as well, just because of the potential.
No,
yeah,
I was gonna complain about it being too high.
Okay, well, she can be anywhere, to be honest, depending on who you're asking. That's the thing.
It's over, anyways.
It's over.
Extra too, but yeah.
Anyway, I was thinking one of the Bs for Sitonai personally, and also not that this matters too much, but we got Dimon in the chat as well, one of my regulars who has a 120 copy, and he says B if you want to be harsh, B+ if you want to be nice, and I kind of want to agree with him.
I get B+ because I do think she's worse than Vlad. Okay, I know it's not fair to compare classes, but there's just so much overlap in their roles. I
understand. They do have that. It's just once we get into what classes being more viable than others, then we have to start shitting on all the main classes, because I'm never going to use. In that case, archers are worse than extra classes, because you're not going to use archers on neutral most of the time because they're not balanced around that. You're going to use archers against sabers.
Okay, yeah, I agree. Archers is kind of a shitty class, but archers at least can do double and take half. The thing with Sitonai is she doesn't really get anything. She has nothing above berserkers other than against. These are horrible classes. I think Pretender and Alter Egos are horrible classes.
Yeah, I've always said that, but people always give me shit about it. I think they're horrible classes that are only good for decent value for new accounts, but I always get shit when I say that.
we had that conversation on one of the Smobcast episodes already, but like, it's just. Yeah,
I think both Pretender and Alter Ego actually suck as classes. I was gonna avoid saying that because it's just inviting dislikes on the video as well. But I think they're terrible classes on paper. They're just decent value, but they're gameplay. If you have an established account, they're terrible classes.
There are some cases where, for example, like Summer Babanshi, where she's so defensive that I would rather take a always neutral class over a like a lot of times take double damage class, but like. Other than those rare cases, or like Kingprotea maybe, but other than those cases, I would say like it's not a great class. Anyways.
Also, someone said, do I think it's worse than Mooncancer? No, Mooncancer sucks. This is coming from someone that has a favorite servant of a Mooncancer. Mooncancer is probably the worst class. But yeah, I'm saying Alter Ego and Pretender also suck as classes. Like they're still not great.
Okay, I just thought of a really interesting question. All right, so is Mooncancer a better or worse class than Shielder?
We're going this deep in now.
I don't even know Shielders.
They get neutral on Berserker though. That's something. Shielder is neutral on Berserker.
I think Shielder's better because I
think Shielder is better. Mooncaster has nothing going for them.
Yeah, I genuinely like. Okay, against Avengers, I guess. Like I think
this is derailing so fucking bad.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. I just thought it's just amusing.
What happens when we read chat too much?
All right, I'm gonna play Sitonai in B+, okay? She's going next to my waifu, okay? Basic kids, there you go. Awesome.
Okay, so I'm so fucking tired of this video I'm trying to render. Earlier, it got stuck on like... It was crawling from like 8% to 9%, and it said that I had 16 hours left of rendering. This is a 20-minute fucking video.
Yeah, you should probably re-render, okay? That it's broken at that point.
I don't know, man. Like I keep going back and forth. It's just not doing anything.
I mean,
good luck with that.
I'm sorry.
I went with B+ for that. We might revisit her briefly in the shuffle, but let's move on for now. Anyway, let's talk going from Ilya to a Sakura phase. We got KP. Is she the final one of this entirety? I think it is, right? Yeah, she's the final Sakura phase. Okay. So yeah, we covered Melt earlier. Now let's talk about the biggest of them all, at least, size-wise. KP. So AoE, Buster, DPS, and I guess you're crazy enough you can't even farm with her, but honestly, just, I don't know about that. It's so janky. Don't do that. But yeah, her, at least, hey, attack, 12.8k. She even beats Okita Alter. That is a super high attack. In fact, if I had to guess, it's probably the highest of all Alter Egos. Yeah, it's very high, so that's very nice. Now, she's got a double Buster, double Arts deck. Pretty standard stuff. Arts card is decent as well. Nothing remarkable, but, is okay. Now, skills. First skill on a 10-turn cooldown. She gets a growth buff for 10 turns, which you cannot stack. So every turn, she gets 4k max HP. This can stack up to 10 times, so you can get 40k from this. Fun. And then for every stack of growth, she also gets 8% MP damage resistance. Pretty cool. Is this like the only way a player can get any kind of damage resistance? I can't remember anything else at least. But yeah, it's literally a damage resistance buff. That's kind of cool. So it's like effective, needless to say. Also, this stacks up to 10 times, so minus 80 or 80% MP damage resistance can be achieved, which at that point, combined with the HP, you can legit tank MPs for sure. So that's kind of cool. Albeit it's slow as hell, but it's a thing. It's definitely a thing. Now, second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a cooldown reduction by 1. Cool. She gets battery for every growth stack she has, 20% per each. So with only 5 stacks, that's already a 0 to 100. Pretty cool. And then she also not only removes her growth stacks, she removes the growth buff that generates the stacks and then the MP damage resistances. So it's like your cash out button, basically. Like you can hold on to your buffs from the first skill for the resistance and the HP, or you can, reduce your cooldowns and get some MP gauge immediately. I don't like this dynamic personally, because I like having the stacks for sure. And, you can probably get batteries elsewhere. But that means that, if you're going to use both skills, you get reduced value anyway. So it feels like one of the skills becomes like half dead or fully dead if you don't even use the second skill. I'm not a huge fan of it. Anyway, third skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 40% attack for 3 turns, which is actually pretty huge, no pun intended, considering how high her attack is to begin with. And then she gets 10% MP damage for every growth stack for 3 turns. So again, she can get up to 100% MP damage on turn 10, I suppose. Or is it 11? No, it's 11, right? I forgot how the math works. But anyway, minimum 10 turns. So potential, I guess. It's a weird skill set. It kind of makes sense, but it's weird, and I don't really like it too much. Not only is it slow, but the second skill, removing everything you work towards. Oof.
You basically never want to press that, I'd say. It's like, especially if you're using her in solos, like it's a never press button.
Okay, so you press that button on turn.
When you cap out. Yeah.
When you're really low on health, you use that skill. Because that's going to get you closer to your first skill again.
Basically, when you cap out on stacks, you can't get more. And then you are at low HP. You basically use that to reset, and you start racking up again.
But it's so sad that most of the time it's a dead skill, though. I don't like that. That sucks. I mean, anyway, it's not a hopeless skill set, but I just don't really like it all that much either. Now, passives, 11% Buster Up, very cool. Her main card type. 8% crit damage. She's not really too crit focused, but free crit damage is free. 12% arts up. Hey, she's got 2 arts cards, makes it easier to spam her MP. She has 25% debuff rest from her version of Divinity, also very good. So hey, passives at least, pretty good basic stuff. I like it, very good. She's anti-ruler on the Pend. So unlike Kiara, she sadly can't do that well against rulers. She can, I believe it's full neutral, right? So if you're really a big fan, you can probably bring her, I guess, but just don't bother if you have a normal copy. Now, the MP then. So if she has a growth buff, like just one, she gets 20% Buster for 1 turn. Now, this doesn't stack, obviously. You can't get more of this, but just a single growth buff and you get the 20% Buster for 1 turn before damage. Pretty cool. And then also overcharge, you get another... what was that?
Holy shit, it went up to 31 hours estimated.
Bro, you gotta fix your shit, man. Anyway.
Oh my god, what is wrong with this
Just
thing?
uninstall the whole thing, dude. Anyway, overcharge is it's the same effect, but no growth requirement. So 20% Buster Up on base for 1 turn before damage, scaling up to 60%. So if you have a growth stack, it's minimum 40%. Pretty cool. Again, she has pretty high damage potential because the 40% attack, some MP damage here, and then the Buster Up. But I feel like her MP is maybe not spammable enough. And then, again, having kind of a dead skill kind of hurts her. So I don't really know what to make of her. I haven't really tried like solos or anything with her, so I can't really comment on that. But I don't know. She's kind of like wonky to me. Just wonky. She's in a way, to me, she feels similar to Okita Alter on bosses, but obviously a bit different on pacing.
I would say very different. So like the thing with Kingprotea is her solos are very slow in terms of ramp up, but if you're able to protect her, for example, like slower pace stuff like Prison Tower, she can just blow up into like 60,000 HP, and then she just like becomes unkillable anymore. And also she takes like no damage from MPs, right? So the problem with her really is how slow she ramps up those stacks. When she gets up to like 5+ stacks, she becomes kind of an unkillable unit. The other problem with her is she cannot heal back after, she takes like huge amounts of crit damage. So her solos are very, very much preying on, in my opinion, at least, like older quests. Like when you use her in an older quest, she feels unstoppable. Especially now with Hebatron, you can protect her for the first couple of turns when she's ramping up. But I will say most modern CQs that immediately applies a bunch of pressure, crit damage pressure, MP pressure, she can't really get away with it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
For solos at least. If you are not min-turning, what I'm talking about. If you're using her in its normal team, you can build a team around her with like Castoria, Merlin protecting her for the first couple of turns, and then she ramps up, it blows up into this giant kaiju, and then she becomes unstoppable, right? So, but like that really once again depends on your playstyle. It's I guess it's a similar case to like Summer Baobhan, where like most people won't go for that playstyle. Her damage becomes really good, of course, with that with the growth stack stacked up as well. So I don't know. She it's like growing a boss or a raid boss on your side almost, but you have to
Yeah.
like grow her. You have to grow her for like a couple turns before she becomes kind of unstoppable. And I'm not sure if a lot of modern stuff allows you to get away
I
with
mean,
it.
she's a servant that is based on the snowball concept.
So,
I-
question: do you actually have to protect her?
Yes, in my opinion, yes. For the first couple of turns, yes. Because if she eats a crit, like yeah, I guess she heals. The
Okay.
HP growth is heal as well. But like
Okay. After by the time the enemy can act, she has almost 20,000 HP.
okay.
That dude, what the fuck's everything is going to die at that point.
Yes,
Like-
yes, true. But
like-
at the same time, she is reliant on it though. Because like she's
Well,
basically
well,
using
yeah,
all of
yeah.
the
Okay, but her HP ramps up so insanely high that you don't really have to worry about protecting her that much, unless you're like up against a berserker that's going to be critting you for a billion. Like I could see maybe it could be a problem like in like Sweet's universe because she does a shit ton of damage. But even then, she's more likely to live that shit than most servants because she's
Yeah,
gonna have like
I mean,
30k HP.
I understand, but like there are certain fights where like you said, everything's dying, which is true. There are fights that do that. There are fights that do that. I use Kingprotea for a lot of solos, right? But like I genuinely feel like, I think her gimmick is good. But I think like she excels in counterclassing, which really sucks for her being an alter ego. Like at the same time, it's great because as I said before, usually she's neutral. But at the same time, like like if she's fighting a foreigner, you can't beat her. If she's fighting a foreigner and she's taking half damage, you literally cannot kill her. Like she is completely unkillable as a character. But against
So I think people are thinking way too much in terms of her solo performance because in a team,
Yes.
in a team, you're not going to be taking all of the hits. You're going to be healing. It's technically healing 4,000 HP per turn.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
You're going to stack up so much. I know you guys think that the crits are really going to be that big of a problem. It's not I don't know. It's kind of weird because like I see this perception a lot. Like everything is going to kill you within like 1 or 2 turns if you don't like dump as much survival as possible. There's a lot of stuff where you can just sit around for like 3 turns and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Honestly, my problem with her is not the survivability. I just don't like how slow she is, and also
that's
yeah,
that's her
yeah, and
selling
also I
point.
don't like that her second
Yeah,
skill is
but-
dead most of the time.
I don't even
I
know
guess
why
I
we're
should have.
talking about this.
Okay. I am expecting a lot from her survival because she's like, okay, I guess that's not true either. But like her damage does ramp up with the growth stack as well. I think she's really good. I'm not saying she's bad. I think she's really good. But like there are just things that, like people would rather go hyper off and just kill off instead, especially considering she's in the Buster card type, right? So like her ideal team would be like Merlin Castoria, which I'm not saying is bad. Like her ideal team would be like Merlin Castoria, right? But I don't know. I do a lot of runs with her. I just feel like she is, how do I put this? Like it's like Summer Baobhan cheese. Like I can understand her in A plus for sure, but it's like a completely different play style, right? It's just a completely different play style, and like it depends on whether you want to adopt it or not. I think Summer Babanshi is probably the best comparison. I do think Summer Babanshi ends up having better sustain because like if you're going for like super long fights, then KP obviously stops growing at a point. And where you have to reset, and that would be like your weak point, right? Like the window where the enemy can get you. But she also does like bloat up better than Babanshi. So I mean,
I just didn't really expect to be talking about this. Like, like, why is the discussion about her defensibility?
because
Like,
that
people,
because that's
no,
what she does. But
yeah, but here's the thing. Like, we don't talk about this for anyone else. So we've talked about servants that have like 8,000 HP, and we don't talk about we don't say like,
I
okay,
assume
they can
Vashi was
die
just
in
talking
1 or
about it
2.
from the solo standpoint, and that
I mean,
makes sense.
okay, that's
yeah,
fair, I guess.
yeah. Part of it is I'm replying to chat because, like, holy shit, there are so many people shitting on her survival, and I genuinely don't think they've used her more than twice. I think they watched some streamer try to solo some shit with it and fail, and that's the entire basis of their perception. And of course, that's not the case for everyone, I'm sure. But, like, holy shit, this is like the worst angle for people to take.
I
This
don't
is
see
her
anything.
biggest
Anyone
thing.
saying that? Are you sure? I'm
No.
looking at chat. I don't see anyone shitting on her defense. I think you need to calm
Why
down
did
for
it
a
go
bit.
in
I'm not
that
gonna lie.
direction then?
Okay,
I don't see anyone shitting on the
understand. I
defense.
understand what you're talking about, but like, okay.
You guys talking about the crits sending her to the Shadow Realm and shit. Like
her
it's
best.
gonna send it if a crit kills her, it's going to demolish anything faster than it'll demolish her. Okay, like
Yeah,
I don't
okay.
know what you guys are up against here.
I don't know what you're up against, honestly. I'm looking at the chat. I don't see anything. But okay, maybe that was like 10 minutes ago because we've been stuck on this for like 4 years now.
Literal wind. It's just you guys shut up as soon as I started calling you out. All right.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. People are trying to gaslight me now. Okay. I see how it is.
Yeah, that'll happen.
So
sorry.
like I understand. Like it's just she doesn't have immediate like hard survival. I'm not saying that's always required. Like, for example, with KP, like you can't. I think it's very dangerous for KP teams to like immediately go for a bar break or something. But like for example, I'm not saying she's bad. I'm literally just saying that she's very slow and she can only go slow. And sometimes you don't prefer that place. I'm not even saying it's like completely horrible. You just don't. Sometimes you just don't like to prefer that playstyle. And that's why I compare it to Summer Babanshi. I think they're very similar. There are people that completely cannot find a use for Summer Babanshi. There's people that completely cannot find a use for KP. It's like the same thing, right? So
I think she should be like A tier to give a suggestion
there are people
here.
in chat saying she died to crits because I said she dies to crits. So I agree. Like
and I assume that again that was mostly talking about the solo angle as well. When the first turns and shit can go down.
I do think Hephaestion helps her a lot. I do think
I don't know, man. My brain is broken off of this. It's just like of all angles for people to take. I'm just so confused. I'm just overwhelmed.
Don't think too much about stuff. It's all I'm gonna say.
I just assumed that we were gonna go in a different direction with the conversation. This is just the weirdest take for people.
I'd put her in A+, I'd say.
You think A+? I was thinking A. What about you, Otto?
Yeah, I like the you don't have to babysit this buster servant type thing. Like,
so you would say you're on the more on are you more on A+ side then?
Yeah, more so.
Huh.
Because okay, I understand. Like it's the same with Babanshi. Like as much as I hate saying this, like if we're dragging her down a tier, then we might have to drag Babanshi down a tier either. I do think Babanshi has better team synergy, but like it's kind of like the same thing, I would say, because like they're just people that don't like to play that way, and then that way of play is also never like it's not always relevant. So I
don't think she should be a full tier above Okita Alter though. I'm okay with like this difference though, but man, like she's so slow, which is one of my main gripe with her. She's so slow.
Okay,
like at least Sith is not slow. I mean, you might delay one turn for like a skill or two, but that's it. I mean, she's so slow
I'd say
though.
They're equally. Honestly, I'd say that they
equally slow. Really?
Because with Babanshi, you would need to MP multiple times for her train.
But it's easier to MP with her anyway, because she has way better tools for that.
But you don't have to MP to
I'm-
ramp her up though.
I'm lost here.
KP doesn't need to MP to get her stacks. So I do think like the thing with Baobhan is she can actually go further because KP she stops healing at a point, right? So like she cannot go
Yeah.
infinite.
Look,
So
the point-
it's
yeah,
I'm defending her, Otto. I'm defending her, Otto. I'm defending her. I'm not fucking shitting on her.
No, I'm
I'm
not.
fucking
No way,
defending her.
she doesn't stop healing though. It's a 10-turn cooldown.
No, okay,
Like she stops
okay.
if she gets too low HP.
Okay, yes. Also, she loses the MP damage resist, right? Like there's no going infinite with her. You have to.
You
reset
can.
to go infinite.
You can go infinite. If you don't press the second skill, you're infinite, right?
No,
No, it
you
locks
stop
at
healing
10
at 10 stacks.
Yeah, but about the MP damage, that's permanent.
Oh yeah, that's permanent. I'm saying like you can't go.
Oh, I thought you.
infinite in
Okay, I
terms
thought
of,
you were
like,
talking about
sustain.
that. Okay.
Like sustain. Yeah. Like you can't go infinite. So, but she is easier to like because you don't have to like spam MP. You don't have to build. I was like, okay, I think it's unfair to say you have to build your entire team around her. Because she definitely requires less team building around her than Babanshi, I'd say. Because like if you want to go infinite, but like, I don't know. She's a weird one. I've used her in a lot of teams. I don't think she's horrible. I don't think she's like insanely broken.
Okay.
But sorry.
Okay, this time I'm actually gonna go with my own gut and place her in A. A lot of people have been saying I need to like trust my own instinct a little bit as well. And again, you guys want A+, that's fine. And honestly, if you're watching this later on YouTube or even chat right now, do let me know. Again, I want to hear more takes. I want to hear if people prefer A+ or A, and it's totally fine. I'm open, but for now, I'm gonna actually stick to my own guts and actually place her in A for now. We might even change it later today on the shuffle, of course, but for now, I'm gonna go with A. Okay.
The next servant.
Douman.
Oh, it's Douman.
Yeah. Well, at least there won't be that many, bad things to talk about with Douman, I guess. But yeah, there he is. Let's cover Mr. Funny Clown. Very cool guy. I like him a lot as well. I have a grilled copy in JP, of course. So yeah, misspoke there. AoE quick DPS farmer buffer utility guy thingy. He's a man that does a lot, and he does a lot really well. So yeah. All right, first of all, 12.2k attack, pretty good start. It's not the highest ever, but still a good amount of attack for sure if you're gonna DPS or farm with him. Now, double arts. The one thing I really don't like too much about is his deck. I really wish he had like double buster, because it would make his own crit potential way better too, because he's not just there to buff others necessarily. He can do that, but would be cool to maybe have better crits with him too. But his gains cards are still actually really solid, so can't really hate too much on it, I guess. Oh, the skills though. So on a 6-turn cooldown, all enemies get a minus 20% attack for 3 turns, minus 30% defense for 3 turns, terror for 1 time 3 turns, with a 40% activation chance to stun for 1 turn, and then confusion for 3 turns with a 30% chance to skill seal for 1 turn, and then 500 curse on all enemies for 3 turns. Wow, it's like debuff central. You want it, we got it. Yeah, it's the AoE debuff skill. You just rain shit down on the enemies, and it's effective, especially on bosses. Very good. Now, second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, he gets a double guts for 5 turns with a 3k revive, so pretty good uptime, and hey, double guts. And this one is funny because they're not 2 separate buffs, they're in the same stack. It just has 2 uses. So 1 buff removal, if it's like a single one, it could remove both basically. Not that it really matters, but might as well point that out. Then all allies that are evil and chaotic get 50% crit damage from each thingy, and he himself obviously is chaotic evil, so he gets 100% crit damage for 3 turns. But yeah, any ally that's also chaotic evil get 100% crit damage as well. How about that? That's why we've been sometimes in the previous lists talking about, if a servant is chaotic evil and they happen to have, kind of crit synergy and whatnot, hey, Douman is a very legit option to pair with them. And not just that skill, because the third skill also synergizes. So on a 7-turn cooldown, he gets an 80% battery. All enemies get another curse, this time for 2k for 5 turns. And then all allies that are evil and chaotic get 20% attack for 3 turns each from both effects. So again, he gets 40% attack from this. And anyone else who also has these alignments. I mean, it's a really good skill set. It's so good and flexible. It's just like, it's crazy. It's a really good skill set. So yeah, very, very good. So many things you can do with it. Now, passives, 8% arts, very good. 10% debuff success rate. Not the most significant thing, even if he has some curse synergy, but, you know, cool to have, I guess. 20% magic rest, nice. 20% instant kill success rate on his unique divinity. Actually, not a nothing burger, because he, of all the AoE insta-kill servants, is the best and most consistent one at it, because of all these passives and shit. But yeah, he also gets 20% increased MP gain on damage taken. Very cool. Easier to spam sometimes. On bosses mostly. He's anti-alter ego himself, which not really all that relevant, I would say. But, you know, if you bring him as a support, you know, bonus damage potentially. And then the MP hasn't been buffed, and he doesn't need a buff anyway. But yeah, 120% chance to instant kill all enemies. And again, it's even higher than the base 100. And then you add the passive, so you get 140% base chance to instant kill all enemies, which can actually instant kill gold normal enemies in farm nodes as well. It might always be reliable, but you know, to a certain degree, he can actually reliably instant kill a lot of different enemies, which is very cool. Again, adds to that flexibility. He does a 1k curse on enemies for 5 turns on the MP besides that, and then also on the a curse amplifier on the overcharge for 5 turns, base 100% increase on curse damage, scaling up to 200% on max. It's a 5-hitter, so a bit of refund in damage. He doesn't refund the best on his MP, but you know, you can still spam it fairly well. Yeah, Douman is nuts. He's just nuts. He's like, to this day, he's so versatile and usable. Very, very good. See, even his own crits are like very good and crazy in potential if you want to use him as a DPS, not just supporting.
I mean, yeah, he makes like chaotic evil an objectively better alignment for servants.
Yeah, I mean, true. 100% crit damage, 40% attack. How could you say no?
Yeah, it's like it's like better crit buffs than Merlin, right? It's 3 turns. Like it's just, and even if you hit half, like 50% crit up, or 20% attack up, 30% defense down, like that's not a horrible number for support either. But obviously you want to try to get that chaotic evil. He's one of the easiest, like if you can insta kill waves and stuff, one of the easiest units to exploit as well.
And that happens quite frequently, actually. At least in farming.
Yeah, in farming, it actually happens quite frequently. I remember, like, the last hunting quest, it was just completely dominated by double Douman comps as well. So, I'd put him EX to EX plus. I know we haven't delved into the EX plus territory, but like, if anything, I think he is like the first closest unit to reach EX plus in terms of everything we've looked at so far. Super meta. Even if you're just doing like farming damage stuff, like double Douman already gives you so much damage. Like he gets it.
Like he's fine at MP1 too, which is the funny part. Yeah, like he gets so much damage, and you sometimes instant kill is only the thing you need. So yeah.
Yeah. His farming is a lot.
Also, I should note the instant kill is after damage, so it doesn't fuck with his refund either. Not that it's not that big of a deal, but it doesn't mess with that either.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think he's like the closest to EX plus we've seen so far, but definitely EX for sure.
I would go EX, but yeah, we'll see, I guess. But yeah, is Otto back yet, by the way?
I don't know.
He went off to grab something, I think. Or maybe piss or something. I don't know. I assume he's not back because he's not saying anything, but yeah. Okay.
And we can ask him, like, I don't think he's going to disagree.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way.
Yeah, there's no way.
All right, we'll just plop him in EX. This is a pretty clear-cut case. I
love him, but he's not an account changer. I actually disagree with that. I think he is an account changer.
He can arguably be, yeah, but we'll start with EX for now.
All right, where are we at?
Oh, we just placed the crazy clown in EX. Do you have anything to add?
Was Plushy advocating for more than EX?
Yes, potentially.
I don't know.
Because I heard the very last thing you said. I kind of want to go for that too, honestly.
We'll cross that bridge later, maybe.
He is so many things.
I feel like he is the best example of the best case of jack of all trades. He is the best example of that in a good way.
Yeah, because he does too much. Like usually the problem with jack of all trades is master of none, but he's master of a lot of stuff.
He's master of many.
Yeah, he's master of many. So like it's just no drawback then because
No.
yeah.
All right, we'll go with EX for now. But yeah, that was a pretty easy placement for sure.
Okay, I'm gonna mute because I'm eating Pringles and some sort of.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. I made some sort of like ice cream concoction. It's not actual ice cream. It's just milk and a type of tea mixed together and blended together. Anyways,
All right,
frozen.
enjoy. We're gonna cover Bazett meanwhile here.
Yeah.
Anyway.
yeah, I'll be listening.
Yeah, great, awesome. So yeah, Bazett is up next on the chopping block, the latest 5-star alter ego in NA as well. Not for very long though. I can't wait to talk about the next servant, by the way. Anyway, single target quick DPS and a very unique one at that because she's a counter attacker, but also very good on crits too. Shouldn't discount that. She doesn't just live and die by her MP, luckily. Now, 12.8k attack is very high. In fact, is again she or Kingprotea, I forgot which way it is probably the highest among all alter egos for attack. So very solid on the stats. She's double buster, double quick, which I am very big fan of, you know, because she, again, really likes the crit playstyle as well. You get the best of both worlds for the Scotties. And even her gains are actually really good. Very good on the gains. So she doesn't even sacrifice that. So, wow. Very good start.
The best quick card. Is that the best quick card in the game?
Maybe. It's very good for sure. Yeah.
6 hits, 0.8. Like, what?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's 4.8, so it's not quite. I think the Okitas still have her beat.
All right. I mean, still very good regardless. Yeah.
You got other buffs going on, so that's going to factor in.
Yeah. Anyway, for us moving on to skills next, she already had a very good upstairs. So first skill 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% quick and buster for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and that already would be like a pretty decent base skill. But then she also gets 30% caster power mod for 3 turns. And again, she's an alter ego, so absolutely a viable buff there. Yeah, even easier to use than the Faker one, obviously, because she already inherently is decent against casters. So hey, wow, that is a pretty good DPS skill, needless to say. Yeah, very good value. Second skill in 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 50% battery, 500% absorb for 1 turn, and 100% crit damage for 1 turn. There's definitely downtime, but it's good for burst. I'll give you that. And at least it's not all like bad downtime on her skill set. Like the first skill already has very decent uptime. So it works, it's fine, you know, makes sense. Good burst. This is even a better combo because again, sometimes because the way the MP works in a weird way, like you can MP and then break a bar with crits and then, you know, get a bunch of bonus damage. So this is actually a really good combo for that because again, this lets you get your MP easier and this gives you a bunch of freaking crit damage. So this is actually kind of advocating for that too.
Yeah, and then on the second break, you don't really need crit damage anymore because
your MP already nukes so much, right?
Yeah, I already nuked the second bar.
Yeah. So it's actually not as bad as it looks. It still could be better uptime, but yeah, it actually works with that kind of playstyle. Now, third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a 1-turn evade. So again, better already than most 1-turn evasions, which are 6-turn with invul as well. Debuff immune for 1 turn and a 20 star bomb. Pretty basic skill, but you know, you got that defense too. Very nice, especially considering her MP taunts her. So you gotta have some kind of defense, at least for longer battles. So this is one of the options. It's probably not going to be enough though for a full long fight, assuming you're going to MP very often. But you know, it definitely helps with that. I like the skill set. It's not the greatest I've ever seen, but it makes sense. Complements her really nice numbers too. Now passive, 17.5% debuff res, very cool. 10% quick up, very nice. Divinity B, whatever. Then she gets 5% crit damage, and then she has this one weird thing. So her offensive buffs are extended to the end of the enemy turn. It's basically there because of the way the MP counters on the enemies go. So otherwise, you would lose out potentially on quite a bit of damage. Like all the 1-turn buffs would immediately not work on her MP otherwise. So it has to be there basically.
Yeah, don't be fooled by that NP damage boost icon there, the Oberon icon.
Oh yeah, this amplifier.
Yeah, he still sweeps her because that doesn't get delayed.
Oh, I guess that's
Yeah,
worth
Oberon
mentioning.
sleeps her first, which is
Yeah.
unfortunate.
So technically, this buff would work, but the only one we have is on Oberon, so it doesn't work. But if it's ever put on anything else, then it also works with the MP. But right now, the only one we have, it does not work. Anyway, yeah, the 5% crit as well, pretty cool. So there you go, good passives, I would say. She's anti-Avenger, which pretty mixed value, I would say. I wouldn't, unless you have a cracked copy, I would probably not bother too much with that. Now, the MP then. Oof, so the easy part, OC. She gets 10% attack for 1 turn before damage. Not that it really matters before damage, because the damage is after your, face cards even. But yes, getting up to 30%, cool bonus. Then she gets that full taunt for 1 turn. She gets the counter for 1 turn. So whenever you're attacked, you do a one-time quick hit on the attacker, which also does a minus 10% quick resistance down for 3 turns after damage. And then you also get 10 stars on every counter. Now, the counters themselves, again, they cannot break bars. So sometimes it can be a bit awkward, but sometimes it can be even greater. Because again, like I said earlier, you can MP. Because unlike Andi Mayu, who also has a counter MP, she doesn't stun herself or anything with the MP. So you can still do a full Brave Chain before you start countering the enemy actions. So you can like MP frickin' BB, like Buster Crits or whatever, break a bar with those face cards, and then when the enemy goes afterwards and she starts countering, then you just get a bunch of free damage. So while, yeah, it can't break the next bar, it can still very much put a big dent into it just from the counters alone. And again, if you go from the bar break into the last bar, which obviously would not have continuation anymore, then you can even kill with the counters. So again, it depends on the fight and whatnot. So it is pretty cool, and I guess she, in a way, because of that, she is the servant with the best min-term potential, right? Which is kind of stupid, but yeah, it is what it is. I mean, honestly, she's really good. I think I've underrated her a bit in the past. I'll be the first to admit,
too.
But yeah, she's just really good. Her numbers are good.
So first and foremost, she has the best single target MP damage in the game if she counters 3 times by 50%. Right, so because a normal single target quick unupgraded MP is 1200, so if she counters 3 times, 1800.
Yeah.
So it's literally 1.5 times, right? It's the best multiplier in the game.
Yeah.
She like you said, the 1 turn crit buff is actually not that big an issue with her because of her main playstyle. And yes, her this was my biggest gripe with her because she taunts every MP. What if she dies?
Yeah, that was my gripe as well. Like, I was afraid she's all gonna die way too easily.
Yeah, I have an MP1 Bazett, but
that's what we call a skill issue. Yeah, playing your team better.
Yeah, I have an MP1 Bazett, and the first thing with that is you would never have a long fight with her because of how fast she kills people. And secondly, Hebatrot is a great addition to help her, even if you want to run a full quick team. Hebatrot can just protect her for multiple turns on end. Her own evade, of course, short cooldown as well, even comes with the debuff immunity. Like, Hebatrot is almost like her skill 3, but better. It's another debuff immune, which she's also scared of, like stuns and charms and whatnot. And also an invul, of course, and it heals her back up as well. So Hebatrot very much solves that problem. I mean, I would say almost completely. You can even use her with Castoria. If you use her with Castoria, then you're not really sacrificing too much damage because she already does more inherent damage than other people. She can also spread her damage amongst multiple enemies. If she's fighting against 6 targets, she can actually deflect 6 times. So she can also act as an AoE servant because her base multiplier for 1 reflect is AoE MP. So like if she reflects against 3 different targets, it's just an AoE quick servant. Very versatile. And everything I just said has nothing to do with min turns, because in terms of min turns, as you said, she literally created a new category. So like, imagine in a speedrun, there's like glitchless speedrun.
Yeah.
And then with Bazett is just.
I love the analogy.
It just with the glitch.
Dude,
or like any percent.
Bazett percent.
Yeah, Bazett percent.
So basically, what it is, it's skipping the final cutscene.
Yeah.
You get that small boost at the end to make it faster than everyone else.
Yeah, so like I talked about a little bit about before we had like a spreadsheet for min turns that we record like every DPS whatever. There's a completely separate category for Bazett runs, which is fun.
Yeah.
But so what I'm saying is completely not related to min turns.
I mean, she just goes fast inherently as a DPS.
Yeah, as a general single target DPS, so explosive, kills everything just so quickly. I would put her EX for sure. Very firm.
I was considering it too. I think we did her dirty last year.
Yeah, I did her so dirty last year.
I mean, I think I was the worst defender. I think I was going way too hard on the lack of defense, and I think I kind of convinced you as well. Yeah.
I mean, I was agreeing with that because I was like, oh, you taunt every turn. That's annoying. That's more annoying than Melt, for example, right? But like honestly, with someone who kills this fast, and especially right now in the game, there's so many defensive options. Like once again, you're not really losing on too much damage, even if you run her with Castoria. That just becomes a non-issue because they're dead before they get to kill you.
Yeah, I think she was like the biggest snub of last year, almost from this side of the extra classes. Probably.
Yeah, so I think she's absolutely insane. So there you go. I think she's EX for sure.
Yeah.
Even without considering TAs, once again, like I have to emphasize that because like if it's TA, she's the best character in the game by technicality, which is really
I mean, it's just the design, No one else can do that.
No one else can do that.
I mean, again, to emphasize, we're not placing her based on TA potential still. We're just mentioning it, okay? She's still a cracked DPS anyway, okay? It's just a cool bonus.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, if it's TA, she'd be EX plus like
EX infinity, okay.
Yeah, so yeah, that's not. So yeah, there you go.
All right.
How about you, Otto? I haven't.
Oh yeah, I haven't really said anything here. Yeah,
still munching.
She's so fun, dude. Like she is like one of the coolest servants they've made in years, and she like what she does is so unique and so cool. There are some issues that she has, but it's kind of fun to play around them. And holy shit, my video, I'm just pre-rendering shit, and it says 10.5 hours. What the fuck, dude? Sorry.
Yeah.
She's just great. Like, she's got like it's fun to build around her weaknesses because there's some servants that don't see a lot of uses generally that synergize with her, and like it's cool like brushing off those old weird picks.
Yeah. And just so much kill power. And like because of how much kill power she has, even if you're not running full offense with triple Scotty, you're still doing better damage than a lot of single targets. So,
she doesn't crit as hard as Super Ryan, but it's the combination of her crits and the counters that really make up for the really crazy damage.
Yeah. Also, her counter. Just think about how much quick down she has. Like that's so much quick down. If you really think about it, technically, the MP effect is a 30% quick down, ramp down effect. If you like, it's not
and then she has her two cracked quick cards as well.
Yeah. So and the next next turn reflect even more damage, right? So like she just kills things so quickly, it's kind of crazy. So yeah.
But you know what? Her MP animation sucks, so she's E tier. Okay. Ironically, whenever I do get to that giga overdue MP animation tier list, she probably won't place that high, sadly, as much as I like her, because it's pretty boring. It's just her wiring up Fragarak, and that's it.
It's still better than Cagliostro.
Yeah, it's still not the worst I've ever seen, but it won't place super high, probably.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I hope Cagliostro's MP was that short. I hope it was 2 seconds.
Yeah, true. Alright, well there you go. But okay, also I no one even mentioned it. You can farm her, but fuck no, dude. It's so don't.
Yeah, her farming is. Yeah,
it's so wonky.
It is kind of like against one target. Against one target, I think it's fine. Like for example, for the Christmas Lotto against one caster, I used her. But like if it's against like 3 people and like you have to bet on them not using a skill.
Well, you can do the Daikobo thingy, but yeah. Don't do it.
She also has synergy with Taisui, to be fair, and they're the same class. That might come up more in challenge quests, but because like he has AOE skill seal too.
Yeah.
I think like ST farm, like using her as a ST, it does take slightly longer. I don't actually know because the ST MP animation could be long, but like for ST is fine. For AOE, it's a meme in my opinion.
Yeah. But anyway, I mean, she's still at crack the DPS, so the farming being wonky doesn't matter anyway for the placement. Anyway, let's move on. She's EX in case it wasn't obvious. So yeah, like we kind of snubbed her last year, but hopefully made up this time because yeah, she really is pretty cracked. All right, let's talk about my other big favorite of the list and the next SSR arriving to NA as well. So much like Okita Alter, I have to say immediately about Super Bunyan. She is so mid, but we're still going to cover her anyway, and I'll try to, not be too super biased. But yeah, sadly, she's not very popular as a character, but gameplay-wise, she's even more forgettable. So let's see. We got a single target buster DPS here in Super Bunyan. 11.5k attack, so the attack immediately could definitely be higher because we've already seen some that get nearly 13k on 5-star alter egos. They could have at least made her stats cracked, but no, I guess not. Anyway, triple buster, at least that's kind of cool. She definitely has decent crit potential, but it's not always going to be like crazy or anything. And her gains cards they're fine. They're nothing like insane, but they're fine. Now, skills. Oh, like, you want to see more. We already saw some bare bone stuff. You want to see more bare bone stuff? We got it. And this is what, a 2022 servant? No buffs, by the way. Anyway, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% attack for 3 turns, and then full party gets 20% buster for 3 turns. And this is another gripe I have with her. Why is she have AoE buffs and whatnot? Like, you would never bring her as a support anyway, so I don't get it.
Bunyan reference.
It's so weird. Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, true. Well, I mean, there's another skill as well, but yeah, still. This at least is fine. It's basic, but it's fine. It's pure offense, mixed buffs, of course. It's fine. It's passable. I don't have a big problem with this skill. It's not great, but it's okay. What is the second skill though? 6-turn cooldown. She gets a 30% battery, and then party gets one step of overcharge for 1 turn. What? You're telling me this is a 2022 SSR skill?
Yeah.
Even a 50% battery would be like a whatever burger, but like, come on, dude. What is that? Why does it do so little? Why? And even her own overcharge is not even that impressive. It's fine, but it's not like crazy good. Okay. Unfortunate. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. All enemies MP sealed for 1 turn. I do like that at least. Then all enemies minus 30% crit chance for 3 turns. Also pretty cool. And then all allies get 500% buster absorb for 3 turns. Why not just her? Why all allies? You're not gonna bring her as a support. What the fuck? Like, come on. If you're gonna bring her, she's your DPS. At least let her get all the absorb. But yeah, that's it. That's the whole skill set. Like, Can we? This is not even Okita Alter, who's like really old, like 2-3 years older. This is 2022 SSR, and that's it. That's all she does.
This is actually unironically.
And this is after Bazett.
And it's intentional. Like, it's intentionally a 1-star skill set, as a reference. It's so funny, bro.
Yeah, I'm kind of mad, but I mean, I'm still gonna obviously invest a lot into her because I love her. But yeah, this is after Bazett. Can we talk about? Okay, whatever. Anyway, let's move on.
I think the cooldown could have at least been lower on.
Yeah, it's like 6 is on cooldowns with like whatevers. Okay. Anyway, passives. 15% debuff res, cool. 6% debuff success rate is a small bonus, I guess. And then this passive at least makes a difference. So it's her like thingy, her unique buff, which is basically just a damage amp on the MP. That's it. It doesn't do anything else. So whenever she does any attack, she gets a like for 3 turns, be it MP, normal attack, extra attack, you name it. Again, all of the attacks do this. And then when she gets hit, she also gets a like for 3 turns. So the likes just buff the MP damage. But at least this is, I guess, we have seen a lot of these that are like, stacks up to 10 times and whatnot. We'll see more of them later too, by the way. But I guess this is one of the easier ones to use because it's all permanent, So there's that at least. I'm trying to play the devil's advocate here if it wasn't obvious. So yeah, at least it's one of the easier ones to use.
And viewers, you have been attacked by Mist's words, so therefore you must give him a like.
True. Press like on this video. At least make me feel happier about both of my big waifus on this list being kind of, not super amazing. Anyway, hey, her append is pretty good for anti-berserker. So I'll take that. Small victories where we can get them. And the MP. So 3 hits doesn't do much for generation for stars or anything like that. And then the overcharge, 10% defense down on the target for 3 turns on pace after damage, scaling up to 30%. So yeah, with her second skill, it can be 20%, I guess. But man, like, come on, it could be before damage 50.
Too. I thought it caps at 100% extra.
Yeah, I wish. But yeah, then the likes, like you said, she gets 5% extra damage for all the likes. It's not even 100. It does stack up to 10, but yeah, because it's 5, it caps at 50, like Plushie said. So, yeah, it's kind of easy to get the likes, of course, because it's permanent, you know. But come on, like if you're gonna make her such like a whatever skill set, it should be a 10% per like anyway. Like, bro, come on.
Yeah, they definitely like thought, oh, we put it in a passive, so we have to make it weaker, which is a dumb logic, to be honest.
Yeah, they thought this passive was like way too overpowered, and then nerfed everything else: her stats, her skills, her MP, like the modifier. Like, come on, bro, it's not that big of a deal.
She was definitely a victim of like early experimentation, because like if you look at something like Baobhan, she also has something similar, and those stacks at least do something. Those stacks are like what 10%.
Yeah, like Trevor was saying, max stacks at 10 is the base 150, like for a super effective. Like that's max stacks, and that's not even easy to get max stacks because they're 3 turns each.
Yeah, it's not even permanent. Like if she gets a permanent.
Oh yeah, then maybe 5% could be arguable permanent, but yeah, it's not.
Yeah, it's just all permanent anti-crit. I wouldn't, even at that point, maybe it's not amazing, but it would be like, it'll be justifiable maybe, like to why it's ramps so slowly.
Damn. I mean, I still love her, but man, it hurts to see how gimped her kit is. Like, she was released after Bazett. After. How?
Bazett
you go from such a cracked kit to such a whatever kit? I don't understand. And she's a collab servant. The next year's collab has some of the craziest servants we've seen. Some of them appearing still this late, like one of them appearing later in this list as well soon. So yeah, what the fuck, dude? And even Daikokten is fine. They're good. They're the 4-star of the event. What happened with Bunyan?
Yeah, they definitely were like. I think FGO needs to be more like courageous when they try to push a new gimmick. Like they have to go with like higher power levels for people to adopt it. Like they did that with Bazett, they did that with Melusine, right? With the first transformation, making her absolutely busted. I don't know why they didn't do it with Bunyan. They did the complete opposite. They're like, oh, we've never done this before, which they have, by the way. They did a similar thing. I know it's not a passive, but like they've done this. They've done this with like Romulus, right? So like I don't understand why.
I think personally, before I even let Otto do his take, because he might have something to say, I think Bunyan is by tied for the worst SSR in this list, if not the worst. I think maybe Abigail could be the another contestant. I'm sure Otto will argue about that, but yeah, she's either tied for the worst or is the worst SSR in this side of the list. I would go with B or C plus personally, and I have a Grailed copy as well with 2K foes on JP.
I don't disagree.
She's so replaceable. She doesn't really bring anything unique to the table. She's just
literally
a decent DPS, and that's it at best.
Yeah, if she was if she kept the Berserker class, maybe she would be.
Maybe I don't know.
I don't like her design at all, gameplay wise. Unfortunately.
You got anything to add, Otto, to my waifu? Don't butcher her more than I did.
Her skills are super boring. Like I think she's like mid. She's very mid.
Yes.
I don't feel like her damage is that bad, but I have her NP2, so it's not fair.
I have mine is MP2 as well. But yeah, the MP hits decently fine, but besides that, it's like it could be way higher.
I do kind of like the gimmick. I like that it has really high uptime because like you can constantly.
Those 3 turns.
Like you'll always have some stacks, basically.
Yeah, you're constantly gonna have some, but like it's definitely weaker than most super effectives.
Yeah, it is.
And also, I mean, 3 turns is kind of the baseline for a lot. Oh, I know. I get what you mean because it's on a passive. Yeah, you're right. I'm stupid.
Yeah.
And sorry.
Yeah, it's always active on the fight.
Yeah.
I could maybe do a B, I think, but that's it. I think B is fine. B for Bunyan.
Yeah, honestly, like there aren't any bad 5 stars. Like people can argue about it all day.
Yeah, like even if she's as bare bones as she is, she's not terrible or bad. It's just that probably loses to a lot of competition is the thing.
Yeah, it mainly really is competition. Like there are not a lot of. I wouldn't say even there's a single like really unusable SSR in this game. So it really is just down to competition at this point. And like new servants that don't get a above average kit will struggle unless they buff them really quickly. Like that's just how it is. Because like old servants always has the chance to like get a complete like 180 when they give them a crazy buff, right? New servants are a little bit less likely to get that. So unfortunately, yeah.
At least it's still fun using her. At least feels fun to fucking bunion smash people. I always have fun with that. And I'm gonna have hopefully a very fat copy on NA and do like the greatest smashes. So we'll see. So at least, you know, I'm having fun with her, even if she's, you know, definitely
Just
not
like
amazing.
you should smash that like button.
Yeah, smash the freaking like again. Easy plugin. You know, you can't be mad about that because it works too well. All right, moving on to another one of my favorites of the list, though. Yeah, next up we got the priest bad himself. He do be smiling. Okay, we got Grigori Rasputin, aka Kotomine Kire. There he is. Love this guy. He's my only 120 on JP as well. Very cool guy. I should get more 120s, but yeah, so far he's my only one. So yeah, what is he? He's an AoE arch DPS farmer. Both can be fine. Although I want to say for farming you kind of do need a decent copy, otherwise the damage is a bit low. The refund is good though, it's great, but the damage could be higher, I want to say. But he still farms fine. And I guess one of the things that affects his damage is his attack at being, 11.1k, which is probably the lowest of all the 5-star alter egos, if not, one of the lowest. So that, I guess, one of the reasons, I guess. Now, he's double arch, double quick, which I think is fine. His face cards are nothing great anyway. Like, he just wants to spam his MP on both farming and DPSing. So, yeah, I'm not too mad about the deck. It's alright. The gains are decent enough too, especially with his own uptime and the taunt and whatnot. Now, first skill on a 4-turn cooldown. A targeted skill heals an ally for 2k, removes their debuffs, and he himself always gets 30% attack for 3 turns. So the attack part is not targeted, but the heal and the cleanse are. Pretty decent skill, actually. It's basic, but uptime on the attack is very good. And, you have some utility on command, although chances are you're going to probably pop it on turn 1. It also works really well with his second skill, because, hey, his second skill does 2k damage to himself, so you can immediately heal that if you want to. Now on a 6-turn cooldown he does that, but then he also gets 30% gauge, and then all evil allies get a 20% gauge, and all evil allies get 20% arts for 3 turns, and lo and behold, he's evil himself, so he gets a 50% battery and 20% arts. But yeah, if you have any evil allies, they also get that 20% on arts and gauge. Pretty cool. There's some synergy there as well, depending on who you're using. Obviously not Castoria, but there's other options too. Now, third skill. This is the fun one, I guess, depending on how you look at it. So on a 7-turn cooldown, he gets a Guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 1 HP revive, which is stackable. And then he gets this Guts, or rather this chance-based Guts for 3 turns, which is also a 1 HP revive. It is an 80% chance to revive, and it has no limit. That's the fun part, I guess. But yeah, whenever a Guts is activated on him for the next 3 turns, he gets 20% MP damage for 5 turns, and then he gets a 3-turn taunt. So the unlimited Guts is 3 turns, and the taunt is 3 turns. Same with the 1-time Guts. So you get that one for free, guaranteed, basically, right? You always get 1 Guts proc for free unless it gets removed or something. But then after that, welcome to RNG City. It's kind of cool though. I mean, obviously it's never going to be consistent, so I can't really give it too much praise. But I will say it is fun. But it can be very moldy as well. Like sometimes you just immediately get clapped, and that has happened to me as well. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. But sometimes you get you're gonna survive for the whole taunt, and you're gonna be like, hey, look at that. None of my teammates got hit, and I'm just getting all these nice gains and mitigation.
Correction to someone in chat: it is not affected by buff success.
True, you cannot affect this in any way, right? I'm pretty sure. This is 80% flat on max rank.
It's literally just
basically the same thing as
necromancy.
It works the same way as Astolfo's 3rd skill, which
it's not snapshotted. It is an active that cannot be an active check that cannot be affected with third party means.
You can't save scum for it either, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I don't think so.
It's the exact same code as necromancy. So you cannot like you can
Yeah, it's
stuff, for example,
defined by
like-
the start of the turn, right? Not the actions or anything like that. It's the start of the turn defines it. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, like you can save scum in a way. For example, like this turn I the guts fails and then I proc the invul, so the guts is moved on to the next turn. Then yeah, of course the RNG.
If you put Necro, does the guts roll twice? Well, you can't because the RNG guts is not stackable. The only stackable guts is the first one, which is the 1 time 3 turns. That one always works. That's just on top. But then if you put Necro on him, he would not get the RNG guts at all. It would whiff, so you would just have Necro at that point. So yeah, you can't stack it with any other guts. The RNG one. But yeah, that's the skill set. I mean, it's basic, but it works. And again, the third skill will definitely either make or break a fight sometimes. A boss fight, that is. Farming, it's obviously pretty irrelevant, though. Anyway, passives, 8% arts. Very cool. Main card type. 8% crit damage, 8% star gen. He likes the number 8. Both of those are okay, too. Not crazy high value on him, though. 30% mental debuff res. You know, again, another cool passive. And then, hey, he's poison immune. Can sometimes be relevant. So we take it, I guess. He's anti-caster on the append, also very useful for a alter ego. Shout out to Davichi for being a homie. In the MP, so before damage, he gets 20% arts up for 1 turn on base OC, scaling up to 40%. Decent, no ramp up, but you know, still a useful OC. Then he gets a 150% super effective against evil enemies. Pretty solid. Again, even an alter ego, a bit more versatile, has more targets. Does a 1k burn on all enemies for 3 turns. He does a 100% burn amp for 3 turns on all enemies. 1k curse for 3 turns. And then a 100% curse amp on all enemies for 3 turns. And then all enemies that are good alignment get a 60% chance to be instant killed. And I believe that is also after damage. So it cannot mess with his farming either. It's an alright. It looks way better than what it is, mostly because there's a lot of text. Like the dot, some people might be thinking like, oh, he's probably going to be really good at dot spam. He's not really, no. Like he can spam his MP often enough, but you would need some skills to support like this kind of dot stuff as well. So it's just a bonus, if anything, and maybe, you know, proccing some CEs that, you know, have power mods. But again, you can do that with CCs as well. So I'm not going to put any high value on that. It's mostly, the nice stuff is the art sub and the evil super effective. That's the real stuff that actually really matters on his MP.
Jeez, he does have a lot of normal effects. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's even... I think Baobhan, she still has more normal effects, but yeah, this is still a lot of normal effects anyway.
Yeah, it's so funny because like 5 of them don't do anything.
Yeah, they're kind of nothing burgers, but yeah. Anyway, fuck. Okay, before I let you guys talk, I want to say I think he's really good, but I'm obviously a very biased because I have a very cracked copy anyway. And even then, his farming is still not amazing, even though I have farmed with him a lot. But again, it's mostly because my copy is so good and allows it easier. Because his damage on farming is still not the highest. And his damage on DPSing also could be better. But he's a fairly consistent DPS. And I say fairly, again, mostly because of the RNG of the third skill. But yeah, honestly, there's another thing as well that I didn't mention. But yeah, the guts is obviously RNG. But the thing is, he's already quite high on HP anyway. And chances are you're going to pair him with Castoria and some other defensive stuff. So you don't even necessarily need to rely on the RNG guts. You can still like give him invuls and stuff and have a 3-turn taunt on him anyway, you know? You're not dependent always on the RNG guts. So, you know, I feel like a lot of people sometimes put a bit too much emphasis on it. Yeah, it's RNG, of course, so when you need it, you know, good luck. But you don't need it always. You can just protect them anyway. And he has high HP, he has a heal, he can still tank hits anyway. So, yeah, he's fine, in my opinion. What do you guys think about Rasputin?
I would say he's a bit underrated, but just because, you know, people really don't like AoE arts, like it's just a thing, right? Like, because there's the people, oh my god, it's so boring. But like, I think like his first and second skill is already decently solid as AoE arts. Of course, I really like that first skill, short cooldown, attack up. It's like almost no downtime. And the heal, even though it's only 2k, it's actually decent. And it's cleanse, right? Like you can help your allies as well if they need the cleanse. I think this is actually a really good utility skill to almost always have up. This is really nice. Second skill is just the 50 battery. It kind of sucks that he's not chaotic evil though, right? I think he's law.
Well, honestly, his crit potential is not even that amazing, but yeah, it would still be cool, yeah.
I guess, yeah. And the MP has anti-evil, so like it's fine. Like he's fine even without that third skill, and the third skill is fun. Like it really like how you want to rate him is dependent on how you want to like how far you want to push him with that third skill.
I think he can be decently high, even not accounting for RNG on guts. Like with the defensive stuff I said, I think he can still be decently high, even potential aside. I'm not saying he's like top tier, definitely not, but I still think he's very solid, like very decent, you know?
Yeah. I really like the third skill, obviously. Like it gives him so much when it procs as well, right? It doesn't just allows him to live, it like gives him more damage. Taunted Guts is obviously very awkward because if there's 3 actions, the first one proc the guts, then the second one can come in again to hit it. But obviously it's not that big an issue with him because obviously it's gonna proc again, right? So it doesn't matter. It's actually good that they can attack twice to get the extra MP damage up. So I think on average I put him like A probably because I like, for example, I brought him up for damage when compared to. Obviously, I'm not considering that third skill because that would be a little bit unfair. I think like the generally great like anti-trait potential. And now, of course, with evil, you can Otto definitely has way more experience with that because he came up with the whole team concept with the like the Moriarty combo. He used
Greg
a lot,
and Jimmy, baby. Greg and Jimmy.
Yeah, he uses a lot. So like, he's just like decent. Like if we remove the third skill, he seems a little bit boring, but he's still like decently okay. And with that third skill, with the extra spice thrown in with the potential, I think even if we're being reserved, I could fairly put him in A. Like even if we're like super reserved with that third skill, like I'm just saying, that third skill procs like fucking, I don't know, like once for the 80%, for example, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I put him A. Yeah, I put him A personally.
Yeah,
I would agree. I agree to an A as someone who uses him a lot.
I like how he gets to be spammy in a different way instead of just like I refund, I use card, I loop.
But getting hit true gets his MP back as well. Yeah.
It makes it really easy to spam.
Yeah.
From my experience.
I mean, his MP refunds really well too, so you don't even need that many hits or like refund from your cards. There's so many ways to get his MP back.
Yeah, and he does really have good synergy with Jimmy because he's evil as well, and he's arts as well. So and then so they're giving each other arts buffs, and then also arts resist debuffs, so they're able to spam really easily. It's a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, to reply someone in chat, of course, his voice actor always gives 100%. Apparently, King Hassan got some new lines in the most recent patch, so if you're interested,
it's shit.
Totally unrelated, but if you're interested,
that's kind of cool though.
They also made the camera shake when he attacks, which I'm gonna be honest, that's a very welcome change because
I haven't seen that. I need to watch that later. Then wow, that's cool.
I kind of hated how he would like stab them very violently.
Oh yeah, and then it's just static. Yeah,
it just doesn't feel like there's much.
Oh, I need to see that later, actually. Anyway, Rasputin goes in A for now. There we go. And finally, the last alter ego, and it's kind of big one, quite literally as well. So yeah, I mean, she existed last year as well, but yeah, we're gonna talk about the Tiamami next, aka Larva / Tiamat. There she is. AoE buster, DPS, and definitely a farmer as well. That is for sure. As someone who does most of my AoE farming in JP using her, I don't even like her that much, but she's so stupid. I use her a lot. So yeah. Anyway, 11.4k attack. Again, could be higher, but if anything, that's like her main downside, and that says a lot. That's not even that bad. Like that's like her worst thing. The attack could be higher. So hey, that's not a bad start then. Double Buster, double Arch deck is fine. Maybe triple Buster would have been cool, but you know, her MP still does so much damage, so pretty cool. Gains are okay too on the gains cards. Alright, skills. We got a lot of big stuff in the skills. So 6 turn cooldown, she gets a 50% battery. All enemies get a minus 100% crit chance down for 1 turn. A bit overkill for the most part, but hey, might as well. And then they also cannot heal for 1 turn. Their healing is blocked. Also pretty cool, but mixed value. Is mostly just used for the battery. This is by her weakest skill as well, I would say, at least, because you can't always rely on the utility to be useful anyway. But
That's saying something. This is the 50% battery, and this
it's the weakest thing.
Pretty strong by default, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, second skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% attack for 3 turns, 30% buster up for 3 turns, 60% chance to stun all enemies for 1 turn, and then also does a 2k curse on all enemies for 3 turns. The curse is like a nothing burger. Again, it doesn't matter. She's not there for dots. It's just a bonus, so she's never going to be like in any dot comps or anything like that. But hey, the stun can be cooled on bosses. Again, not reliable, but it's there. And then, of course, the attack and buster definitely help with a lot of the damage she puts out, especially on farming. And then the third skill, this is my favorite for sure. Also, my phone reminds me to take Medsol. I'll do that once you guys start talking here later. So yeah, this skill is cool, mostly because it's a 2-turn cooldown. So what do you get? Your party gets a 1500 heal, 20% MP damage for 1 turn, and 10% battery. It's so cool. I really like this skill because it's so spammable. You can even spam it immediately with Koyan as well. It's so cool. I like this skill a lot. And this is the reason, by the way, that she can actually do Black Grail looping. That's the fun part, because she can, if you unlock her append and then you go with all her skills, she gets 80% on turn 1, and then use Oberon's first skill, and that's 100%. Then you just do all the 50s after that in the next 2 turns. It's really cool. So that enables her to do so much more damage in farming, like ridiculous amounts. So that's pretty cool, I guess. Now, passives, 10% crit damage, cool. 4% crit damage, instant kill resistance, and mental debuff resistance. Again, cool. I guess she has a higher rank than E for once. Cool, still not a high one. She gets permanent 500 damage cut. Why not? Actually, not nothing. That does something. It's not the biggest deal ever, but it will help for sure. 30% debuff res, another one. Yeah, very cool. And then 5% gauge per turn, which, again, why not? Just more. Yeah, more, dude. Why not? And her own attack, the append is against beast class enemies. So if, I guess she is an option if we ever fight more beasts properly. Yeah, for sure. And then the MP. Oof. So she removes all her debuffs before damage. Cool. She skill seals all enemies for 1 turn. And then this overcharge. She gets 30% bust drop on base for 3 turns before damage, getting up to 60. What is that ramp up, my guy? That's crazy. This is disgusting. Like, actually. This is a big reason why her farming numbers go up so much too. Like everything, it's just a combination of things. Like if you're farming cavalry, berserkers, or I guess it may be even foreigner in the last wave, she annihilates everything. Just whoosh, they're gone. I even farm knights on her if it's not like 500k HP. You can even do that. You can even farm knights. I have a cracked copy, but I assume a lot of people will have cracked copies. I'm not obviously going to take that into account here, but I'm just saying the potential is crazy. Her damage is so ridiculous, especially on wave 3s. So, yeah. It's like Melusan levels, bro. It's crazy. It's insane. Ridiculous.
I mean, honestly, like in CQ, in farming, like there's not much to talk. There's not much more to say, honestly, because like so the skill 3 being 2-turn cooldown is low key for farming, at least for low key better than the passive, because like like for example for buster looping you can choose to use it twice on the 3rd turn, so it's 40% MP damage up, and you flip it with Oberon again, right? So also like for raids, if you're doing 1 wave, you can use it 3 times with double Kyrielight plug Oberon. So it's very funny. She has a lot of flexibility in farming. Like her biggest, like, everybody talks about her single core looping damage. I think Buster's single core looping is not like the craziest thing ever, but like because she has complete free CE freedom, that is also still very good. I want to talk more about her CQ. I really like full debuff purge before damage, because obviously this is a relatively spammable full cleanse, even though it's on herself, and also it cleanses all like damage debuffs, right? So like
Yeah.
even if the opponent like gives you like a bunch of attack downs, it's just all gone. So it's kind of like Rider Liz, where like you get to do like undebuffed damage, which is like, I mean, it depends on the boss fight. Sometimes it just doesn't come into play, but it's still a really nice effect. Big ramp up, of course. She's one of the units that one of the rare units that will have too much buster up that you might
yeah, it's so much buster
like,
up is stupid.
Buster buffers, yeah. And of course, you know, she the skill 3 is very decent for like certain stuff. Like it's already decent baseline because it has some team sustain. It's almost like a heal per turn, even though it's heal per 2 turns. So like, come on. And there are stuff like, you know, people like for example, bosses like to spam buff block, right? Bosses like to spam buff block. This eats it up like very easily. Like you can use this to like eat up the buff block, for example. So that's kind of a niche use case, but like I find it very comfortable to use her against bosses like to spam buff block. And the other 2 skills are just fine. You know, stun. Actually, it's like not guaranteed stun, right? But like it's still AOE stun. So like that.
And also, just to tease Otto a bit more, this also completely destroys Shuten's one, at least if you're using her as a main DPS. So there's that.
Yeah,
and
even the little bit of a curse did actually come into play recently with the Olgamer request. One of the waves where all the wyverns are left with 1 HP. This just chips them to death.
Oh, that's cool.
Instead of requiring another AoE. So like, I'm not saying this is a good plus, but like
yeah, it's like nothing. But yeah, cool that you found a use for it. Yeah.
Yeah. So like I think. So here's the thing. I think people rate her very high. So I tend to like to, you know, downplay stuff that people.
You like to be the contrarian.
A little bit, because I like to argue for the opposite side. But I think. We did put Melusine in the X, right?
Yes.
I don't know, because Melusine still has like, you know, Invul Pierce has like good like crit cards, whatever. Tiamat is basically all in on her MP, but she has a lot more like defensive stuff like cleanse and whatnot. So I am not 100% sure if I feel comfortable putting her in A+.
I think she has a wider damage range potential though because of her class, even though, yeah, ironically, I did say Alter Ego is a bad class, but on a Giga farmer like her, it gives her more damage potential though.
More things to hit, yeah, with super, not half a super effective, I suppose.
I mean, for her, it's all that she needs. She doesn't need 2x.
Yeah. So it's like, it's weird. I'm teetering between A+ to EX, but because I think there's so many like insane like hybrid supports that are not just full on DPSs in EX, but I think she's close at the very least, like A+ to EX in my opinion. I think she is just very good. Like even in non-single core buster looping, she obviously isn't like doing a bajillion damage like on all the buster looping sheets, but still she still holds up as a general DPS, I'd say, because of that cleanse, because of that rapid spam skill 3. I don't like, even in CQs, like in farming, single core farming EX, rating also very good. You know, as I said, the 1-turn damage, she still dish out insane 1-turn damage because that skill 3 flexibility.
Yeah.
But yeah, like A+ to EX, in my opinion. Yeah, there you go. I don't know.
I mean, before I let Otto talk, I would go EX personally, but let's see what he has.
I don't feel like I have a lot to say about her. I think she's pretty good. I'm sorry. I'm
so
tired right now.
Yeah, it's fun.
But I like the debuff cleanse before the NP. She has like a lot of little bits of utility, and like she just has a lot of things to boost her damage. She ramps up good. Yeah,
she's just all in on MP damage though. Like I feel, like yeah.
I feel like if we placed Gilgamesh in EX, we have to place her in EX as well.
But she doesn't have anti-trade. The problem with her is it never comes out in farming, I guess. But like the problem with it, like sometimes we want to push her damage, without like the full arsenal. It might not be as high as you imagine. You know what I mean? Like if you want to push her damage without like the full on buster, like she benefits very 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 much from double Koyan, and like she can solo, but it's like she herself like it's just okay. If you just bring herself in a vacuum, she's still like very decent.
Yeah, but we don't really rate it like that. Yeah.
Like
she's still A
basically-
plus even in a vacuum. I just think like she's EX with the support A plus in a vacuum. So that's why I feel like I'm teetering around, because like there are DPSs later on that I feel like are EX in both fronts. That's just how I feel. So yeah.
I think I would kind of kick myself not going EX.
I'm not going to argue against EX, honestly.
Yeah, I think I will. Even if it already starts to look a bit bloated. I mean, so be it. There's a lot of freaking good servants on this side. Okay. I mean, again, we'll have a shuffle later, potentially. So we'll go with EX for now. And see what happens. Alright, that wraps up all the alter egos. Yay, they're all done. Now we have a bunch of foreigners and then a couple of pretenders, and that's it. Still gonna be here for a while longer though, so hey, hydrate, snacks, all that jazz. So let us go to the release of the foreigner class in none other than Abigail Williams, the OG foreigner of FGO. Okay. So yeah, single target, the Buster, a DPS, and I guess she even has a bit of multi-core value here and there, but you know, I think it's only people that have like cracked copies do, because her own damage won't be that high. Anyway, she's got 12.1k attack, which among 5-star foreigners is pretty decent, definitely above average. She has the infamous triple art stick as well, and I mean, again, maybe I give it too much shit. The games are still not great though, but maybe they're not as bad as I always like trash them about. Like they're passable. It's mostly the arts changed and whatnot, you know. So
I think it's just because people are used to using her against berserkers, and berserkers.
Yeah, I think you're right actually. Yeah,
because like
that's true.
I mean, 1.5% is pretty normal for a.
Yeah, it's pretty normal. It's okay.
Like these days, we get 1.2% ones. And,
yeah, I think I didn't think about that, but I think you're right. It's mostly because whenever I pick her, 100% berserkers, never anywhere else. So yeah, that makes sense. No wonder I always think of it as so bad then. Anyway, first skill on a 7-turn cooldown, the full party gets 10% gauge every turn for 3 turns. The full party gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns, and then she herself gets a 30% battery. So that was the buff. They just added a small battery there. But hey, honestly, her MP is good effects-wise. While it might not do enough like crazy damage, hey, you know, it's still nicer to be able to use it more often. Again, because you're probably going to use it mostly against berserkers like I do. Then her gains are not going to look all that appealing. So hey, helps with all of that stuffs. Still a bunch of downtime though. It's 3 turns uptime on the 2 effects that have any uptime, and then 4 turns of downtime. So yeah, if anything, before I didn't mention it, but yeah, one of her biggest problems besides damage is cooldowns. They're very high, at least considering the downtime. So yeah, second skill on a 7-turn cooldown again. All enemies get terror for 1 time 3 turns, with a 50% chance to activate every turn for a 1-turn stun, and then they all get minus 20% defense down for 3 turns. Again, it's just a basic terror, so you know there's a bunch of downtime, but you know it's still kind of useful effects. So granted, the enemies are not immune to stuns or debuffs in general. It can be all right, but again, there's not even guaranteed you're gonna get a stun. Although I guess her terror is probably a decent chance at 50%, so you would have to be unlucky to not stun the target at some point. Now, third skill on a 7-turn cooldown is a minus 1 tick down for an enemy, and then minus 20% attack for them for 3 turns. Kind of a nothing burger, because again, you know, it's 7 turns, like, yeah, it's a tick down, but then we saw, like, Baobhan she earlier, Summer was a 6-turn one, that does a double tick down, and does a whole bunch of other stuff too, so, and she's a 4-star, so, I mean, she's newer, of course, and she's an LB6 servant, because they love to jerk them, but yeah, it's just, it's weak, it's a weak skill, it's just, it either needs to be like a 5-turn cooldown, or do more stuff with this. So yeah, her skill set is, there's not much going on with it. It's not the worst skill set I've ever seen, but certainly could do more or just have way lower cooldowns, because 7s on everything on this stuff, too high. Now, passives, we got the foreigner passives again. She has the max rank. So sadly it doesn't affect the stars, so it's always 2 stars. But hey, 12% debuff rest, cool. She also has 8% Buster up. Actually not nothing, even though she only has 1 Buster card in her deck. Remember, her MP is Buster, so helps a little bit with the damage. Anti-divine or divine itself is not that good. Hey, but yeah, this is what I was talking about. We still have some servants to go that have the absolute best case scenario with full class, advantage on their appendant. She's one of them, having the Berserker one on Foreigner. But again, like Otto said earlier, in this case, the perfect scenario is not the most impressive thing, because basically everyone minus like Shielder are good against Berserkers, or maybe even Berserkers. You don't really want to bring them, but yeah, you have so many options. So it's still great, of course, really good, but it's not like, if you're a Lancer, you would have like an Archer one. That would be a bit more significant. But yeah, still very good. Now, the MP. So, hey, it removes all enemy buffs before damage. Awesome. Very good utility. And then does a minus 30% crit chance down on the target for 1 turn on base OC scaling up to 70. I don't know why that's only 1 turn. It should have been 3 turns. There's no reason for it to be only 1 turn. It's like Sanzang, but even worse on the number. Weird. But yeah, that's the MP. And then it does damage. It doesn't do a lot of damage, though, sadly, is the problem. She doesn't have a lot of damage buffs in her kit. Ooh. So she's a DPS with some utility, basically, and a bit of, team-wide potential. I don't know. I still use her sometimes because she's so easy and, no-brainer to use against Berserkers. So, I don't know. I still don't think too highly of her, though. Sadly.
I don't either. I personally think she is not... Okay, sorry. Who wants to go first?
Sorry. Hold on. Yeah, I'll go first. You usually go first.
Yeah, go for it.
So I think Abby is someone that just gets a bit too much hate. Like, I do agree that her skill cooldowns are quite cringe. Like her 3rd skill is just like, it does not look good. And then her 2nd skill, it's like okay. But I do really like her 1st skill. It means she's getting battery quite often. Even if it's 7-turn cooldown, it's still a lot. There's a lot of things going on with that skill. And the fact that it's giving the entire team charge, I do like that a lot. And again, like I mentioned it earlier, having buff removal that is on an NP instead of a skill, it's great. Because that means you're constantly able to control whether or not the enemy is going to be doing more damage than usual, basically. It's really nice. Even if the crit rate down is like only 1 turn. She
Yeah, it's so
had some
weird.
uptime issues. But one of the biggest criticisms of her is her NP gain, and like it's really not that bad, especially since she has that battery skill. Like, I was just using her a couple days ago. I had no issue getting her NP like every other turn. I wasn't even
Every
using
other
anything like-
turn? Was this non-Berserkers?
Yeah, I was.
Like,
using
I wouldn't bring
against-
her against non-Zergs, personally.
Well, yeah.
Which is a problem, of course, for her gains.
It's it's a bit added challenge. Like, I guess it's a bit better for her gains, but still.
Yeah,
it's,
but not
like,
good for, like, practical stuff.
Well, I mean, like, if you put servants in their ideal situation all of the time, then they're not going to be. You're not going to be seeing. It's not going to be like a stress test, basically. Like, if you put them in like neutral situations, they're
Yeah,
going to struggle a bit more, and that's the point where you're going to see the limit of their value.
Yeah, counterclassing is really broken in this game. I would agree.
Yeah.
Like counterclassing is just so broken because like even if you use like a crappy, you use a crappy a counterclass unit, right? But you're still having double effective HP, for example. Which I mean, I don't know. Anyway, sorry for it.
That's fine. I appreciate you backing me up. Yeah, it's just like how I like to test servants. I like going over to the advanced quests, like trying out some of the. I like the AOE quests. Like they're pretty standard. They're like decent damage output, and you have to deal with. It's not like super complex on gimmicks, but if you're going at it at neutral, most servants at neutral are not able to do it with the types of teams I build. But it is you can get a pretty good estimate of what they are able to do on their own, or with support, just from that type of situation. Because again, like if you're counterclassing, it's really easy to beat that type of stuff. Like she'll just shred berserkers, like regardless of whether or not she is a good foreigner, because like counterclasses.
I would like back in the day. I have a lot of good reasons to back up this. Like, oh yeah, that is true. That is a good stress test. But like, why do we need the stress test? All right. But like, if you look at the recent like Olga quest, her class advantage is specifically designed to punish counterclassing, or like not punish, or like reduce the effectiveness of counterclassing, because all of her class advantages are mirrored. So if you want to do double damage to them, you have to take double. If you want to take half damage, you only do half damage. So like I do think this might be the direction they're going with, like harder bosses where they don't allow you to abuse counterclass anymore as much, at least. So I mean, I don't know. There are some merit to this argument right now. Like it used to just be like a great way to test the servant. I think there might be some merit to actually consider stuff like this right now. But it's a little bit off topic. But yeah, there you go. Oh, are you done with Abby, by the way?
Yeah, I'd say for the most part. I wouldn't put her in either of the C's. Like,
you would still agree to a C rank?
No, I said I wouldn't go for either C. Like,
okay. I heard.
Okay.
It's just. I think it's either C plus or B for B.
Okay. My issue with Abby is not really actually the MP gain, which is funny, but I think Abby as a character that very much is focusing on spamming her MP, because her skills are helping her spam her MP, and she has a triple arts deck instead of being able to.
It's only for the first 3 turns though, and then she has 4 turns of downtime.
I mean, if you use her with Vich, it's going to be having better uptime.
I would bring anyone else over though, kinda.
But also the problem with that is, as much as I like full buff purge, I think this has been a trend that I've been repeating multiple times for this tier list. I think it's not as valuable anymore compared to
as much as I'm an advocate for buff removal, especially before damage on MPs, but I hate it, but I agree with you. The most significant buffs are always boxed now. They're just always boxed.
It's just not that big a selling point.
He's gonna go in circles on this, man.
Yeah, I mean, Otto, I'm sorry. I used to be in your camp, but I agree with Plushito. I've seen it myself too.
I was also like super hyping up Tyra's full buff purge, but like the thing with Tyra is she has other stuff, right? Like I think Abigail is full on all in on her MP, and back in the day when full buff purge on MP is good enough, that might just be good enough. I think right now, full buff purge on MP is no longer like it's a good effect. It's not a game shattering effect anymore. So I don't think this is. It's the same argument with me putting down Amakusa. I apologize, but like that is literally the exact same argument. Like also she doesn't have.
Apologizing. I'm like the only person who is fighting in his favor. Like there's so many
apologizing.
People.
I was on the fence about it, to be honest.
Yeah. So like it's very similar in my opinion. It used to be such a broken effect, no longer is, right? So like I genuinely think she needs an MP upgrade, right?
I don't like the damage. Because if you can't make use of the buff removal because the crit chance down is like 1 turn, is like whatever, then what do you have?
Like her MP just does nothing. So I think she is at like B, a C plus to B as well. I agree with you.
I would probably go with C plus. I mean, it's an upgrade from last year. I think we had her at a flat C, but yeah.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. It's C plus to B for me. I'm not sure. I don't think she's like.
I'll start with C plus, and then we'll see. Okay. We'll talk about her maybe briefly in the shuffle as well. But there you go, the first foreigner. Maybe not the best showing ever, but we have a lot more foreigners to go. Of course, some better than the others. I would say, probably not a hot take. All right, next up, the next one, which didn't really take too long time. They were released like a month or 2 in between each other, I think. So hey, we got OG Hokusai. We already covered her Saber version. Again, 2+ months ago. So hey, kind of funny that her other variant is in the first list, and then her other variant is in the last list. So quite the drag between, but you know, sometimes it'll be like that. So there you go. AoE Arts Foreigner. And I'll be the first to admit that I kind of have, you know, lost. You know, she has every year she kind of goes down in my eyes in value because they don't really seem to give her too much attention, sadly. And we get so many other like AoE Arts is like the most consistent thing ever now. It feels like with single target as well. So, But yeah, let's see. 12.1k attack, pretty decent. Is it the same as Abigail actually? Well, it's pretty good at least. Now, she's got double buster, double arts on the deck, which is fine. She has some crit potential too, I guess. Her gains are not too bad either on the arts, especially if you get some nice crits. It's okay. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a 1-turn evasion, so hey, pretty decent compared to, you know, mostly being 6 turns cooldown, and then she gets a 30% battery. It's still like not a crazy skill though, all things considered, but yeah, it's there. And I guess
cooldown.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the one thing normally this would be a bit awkward because you probably just want to use it for the battery, but again, in her defense, she is arts, so you can probably just use it for the battery, right? And then, you know, get bonus value from the evasion and then just cast her for the rest of the defense. Now, second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets arts up by 30% for 3 turns, 100% buff removal resistance for 1 turn, and then 100% debuff rest for 1 turn. It's pretty good. So it's very comparable to like Sitonai's skill, but instead of debuff immune, you get, you know, resistance and removal resistance. So, you know, at least for 1 turn, you're basically fully safe from removal and debuffs. Very cool. And then it's her main card type with a decent uptime. Now, third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets this on attack debuff for 3 turns. So whenever she's using arts cards, the enemy gets a minus 20% defense down for 3 turns. This also applies to her MP. It is after damage though, but that means she can also do an AoE drop defense with her MP. And then she also gets 500% absorb on her arts cards for 3 turns and a 15-star bomb. It's alright. You can actually stack a lot of defense down with this. Especially when you get to spam that MP a lot mostly. The face cards help a little bit too. And if you're crazy enough to solo, then it's even crazier. You can actually hit defense cap very easily, or defense down cap very easily. But she's not really a great solo servant, so it's mostly on teams. So even there, you're going to get a good amount of defense down anyway. Not bad. Good source from it. And that's the whole kit of skills. It's fine. It's just fine. It's like a bit better than Sitonai, I would say. Yeah, not a big difference though. Now, passives, 2 stars per turn and also 12% debuff rest. There's a lot of similarities between the first 2 foreigners, I'm not gonna lie. Obviously, they're very different gameplay-wise, but like a lot of similarities, like the attack, they both have the same append, I believe, they both have EX passives, like, there's a lot of similarities between them. Anyway, 8% debuff success rate helps with the defense downs, cool. 4% arts up, could be higher, but hey, at least she has some main card type action on the passives. Divinity B, no thanks. But yeah, like I mentioned, she also has the anti-berserker, the best case scenario, very cool. And then the MP, it does nothing on normal effect besides damage, and then overcharge is super effective against man attribute, the base 150 to 200 range. Honestly, if you don't hit man attribute, it does dog damage, especially on neutral. Absolute dog damage. It's just nothing. But on man attribute, at least you can see some damage numbers. But even her farming is like not pretty at all. Yeah. So she's basically relegated as a DPS.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the funny thing with Hokusai is I know a friend that is like a super big Hokusai fan, 120 Hokusai, right? And then the way he uses her at this point is he uses the MP and the arts cards to lower the defense, and then uses Van Gogh's MP to boost the crit up for her buster cards to take advantage of the defense. So fair to say, her as a standard AoE art slooper just wouldn't cut it. Like, yes, she has anti-man, but that's about it. Like, it really is all about that defense down spamming, which, as you said, can have potentially very high numbers as well. But other than that, I think she's just very outdated, especially if you want to use her as an AoE art slooper. I don't think you should use her as an AoE art slooper, but that's what most people think of. And if we're talking points from other AoE arts units for like slightly having bad looping, or like not even.
Well,
just
we're not really
just,
gonna probably
the
focus on
MV
her
itself.
looping much anyway. It's mostly about her versus bosses, because that at least she has some
Yeah.
presence in.
Yeah, I would say that. I do think the defense down spam is still very interesting, because of how high the potential number could be. Like the 100% defense down can be hit with relative ease, especially if you like reshuffle your deck. But I just think everything else, it's so underwhelming. She definitely needs like an MP upgrade or like a skill upgrade or anything, just anything.
Yeah,
she just needs something.
I'm surprised she hasn't been buffed again. And that first buff was ages ago at this point.
Yeah, she's
She
a
needs
bit of
more.
too old of a servant, I'd say.
Yeah.
I'd put her like B to B plus. I don't know.
I think B plus is max for me, but what do you think, Otto?
Yeah.
I don't have much to say about her. She's very straightforward. Like I like that she can ramp defense debuffs, but she just really doesn't have a lot going on.
Mm.
So yeah, it's like I like the buff removal resist and debuff resist. I wish it was more than one turn.
True. Buff rollers is still kind of a unique thing, right? Like a great thing to have on DPS as well.
It can be a bit awkward to time though, because you'll usually want to use the arts ASAP, and then if you break the bar, then maybe that's going to be fine because they might pop whatever gimmick at that time, and then you got coverage for debuff and buff removal. So it's like B or B plus.
So I guess we could compare her to Sitonai. I mean, she is AoE, yes, compared to single target, but they're both basically boss killers anyway. And I think they're both kind of basic and samey anyway for the most part, but I might prefer Sitonai a little bit, personally. I think. So I might just put her in B then, if that's not too brutal.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Like foreigners always have this thing to lean on called Van Gogh in terms of their damage potential, but at the same time, I understand not. Oh, not okay. Yeah. People with existence outside the domain.
Other things.
Yeah, Knocknara doesn't have it. Cuckoo doesn't have it. I understand, but like yeah. Like I should say existence outside the domain, not foreigner. But yeah, I mean, yeah, kind of sad. She's a fan favorite too, man.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Okay. There you go. We might shuffle this stuff later again, but yeah. Okay. Let's see. Ooh. Wait, so there was a full year between it went from one New Year's servant to another? Actually, there was Benny and mine in between as well, right? It was 2 years. Because they alternate between Saber and Foreigner. That's how it works.
Yeah, it was 2 years.
Wow.
Damn, they used to be rare. What happened?
Yeah. Who knows? But anyway, let's talk about the young Guifei next, or How. There she is. Cutesy servant. Single target arts DPS as a foreigner. 12.3k attack is a pretty good start. Places her pretty decently among her peers. She is double arts, double quick on the deck, which probably fine, because she's one of those servants that kind of lives and dies by the MP as well. Understandable. So the gains are pretty decent actually, and even her the skill set also complements it really well too. It's not that hard to spam her MP actually. It's pretty easy. Now, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets an invul for 1 turn. She gets 10% gauge per turn for every turn for 3 turns. 25 critical stars on use, and then she gets a 1-turn taunt. I like this buff because it used to be only against males, which was really annoying. But now you get the stars and you get the taunt on everyone. Great combo with the invul as well. I mean, you could always get one from like Castor as well, but now you can save it if you want to, I guess. But yeah, you probably want to pop this early on anyway for the gauge per turn. Or you could save it, depends. Maybe if it's like a single target MP boss, you can just save it for that too. But, you're probably just going to be safe anyway. Good skill though, I like it. Second skill, on a 7-turn cooldown, all enemies tick down by 1. And then for every tick down, she gets 20% gauge for herself. So against 3 enemies, 60%. Against 1, 20%. As some examples. And then she does minus 20% defense down all enemies for 3 turns. Pretty decent. You're probably not going to bring her too much against, AoE bosses, I feel like. But, if you do, added value, I guess. Yeah, if you do these on 6 enemies with ticks down, you get a free MP. Now, third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets the Living Flame buff for 3 attacks, 3 turns. So whenever an enemy attacks her, they get minus 10% defense down for 3 turns and a burn for 1k for 3 turns. So again, this can happen 3 times with one activation of this skill. And then she also gets 20% defense for 3 turns. Yeah, so it's kind of annoying how it works, though. Thank God she has the taunt, though. Otherwise, you know, it'd be way harder. But also, thank God we have command codes. She would be... If we didn't have command codes and the taunt was still only against males, she would be so much worse. Because getting those burns up would be so inconsistent. But now it's way easier. And yeah, she's looking a bit better because of it. She has aged fine, I think. Anyway, to cover the rest of the kit, 2 stars per turn, 12% debuff res. I guess all of these foreigners like just have the EX passive, okay? Kind of weird, but yeah. You think they would be like Cthulhu itself or something to have EX, but yeah, it's just a cute Chinese girl. It's like, yeah, EX, why not? Anyway, Divinity B, cool, why not? Doesn't do much though. Anti-ruler on the append. That doesn't do much. Alright, the MP. So, I always forget about this, but yeah, the MP itself does a burn as well. That's not the part I forget about for 3 turns, but I forgot that they make it a scaling effect on the MP level. So on MP1, you get a 3k burn for 3 turns, and up to with MP5 you get up to 6k. And then the OC is what keeps her pretty relevant still, I want to say, is the super effective against burn enemies. So any enemy that has a burn, she does a base 150% bonus damage all the way up to 200%, the standard range. So the MP is like whatever, but yeah, it's still very easy to activate. It's like basically a free super effective because, you know, again, command codes exist. So unless the enemy is immune to burns, debuffs, etc., you're always basically going to hit super effective. And that's cool. That's cool. So she can even do neutral DPSing in that sense. Not bad. Obviously, she still shines the most against Berserkers because she also kind of wants to get hit and whatnot. But yeah, I think she, of the 3 ones so far, of the 5-star foreigners, she has aged the best by far compared to like Abby and Hokusai, I would say. What do you guys think about young Guife?
Yeah. I mean, we got a nerd emoji there with the exists outside the domain EX. She is supposed to be Cthulhu, the living flame, so she's actually the same as Cthulhu.
Oh, I guess they're tied to their, like, you know, the creature or whatever. Yeah, okay, so it's not the... Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, it's their DTs or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, it's not the sun that she's crashing. I mean, it should be obvious because it's blue, but yeah.
But other than the nerd emoji, I think she is just, like, a neutral arts DPS for, like, really most of the time. Like, as you said, she is good enough for neutral. Like, she's not relegated to berserkers. And you know, she has, like, people have just brought her against, you know, big berserker bosses, like, because she's arts, you know, it's easier to pilot than someone like Abigail, arts ST, like a big bosses, like she's probably one of the more popular picks against Sir Nunos, for example.
Yeah, I was about to say.
You know, it's just good. Yeah. Like good class, good whatever, right?
So kind of the funny thing about that, though, is I think she's kind of overrated in that fight in particular, just because she puts so many debuffs on them. Like,
true.
Like, I tried to run her with Castoria and Mash. Mash died in like 2 hits.
Yeah, she kind of screws herself over. I did that fight with Baobhan, which is really dumb as well, but
yeah.
But yeah, anyways, so I think, but the problem with her is she, like, usually you are bring her neutral, and her damage, even with SE, it is universal SE.
Yeah, it's not amazing.
It's not Monte Cristo, right? Like you see the problem here with the anti-burn, right? So I will say her overcharge is easier to trigger with arts, because like Castoria's MP is like more accessible than Scotty and Yokoyan's MP, I'd say, in normal, like, just most standard comp. So it's not horrible, but I also don't think she's like actually that amazing. I think her use case is, as much as I crapped on Sitonai, I think her use case is just probably a little better than Sitonai.
I think it is, for sure.
Just a little bit, though.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. I would say, like, they're actually very similar in terms
Sounds like a plus to me.
Yeah, so I don't actually want to rate her too high. I would put her in like a B to B plus, probably B plus, because she's better than I
Wow.
think she does fare a little bit
I
better
would go
than
A,
Hokusai.
but what do you think, Otto?
Personally, I'm leaning towards A. Like, she does have a couple issues with her order of operations. Like
Yeah,
she
the
can't
burns.
instantly NP. Like, I mean, she can instantly NP. It's just she can't burn the enemy normally.
Well, you could do one
until she
face card
NPs.
with a CC before. It's a little bit diminishing value, but it's
Yeah.
not that big of a deal.
Yeah, but generally, like if you're looking to like loop with like on turn one, you're gonna want to do like NP, then someone else's arts card, then her arts card. That's the ideal. And generally, like you might think like, okay, mighty chains might make that a little less awkward. Well, you don't want a mighty chain with an arts NP, honestly, because like quick cards and buster cards, like no reason I ever pick this for.
It depends on the servant, but yeah, for the most part, you're kind of correct.
Something actually someone brought up in chat. I appreciate them reminding me because I actually did make a video review of her like a really fucking long time ago. Something kind of weird about her second skill is it benefits from being up against more than one enemy.
Yeah.
But she wants to be up against one enemy.
Yeah, I was
so-
talking about that during the review as well.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I probably wasn't paying attention. I'm trying.
Yeah, no worries.
to fix up this video being stupid. Yeah. But there's just a couple issues like that. But I really do love her first skill. It keeps her secure for a turn, and it defends the team for a turn. And like you use that on a turn where you're NPing, and then they don't take damage, and she gets NP regen, and she's also more likely to crit on that turn. So she's very likely.
And she probably does burns from her third skill as well.
Yeah, that too.
And the defense down.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah. I guess. Yeah.
It's just
I
it's
guess.
good synergy, basically.
She feels kind of like she feels kind of like Summer Reese, although she has a little bit rougher of a start and her damage potential isn't as high. I still think she's completely solid.
Yeah, I think A is pretty good. Okay, sure. All right, next up, we go from cute Chinese girl to small satellite boy in Voyager.
I recognize someone in chat who has a 120 Yang Fei, so it's funny. They're simping.
I've noticed I've noticed a lot of people today that have 120 copies of some of these tournaments, myself included, by the way. But yeah, and you guys probably too. So yeah. Anyway, Voyager time. So AoE, quick DPS farmer, a bit of multi-core action as well. He's he's like mini Douman, but we'll see what he's like.
A little bit like Tez as well, I guess.
He's got a little bit of like a bunch of stuff. Anyway, 10.4k attack is probably one of his biggest downfalls. The attack could definitely be higher, especially considering he's probably mostly going to be on neutral. So yeah, I wish the attack was higher. He's double arts, double quick as well, like Yang Guifei. Decent gains, not as great as hers, but still fine. And he's AoE, so refund's okay as well, assuming you're hitting multiple enemies. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 50% battery, debuff immune for 3 turns, and 10 stars on use. Hey, look, we get the return of the good skill of Voyager of the Stars, I guess. I guess in his case, he gets debuff immune instead of invul pierce. But, depending on the case, one is better than the other, I guess. So there's never like, oh, this is always better than this utility. So it's not a bad skill by any means.
Yeah, straight up 3 turns debuff immune is really strong.
Yeah, it's like half the time you're debuff immune. Whoa, that's great. Alright, second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets an evasion for 1 turn, he gets 20% quick up for 3 turns, and then one enemy gets minus 20% quick res down. So it's like Kiara in a way, there's only one enemy minus res, even though he's AoE, although this time it's 3 turns, so that's nice at least. And it's a little bit awkward, because again, it's a lot of offense in this skill, but then it's like his main defensive tool as well for hard defense, and again, he's not like art, so defense is like super free, so... Yeah, you're gonna have to do some calculation and thinking ahead, depending. Yeah, because you really would like to get those offensive things going on as well, though, especially on bosses. So, a bit awkward for sure. Alright, third skill. On a 6-turn cooldown, one ally gets 600% absorb for 1 turn, 30% quick damage or quick performance, quick up for 3 turns, 30% party crit damage for 3 turns, and then 20% party crit resistance for 3 turns. So you're probably going to use it on himself. I mean, you could use him as a kind of a pseudo support as well, but chances are you're probably going to use it on himself. But you know what? Hey, 20% crit resistance ain't too bad. That already eliminates a good chunk of base crits in the game. Pretty cool. It's an alright skill after the buff. So that's the skill set. It's far from the worst we've seen, but also far from the best as well, I would say. But it works. It's okay. I don't hate it. Passives, 2 stars per turn, 6% debuff rest, cool. 8% crit, 8% art sub, decent as well. 10% buff removal resistance. So again, I forgot who was the other one that had it earlier. But yeah, it's not. It was Cagliostro, right?
No, you said passive. It's Cagliostro, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's not reliable, of course. But if it works, then hey, cool. You just probably saved a bunch of buffs. Enjoy. But yeah, it's just a bonus. Now, anti-lancer on the append is not that big of a deal for him, but I guess he has some placements on parties, so it could be a small boost in some cases. His MP has also been buffed, so let's see what it does. So before damage, 20% MP damage for himself for 1 turn, scaling up to 40% on OC. He does 150% super effective against sky attribute enemies, flat. He charges the full party by 20% on every MP, and then further charges all living human trait allies by 20%, so they get 40. And this is the full list of all the living human servants. There's not that many, but hey, there's a lot of my waifus here as well, so I should use my Voyager more anyway. But yeah, pretty cool. In fact, do we even have this buff on NA? I forgot. Anyway, it's decent. It helps with his damage as well, which was probably one of his biggest issues. His damage was kind of a sponge. So yeah, I mean, still nothing great, but it helps for sure.
Wait, what?
Next anniversary.
Not
he's this anniversary, but the one.
Oh, okay. Sure.
So, I think the MP buff helps him so much because honestly, he was already like a very decent. Like his refund was good. He has a bunch.
Yeah, for quick, it's really good.
He team charges as well. For multi-core potential, like 20. I mean, we're not even talking living humans here. It's just 20.
Yeah.
For like if he loops it twice, 40. So like, I think he's really solid now. He is like, yeah. Once again, like damage was his biggest problem. I forgot if he already had anti-sky before the upgrade.
He did.
But okay.
I think the only
is living human, right?
Yeah, they increased it by
living
10%.
Yeah,
which is kind of funny, but honestly, like it's all right.
Because his MP effects were already good, so like they really didn't need to add too much to it.
I'd say. Part of what that means is if you're using him in some sort of multi-core setup with a living human ally, they can go from 0% to 100% if they have.
Isn't Tez living human? I think that was the biggest one, right? At least from when I first looked at it.
Personally, the
he is,
I like. The synergy that I like with him is Summer Chloe actually has some cool synergy with them because he can help buff her and she can help charge him.
Oh yeah, quick.
So,
yeah, true.
Her damage isn't particularly great, but to be fair, I was trying to use them on the QP node for like on Paper Moon, which is like
it has quite a bit of HP.
Yeah, 500k neutral.
Yeah, that's a lot of HP.
That being said, at NP2 he can single core it because they're sky attribute enemies.
Yeah, I honestly think he's very decent now. Like just everything else that used to be good, just because like it feels worth it now because of his own damage being really decent. So honestly, there's a lot of use cases for him in both farming. In CQs, he's just AoE quick, I'd say. But like, yeah, someone said he can charge up Caster Scotty's MP decently with that 20 per turn, so he actually has better access to a lot of support MPs even as a quick servant. So
yeah,
it's
also-
almost like Da Vinci Rider,
Also-
but a quick servant, right?
Yeah.
There's two other 50% chargers that are living human. There's Rhinus and there's Waver. So those are reasonable to use with them, and that's another 30% defense down at least on wave 3. So that can be a little useful. And something kind of interesting about him, since he relies pretty heavily on the flat charge for his refund. Like, he already had situations where he preferred like a flat
Weird
split
number.
charger instead of another Scotty.
Oh yeah. That's fair.
It's not as much of a thing now, though. Now that he has better damage, so he gets better refund.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I'm actually inclined to put him A+ because of the MP upgrade. Like as I said earlier, yeah, it's just a boring NP upgrade, but an upgrade is.
I mean, that solved one of his biggest issues, which was the potato damage.
Yeah, I think it genuinely helped him a lot. So I'm inclined to put him A+.
I might be able to agree to that. Yeah. Do you think that's fine, Otto?
You said A+? Right?
Yeah, he's suggesting it.
I said A+, yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with A+.
Wow.
I've used him.
Damn, he's gone up a lot. Over the years, he's been slowly climbing here.
Yeah, he's been getting a buff like every year,
true.
So.
Yeah. I mean, this was the most important one, the MP one, but yeah, he even got some love earlier too.
Basically, as soon as they gave him an NP upgrade, I maxed mine out. I got him NP2 because I rolled for Kijo Koyo and got NP1.
I got MP5 somehow. I don't remember what happened, but I have an MP5 on my NA. I don't know how that happened though. But yeah.
That's pretty great.
But yeah, he's.
I'm kind of sad though because I always saw him and Jacques competing a lot, and I'm a huge Jacques simp, and yeah, it's unfortunate, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Anyway, before we get to her, we get a couple other servants first of all. So back to Abigail City. Okay, let me change the SID should. What's the best one? I don't even know. Second? I don't know. You tell me. They're all kind of weird. So hey, Saber Abigail, we're back.
Like a normal kid.
Which one?
I prefer the third one.
Yeah, sure. I'll go with the third one. I don't think a kid would have a swimsuit like that, to be honest. But yeah, okay, fair.
Well, I don't know. I don't think most kids would dress up as the Pope at the beach either. So
yeah, but it's still a one-piece swimsuit, right? I don't know.
I want to outer god alien demon. I don't want to.
Yeah, okay. She's something. Okay. Anyway, Summer Abigail. So we go from single target to AoE buster, but I guess she's more than just the DPS or farmer because God, she's not great at those two. So she has some interesting utility cases as well. You know, not to play the devil's advocate a little bit here. I don't think she's all that great, but I'm sure Otto will come up with like 10 things to try and convince. But we'll give her a fair rundown here. So 11.7k attack is okay. It's not as high as her original counterpart though, if I remember correctly though. But, you know, again, doesn't help with her kind of sad damage. She's double buster, double quick. I thought she was like... I didn't remember she was double quick. That's interesting. Not saying it's like the greatest thing ever, but I'm just surprised, if anything. Because her OG was triple arts. Anyway, her gains cards look fine. Yeah, they're fine. Honestly, they look even better than OG, so... yeah. Alright, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, one enemy asleep for 2 turns. So yeah, whenever you attack the target, they just, you know, they get awake. Sleep is gone, but also this one removes their buffs. And then it does a minus 50% defense down for 1 attack, 2 turns when the sleep is active. So again, it's just for that 1 attack basically. Because, you know, the sleep gets removed, the defense down is gone, it's 1 attack anyway. So you can do like a 1 big hit on the target. Now, second skill, oh, right, this buff is new, I think, compared to last year, maybe? Well, anyway.
Yeah.
6-turn cooldown, does a 1-time 3-turn terror on all enemies with a 50% chance to activate for a 1-turn stun, so, or 55. So it's a little bit better than OG Abigail's, but, you know, still RNG, of course. 20% defense down all enemies for 3 turns, and then, hey, now she herself gets 30% to bust her up for 3 turns, and I think that they also reduced the cooldown. Now it looks better. Yeah. They should do this for OG Abigail as well, or something similar, because she still has a base. Like, they buffed the one that was already a bit better, because this one had like 5% more activation chance, but yeah, they should buff the OG one too. This is not bad, actually. This is pretty good.
Yeah. This makes her buster looping damage a lot better. She can double cast a node.
Yeah, totally.
For whatever that's worth.
Yeah, for whatever it's worth. Anyway, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a 50% battery. She does or gets 30% debuff success rate, 30% for 3 turns, and then she does a minus 30% buster resistance down for 1 enemy for 3 turns. So again, you can definitely combo this with the sleep for even more like, big buster hit imminent stuffs, I guess. I kind of wish the buster was down was AoE. She's not that crazy that it, wouldn't be unwarranted in my opinion, and she's AoE herself, but I guess they thought it would be too much or something. I do like this skill set more than OG though, that's for sure, but I don't still love it. Now, first passive, 2 stars and 12% debuff res, cool. 9% buster up, even better than OG because she has more buster cards. And Divinity, which no one really cares about. Alright, Avenger on the anti-append. Again, pretty irrelevant, I would say. Unless you're bringing her for, like, support utility, then maybe a bit of bonus tickle, sure. And then the MP. So, hey, before damage, all enemy defensive buffs, goodbye. So it's not a full buff purge like OG Abby, but it is AoE as well, so there's that. And then it does a minus 20% defense down on enemies for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 40%. Dude, I don't know. I don't like her, but to be honest, I never use her. I'm sure there's some use cases, so yeah, I'll just let like Otto talk, and maybe you have ideas, Plushy, because I just don't like her.
Okay, so this is a
but you can convince me.
Piss off everyone in chat,
bro.
I think she's okay. I think she's alter ego Kiara tier. So
wow.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing with her, right? Her DPS potential not nearly as bad as people say. Her claim to fame is that one clip where she couldn't kill Embers.
Yeah.
Do you know who also couldn't kill Embers at like with her setup? Wow. Like she didn't even have any support. Like
is this where the main comparison comes in?
No, I'm not even comparing her with Koyandark. I'm just saying like
no, I mean Kiara, because you were talking about her.
It's not Kiara.
Okay.
I don't know about Kiara, but like under the same conditions, you will be surprised how many SSRs couldn't kill Embers.
I mean, like, yeah, it's mostly a meme, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually a meme. So Abigail, her buster looping damage is not horrible actually compared to just I generally don't think it's horrible. The reason it's horrible because it's always neutral, right? So also of course the second skill buff helped it because now she can stack it twice on the 3rd turn. Yeah. And her DPS potential is actually not horrible because she can crit with Van Gogh. I genuinely think that is like because of how buster focused she is, she has a lot. She can take advantage of the crit from Van Gogh a lot better because even though Van Gogh has like quick downs and whatever, you always want to crit with buster. So she has a lot of buster.
And then she has a really good deck for that too.
Yeah. So yeah, BBQQA is a good deck for Van Gogh. So her arts cards, yeah, is fine. Also, so okay. So her DPS is actually not horrible. Her support is great utility, full buff removal, and a lot of single target damage, even though it's in the form of a debuff. There's buster down. There's a big defense down, even though it's only 1 hit. I kind of hate that because of the sleep.
Yeah.
And the MP also continues to have defensive buff removal before damage. So I think overall, like, yes, she doesn't fit into an arts team, so she isn't as easy to pilot as someone like Kiara. But because of her like still she has like the buff removal. Like the comparison with Kiara is like the buff removal, the single target card type down, support if you choose to use them that way, right? Like her DPS is not as easy to pilot as Kiara, but like her damage potential as a DPS, if you do run the correct crit comp, is actually higher than Kiara. So I think that is fair. It's a fair trade-off there. And I genuinely think her support is just a little bit better because of how much more damage she can add to a buster, but that is also debatable because like sometimes people like AoE defense down instead of whatever. She also she has a one hit defense. So it's like yeah. So like I understand why people hate her. She's a big meme, but I genuinely think she can go both support and DPS, and neither are horrible. So I think she's actually close to Kiara tier. So like I would put her in A.
Honestly, I don't think Otto probably doesn't need convincing because I know he likes her a lot. So
Yeah.
Mm.
So the thing that really appeals to me, so there, okay, in this day, we have a pretty large mixture of all sorts of Buster supports, and only like 2 of them have longevity support. That at least other than like taunting, for example, and that is generally the argument that I see presented against using her as some sort of a support. She doesn't really have many supportive effects other than offensive effects.
Yeah.
But if you look at the offensive effects she has some of the best damage boosting of any servant out there.
Mm.
Like, okay, for Buster, sorry.
Yeah.
So there are situations where she will actually give you more damage boosting than Oberon. So she doesn't have, of course, she doesn't have the not charm, charge.
Yeah.
But another thing
Use
that
her with
she,
Oberon in raids.
yeah, so yeah, you could use them together. It's basically just when you're using something with NP damage buffs, that's when Oberon wins. Another complaint that I see is one hit per skill. And I don't think that's as much of a huge thing. I mean, sure, I'd prefer it was like 1 or 2 turns, but Oberon gives you a one hit damage boost too, and that's never a problem.
It's not one hit though. It's a full brave
Yes.
chain potentially, but yeah, fair enough.
Well, I mean, it's a one-time, like,
Yeah, but it's still a
most-
50% buster up to. Let's not say that's not nothing, you
a
know. Let's not
50%
go
buster
there,
buff
okay?
for 1 turn.
So it's not just the MP damage thing. It's you can get a really nice boost
yeah.
for your brave chain too. This one only works for the first card, but yeah, I kind of see where you're
No,
coming
she
from.
has a
but-
buster down though.
Yeah, but then she has Buster
No, we were
resist
talking
now,
about the first
and then
skill, I
she has
assume.
defense.
Okay, I
Yeah,
didn't know you were
well-
combining skills here. Okay.
Well, I'm talking about like if you look at all the damage that that Oberon is giving you, it's 50% Buster. He's doubling your NP damage.
Oh, I thought you were just
going to-
comparing his third skill to her first skill. Okay.
Well, so it's just like if you're looking at it like you want this one big turn of NP damage. Like they both can enable that. And like I'd say it's pretty comparable because there's some situations where you don't need the extra 70% charge. And because of it, there are situations where she pulls ahead in that regard. Speaking of situations where she pulls ahead, what if the enemy uses any sort of defense at all? That is when Oberon or just like all sorts of other supports just fail. Because like if you look at what you have as an answer to evade or invuln, so you've got things like Calamity Jane, which is really gimmicky because she's got the you need a certain amount of stars for it. There's Sherlock, who he's more so arts focused, but maybe you just want to use a Buster Servant and you want to enable them to get past those buffs. So the other alternative is like, okay, you can use a CE, but then like you're gonna drop your damage just because you like can't work past it a different way. But with her, she has that big damage boost that she can give you. And then she can also she also has 2 different ways, not just one, 2 different ways she can remove defensive buffs. So if they
Okay, well,
use it
as a
on
counter
multiple
argument,
turns-
though, a lot of the times invulns and evades can be unremovable, though. So an invul pierce would still be better from like a Sherlock or something. But yeah, fair. Yeah, it's still
Yeah.
a bonus, I guess.
Yeah, but like even then, like she's got big damage bonuses, and the other 2 don't quite have the same damage bonuses. So again, if like unremovable buffs, that does change the situation. But if it's like some sort of skill that they use, like when they're at a certain HP or whatever, then she can do that. She can also remove guts, not with her NP. Her NP can remove defensive buffs, but guts is not that. But
Yeah.
her first skill removes it. So it's she has multiple options. I like using what's it called? It's love something. It's the
Love's
one
Curse, the one that one has
Manannan.
debuff success rate.
Yeah, because part
Love's
of it
Curse.
is it has overcharge, and she's able to NP immediately. So overcharge, debuff success. So she has like 50% defense down for 3 turns after the NP, and then 30% of that. And yeah, I think she's just got like some cool options. Actually,
All right,
I did
fair.
like this big video like defending her basically.
I think I remember seeing that video. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not
Okay.
trying to argue she's like fucking crazy or something, but like I
Okay.
genuinely think
I'll
she's...
probably rate her higher than last year, but I'm probably not gonna go super high though. So what do you guys think for tiers?
I mean, I already said I would genuinely put her in A. I'm not joking, because of Van Gogh, like synergy. I don't think
Did Otto say is also A?
Yeah. Also, Van Gogh synergy, right? Something I don't think you mentioned it. One thing that can shut down Van Gogh or Van Gogh teams is defensive buffs, and she can help you deal with those. And she also has multiple ways of stunning the enemy. She has a 2-turn stun on her first skill. Like, you can just sit there and not attack them during that time. It's a 2-turn stun.
Yeah, her card damage with Go is good. Like I just think her DPS is very much underrated. I genuinely think people are slowly coming around with.
True. Okay, sorry to cut you off, but Dragon puts up a good point. We have Knock Nari as a free option though, and she gives even more damage though.
Yeah, but she doesn't.
They're doing different things. Her
they
DPS
are. I mean, if you need the buff removal, okay, but sometimes we have buffs as well. I don't know.
That like, no offense, I think that is a horrible comparison. I think they're not even remotely close. Knock Nari doesn't even have existence outside the domain. Her DPS is actually horrible.
No, I'm talking about the support stuff, not the DPS stuff.
Well, this is still very different because like what Knock Nari does is generally better damage support, because 50% attack up, 30% defense down, right? Like I don't know why they're being compared, because like they have nothing in common. Knock Nari cannot remove buffs. Summer Abbey cannot give you sustaining damage boost that is outside of Buster. So like they do completely different stuff. Just because they're both foreigners doesn't mean they're comparable. Not like, once again, my main defense for Abby is her DPS ability, because everybody says her DPS sucks. Her DPS is absolutely zero merit. I think that is completely incorrect. So that is actually why I'm bumping her, because like most people do understand her buff removal, her utility, and it is still true that buff removal isn't as like valuable as it used to be. But at the same time, her DPS is not nearly as bad as people claim it to be. So that is actually my main defense there. Also, Knock Nari is EX. I'm not putting her in EX, bro. I'm not even putting her in A+. What do you mean?
So another thing about the comparison between the two, generally the situations where Knock Nari shines the most, it's when you aren't planning on living much longer, or when you're ending the fight within a few turns, because you're going to have to contend with the skill seal. That's going to kind of lock you down on some more defensive options.
I actually disagree with that, but sure. Sorry. You keep going.
Okay.
I know what you mean, though. I know what you mean. It's like, because you're cucking the support skills.
Okay.
But yeah.
It's gonna be really hard for me to place Avi on A though. I would maybe be able to do B+, but A is, I don't know, that's really pushing it. I mean, you might be right. I could just be, inexperienced with her, and I'm probably gonna try and change that, but I don't know, man.
I mean, it's fine. It's her list, but like I'm just trying to sell you the idea that her DPS is, like,
well, I mean, B+ would still be considerably higher than last year, for what it's worth.
Yeah. I'm actually mainly defending her DPS here, which is not the support. Like I think the support is very clear.
We're attacking from different sides here.
Okay. I'm gonna go with B+ for now. We've been talking about Summer Abbey for like 30 minutes. Okay, we'll do maybe cover her again in the shuffle. Okay, fine. I'm gonna try and use her myself more. I have a decent copy in NA anyway, so I'm gonna try and use her a bit more, especially when we get the buff as well. So we'll see. Maybe I'll change my mind, but for now, moving on. Okay. Well, I guess it's time for one of the big ones. So yeah.
Oh yeah, we couldn't
It's
stop.
time to talk about the painter, Van Gogh.
Enabler.
Yeah, there you go. Van Gogh, fun character. Crazy crit DPS, crazy crit support, soloer. She's a thing. All right. The worst thing about her, probably the attack stat, 11.2k, and that's really saying a lot. Not a problem though. See, sometimes you get so many buffs that you don't even care if your attack was like negative, so it's fine. Now, she has full triple quick deck, which is pretty cool. It's a bit awkward sometimes, but it still works. Her own damage potential won't be the craziest type, but again, because of how much buff she gets stacked, then it doesn't really matter, does it? So yeah, and her gains are also decent. They're good enough to be able to MP often, especially on solo. Now, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a Guts for 1 time, 5 turns. So, hey, pretty good uptime on that Guts. 3k revive. She gets a triple 10-turn curse for 100 damage each. So, basically nothing. And then she gets 10% battery for every curse stack. And there's no limit to that, by the way. Every curse is just flat out 10%. On its own, it's okay, but it gets better. So yeah, 6-turn cooldown on the second skill, 150% chance to do a minus 20% defense down on all enemies for 3 turns. So hey, unless they have really high resistance, you're basically guaranteed to land that. Minus 20% quick res down on all the enemies as well for 3 turns. Full party gets evasion for 1 attack 3 turns. Full party gets 300 healing per turn for 3 turns, so that already kind of negates the first curses as well. Not that the damage is a problem anyway. And then the full party gets, everyone gets a 100 damage curse for 10 turns. Cool. Again, it gets better. So, third skill on a 5-turn cooldown. Targeted skill. 1 ally gets 30% attack for 3 turns. 600% absorb for 3 turns. Then she herself gets this on attack buff for 3 turns. So, she removes 1 latest curse buff when attacking with her quick cards. And if she removes a curse, she gets 10% attack for 3 turns. And then when using this skill, she transfers all curses that can be moved from all allies and enemies to herself. So this one, Faker only did it from allies. She does it from everyone. If it's not unremovable, she will yoink all the curses. So you can get a lot of battery turn 1 if you order your skills better. How about that? Very cool. Not an instant MP necessarily, depends on your starting CE choice, but a lot of battery regardless.
If you do double Van Gogh, it can be instant. Like if you
true. I get curses, true in that case. But yeah, you can also bring other supports as well with Gauge and whatnot. You don't have to only get Gauge from curses and face cards. So there's a lot of ways to go about it. Now, passives, 2 stars per turn, 10% debuff success rate, 6% buster. Not that big of a deal because again, she only has 1 buster card, but it helps, I guess. 7.5% debuff success rate, very cool because she is very debuff heavy, so any bonus chance is always great. Divinity B is like whatever, and then kind of an important passive sometimes, not always relevant of course, but yeah, she cannot die to curses. She will still take the same damage as everyone else, but no curse can kill her. Even if it's like unremovable ones from bosses and whatnot, she cannot die to anything that is considered a curse. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, not that you would ever put one on her, but isn't Black Rail curse damage? Is that how it works?
No, it doesn't count.
Oh, I thought some C did, but maybe I'm misremembering. Anyway, not that you would ever put it on her anyway, so it doesn't matter. Anyway,
you mean can she die from Black Rail? I think she can die from Black Rail.
Okay, so it's not curse. Okay, well, whatever, it's fine. Anyway, anti-caster on the append. Honestly, anything here would be fine for her. Anything. So might as well. Alright, then the MP. So, full party. Base overcharge, 30% attack for 3 turns, scaling up to 50%. Pretty good. All enemies get a terror for 1 time 3 turns with 60% chance to activate for a 1-turn stun. On MP1, everyone gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns. All foreigner passive allies, including herself, get 100% crit damage for 3 turns, and then you get 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. So on base MP1, every foreigner ally, including herself, gets 150% crit damage for 3 turns. Whoa. Yeah, that's a number. That's the base number. and then a bunch of attack on top. I mean, we probably don't have to talk too much about her. She's just stupid. She's kind of ridiculous. Like, she herself is a super capable DPS, but she can also really support like other crit DPS as well. Granted, they have the Foreigner passive, of course. It's not the biggest amount of servants, of course. In fact, I can probably even show you here. Well, actually, it's on tabs. But yeah, you can see there's still definitely many options. Some more common than others, of course. But yeah, she's just cracked. She's a cracked DPS. Probably the best crit DPS in the game, bar none. So that says a lot.
Mm. Like,
still to this day, crazy. Yeah.
A lot of justification for existing outside the domain DPS is based on Van Gogh, right? Like we talked about.
Yeah, her existence gives a bonus to a lot of servants.
Yeah, and like one of my justifications for Summer Abbey, like there's just so many people being benefit from this like insane, because like it's insane, right? You use 1 MP at MP1, it's 150%.
Yeah, that's 1 MP on base.
That's crazy. If you're only using her to support foreigners, you don't need MP5. Do you know why? Because you hit crit cap all the time. Like, dude, and it's so easy to use her MP multiple times in a row because of that curse. So yeah, it's very ridiculous. Like, and like, she's also a good DPS herself. You can run double Van Gogh. You can run single Van Gogh. You can
bring Douman.
Van Gogh plus Van Gogh Douman. Van Gogh Douman DPS. Van Gogh whatever. It's like
easiest crit caps of all time.
Yeah, easiest crit cap. Crit cap is 500%. Yeah, easiest crit cap in my life. Like it's actually insane. Oh yeah, also yeah. There's just not much to say. I think we put her in EX Plus last year, and it's just I would say she stays there. How about you, Otto?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't really argue.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Good talk. All right. Good. All right. We got, 6 servants left? Let's freaking go. Next up. Is this my last, besides Oberon, my last favorite servant of this list? I have a lot of favorites in this one. Anyway, yeah, I briefly mentioned her earlier. We're going to talk about Jacques next. The waifu version, and in my opinion, superior. I know a lot of people were molding like, oh, I want the hot dude with the glasses. Well, I'm a straight white male that likes big booba glasses girls, so fucking come at me, bro. This is the superior version. All day, every day. Floor accuracy, flush down the toilet. Who fucking cares, dude?
I second
for a second.
Also, this foreigner version is the hottest thing ever made, so suck my ass if you disagree. Alright, so yeah, Jacques Foreigner. AoE, quick DPS, not really a farmer. You can do it, but the numbers are terrible, so don't do it. She's basically just a DPS. 10.8k attack, again, that's probably the lowest of all the foreigners, if I had to guess, on 5 stars, sadly, so ouch, that hurts kinda too, sadly. She's double buster, double quick, which I think I'm okay with. It's fine. She has some crit potential too, but mostly just, anti-curse damage. Well, I guess you can do it with face cards too, so it's fine. The gains cards are actually pretty decent. They're not horrible. They're actually above average for sure. Now, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, 20% spread gauge, and then her allies get evil alignment for 3 turns. Yay, everyone be villains now. It's a pretty good skill though, actually, all things considered. Like, without even checking her, evil bonus here in a second. But yeah, it's a pretty good skill as is on a 6-turn cooldown. Now, second skill on a 6-turn cooldown as well. She herself gets an invul for 1 turn, 30% battery, and then evil allies get an invul for 1 attack, 1 turn. So it's like a, mini invul for them. But, it can still absorb an AoE MP. Very cool. It's alright. It's an okay skill. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown. She gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, 20% quick up for 3 turns, and then 50% power mod against cursed enemies for 3 turns, and then with the buff she gets this on attack debuff for 3 turns. So whenever she's normal attacking, she does a curse for 500 damage on 3 turns on the target before damage. It still doesn't help with the MP necessarily, because you would like to for the MP to do it, but it doesn't because it's only normal attacks. But it's something. It's still an easier time to apply curses, but it's such a weird buff when you think about it, because this could mostly be substituted with literally just command codes. Like, they added nothing else to this with this buff besides this. Like, I was kind of disappointed. I was like, finally, they're going to make her so good, but this doesn't really change too much, really. Because, again, yeah, it's going to help because it's before damage, so it's a little bit better than command codes because they're after damage, but, like, what? It doesn't even help with the MPs, so...
I'm pretty sure the command code is actually before damage.
Are they after before damage too? Really?
Really? Because I use burn codes with Honey Lake, and the burn card itself should trigger. Yeah.
You might be.
So it's literally just command.
Really?
Code.
I thought the icon appears after all the hits are gone, though. But maybe it's just visual stuff.
Yeah, maybe it's visual. I need to. I need to like.
No, I'm pretty sure actually. If it says before damage and if the first hit of a face card would immediately already put the icon up, I'm pretty sure. But I think on command codes, I think the burn appears after all the hits are gone. So I don't know if that's indicative of that.
Yeah, I don't know about the animation, but I'm pretty sure the burn card itself gets buffed by.
So it's even less of an impact then. Okay, if that's the case.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, it is what it is. So yeah, it doesn't really change too much. But hey, more curses, more easier time to get her power mod up. This skill is very good though, regardless. Now it's 2 stars per turn, 10% debuffers on the passive, 10% arts up, cool bonus, and divinity B, no thanks. Anti-saber on the append, not the most relevant thing for her, sadly. And then the MPs. So hey, before damage, she gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns on herself. On base OC scaling up to 40%. So hey, at least she has ramp up. Not a bad number either. So that's cool. She does a 1k curse on all enemies for 5 turns and a 100% curse amp for 5 turns on all enemies. But again, both of those after damage. So if you immediately want to get good damage on her MP, you will need to face card. But again, her MP is AoE, so you can't even face card all the enemies. That's the problem. And then obviously, if you're going to farm with her, you don't benefit basically at all from the curse damage unless it's one enemy. And in that case, why would you bring her for AoE anyway? It doesn't make any sense. So for bosses, it's not that bad. It sucks because you would still like for the first MP to do a lot of damage too, but at least there you keep your debuffs for the follow-up turns as well. But for farming, just forget about it. It is not doable with this toolkit. The damage would be way too sad. But on bosses, she's fine. She's not amazing. She's fine. She works. She has some good tools, especially for Quick, that is kind of lacking on defense as well. She's alright, but she kind of, as much as I hate to say it, she kind of loses to Voyager now, I would say. Mostly because of the MP buff as well, so... Yeah.
Unfortunate. It's just... Like, yeah, she can still do, like, she has, like, team-wide charge. She can, like, tank MP with her second skill. Like, she kind of has a lot of... utility, but it really is down to like just not being able to immediately trigger that MP.
She's like the foreigner Kiara, honestly, but with maybe even worse damage. Depends.
Yeah, it depends on if you bring Van Gogh. Like her crits with Van Gogh is still pretty legit, but yeah, it depends on your setup, I would say. And she certainly. Like they certainly wasted a buff slot, like without a doubt. Like before we even rate the character, I would say they definitely wasted a buff opportunity to just give her like basically a fix, which is like, I mean, it's not horrible since it's a fix, but like it could have been more.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. I really like her. She's not bad, obviously, but yeah, it could be way better. What did you say?
I'll probably put an A. I'm not 100% sure.
I'm either A or B plus personally.
But I think she's still an A. Like she still has like utility. Sometimes she has Dolman synergy if you want to pair like. But she's not chaotic evil. I really hate how she's not chaotic evil.
Yeah, why is she not? I think, like, she even makes her allies
evil. Yeah, if she gives other people evil with Dolman, you can at least get the full team thing. But
yeah, she's neutral evil.
Yeah, I think she's just okay. Like it's not crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. What about you?
I guess A could be fair. What do you think, Otto?
I haven't really used her because I don't have her. I do want to get her sometimes just because I'd love to have an evil enabler that makes my team evil instead of the enemy evil. And I feel like she's going to be more useful than Archer Moriarty.
Archer Murray. Yeah, for sure. She has a lot more team.
Yeah, she does more.
A lot more, yeah.
It is worth noting, I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but it doesn't say it on the sheet, but she is capable of Black Grail looping.
Yeah, the sheet is a bit outdated anyway. It doesn't have all the comms, but yeah. I still wouldn't. I mean, I might farm personally because I'm hopefully gonna have a decent copy at some point. But I think most people probably shouldn't really farm with her.
Yeah, I mean, people would just go with Voyager anyways. So
they could even like make her spread charge bigger for like multi-core. I don't know though. It's weird.
Yeah.
She's kind of stuck in a weird situation now. I would say I like everything with 2 Buster cards is fine with Van Gogh. Honestly, like if you're just talking about crit damage, but like she definitely could use something more. So yeah, I am still hopeful for her. I would still put her in A, but like depends on the person.
Yeah, we'll go with A for now. We'll see. Okay, all right. 5 more left, and next one is an interesting one because of one of my co-hosts, I guess. Yeah, next up we'll talk about Koyanskaya of Darkness, Koyan Dark, Koyami, all the names. Yeah, let's see what she got. So AoE Buster DPS, I guess if you're a plushie you might even farm with her, but she actually does have multi-core potential. Yeah. She doesn't necessarily herself do the biggest damage ever, but she does have good tools for multi-core though, so there is that, all things considered, yeah. Now, 11.2k attack could be higher for sure, sadly, but it's still something. Double Buster, double Arts on the deck with decent looking gains cards. Yeah, not too bad. Her first skill on a 6-turn cooldown is a 30% party-wide Buster up for 3 turns, 30% AoE battery, and then all, again, I can't pronounce that, Hominidae servants, allies get minus 100% absorbed. Is it Hominidae or something? Is it actually like that? Oh, that's a weird word.
I'm pretty sure it's Hominidae,
yeah.
So yeah, she gets more absorb, I guess. And, other allies who share her kin. Anyway.
English speaker here. It's not an English word, but I'll also say yes.
Okay, makes sense. Anyway, second skill on a 7-turn cooldown. It's a targeted skill. One ally gets overcharged by 2 steps for 1 time 3 turns. They also get this on attack buff for 3 turns, which gives them or gives you 5 stars whenever you use their Buster cards, including MPs. This is for all Buster cards. And then all animal characteristic servant allies get 30% attack and defense for 3 turns. And there's quite a bit of these. And even some costumes can actually enable this, funnily enough. So, yeah, it's not a bad list. It's not the biggest list ever, but certainly you can see there's certainly farm servants in here as well. So, again, enables a bit more of that multi-core potential for her. Yeah, Buster, namely, because, she is AoE Buster.
There should be more.
Yeah.
There are so many that aren't for no reason at all.
Yeah, it's always weird with some of these traits, but, yeah.
Like, bro, I'm a big fan of Suzuka, of Shiba. They don't count. They're not real.
Yeah, I guess discrimination.
I mean, anyway, it makes sense for Suzuka, but come on, Shiba has has monstrous aspects from 4 different animals.
I thought you were gonna say she has a monstrous ass, and I was like, okay, too much info, but okay. Anyway, third skill here.
Not go far in that regard, so.
Yeah. All right, on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets Invul Pierce for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and then she gets this on attack debuff for 3 turns, which, first of all, she does Poison, Curse, Burn for 3 turns on all enemies when attacking for 500 damage each on max rank. And then when you use this skill, she does a 100% amplifier on all enemies for 3 turns of these. There you go. So you don't get the amplifier every time, it's just when you use the skill, but you can then spread more normal dots on them with normal attacks. No limit on that as well for the 3 turns. I'm sure it makes for some fun solo moments though, even if it's nothing crazy, because you can't really stack the amplifier. The skill set is good though, I like it. It makes sense. There's a lot of good stuff in it, especially if you compare her with animal characteristic servants. Good, it's fine. I like the skill set. Now, passives 2 stars and then 6% debuff res. Then she also gets unique passives because, Koyans. So she gets wild beast damage, power mod, 20%. So again, this is not the beast class, it's wild beast. So it's mostly like normal mobs. Like, let me show you. I guess some servants even have it. But yeah, it's mostly just a bunch of normal mobs. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's funny. Very, very acute. Then the passive also gives her 5% art sup and 10% debuff success rate. Gotta land them dots better. I guess she also has the Buster Rest down, but yeah, helps. Cool passive. And then she gets this on attack debuff from the other passive, so 20% chance to do a buff block for 1 time 3 turns when again attacking wild beast enemies. Cool. You can sometimes block some stuffs. On a Brave Chain, that would be a 80% chance if you add them. Not that math works like that, but give or take. Now, her third append is against rulers, which doesn't look too appealing, kind of like whatever. Alright, the MP. So before damage, 20% attack for 1 turn on herself, flat. Overcharge is the 150 to 200 range on base for super effective against Earth enemies, not just servants, any enemy that is Earth. Pretty good coverage there. She also removes all offensive all offensive buffs from all enemies when she hits with the MP. It is after damage, but it doesn't really matter because it's offensive buffs. And then she does a minus 20% Buster Rest down on all enemies for 20% for 3 turns. Pretty cool. And it is after damage, but yeah. I mean, I think she's totally fine and has a lot of mostly multi-core uses, but even as a DPS, she doesn't look bad at all to me, but I'm sure Plushie will give a very detailed input in a second here, because he of all people has the most, practical knowledge about her.
I have a lot of experience with her for sure. One of my main goals in FGO is every time a challenge quest comes out, I'm the first one to min turn it with Koyan Dark. I'm the first one to min turn it with frontline only with Koyan Dark. That's kind of my main goal with the game right now, on top of just playing it normally. But I use her a lot, obviously. I think her looping damage is probably the most unflattering part about her, to be honest. Koyan Dark's she is not built for looping. Her second skill being 7-turn cooldown is horrible. She can fit into quite a bit of just multi-core comps because of the spread 30, especially if you get to pair her with animal trait servants. Like Tiamat is a great combo with her, for example. I use that a lot for multi-core. I know Tiamat excels in single core, but in multi-core I do use Tiamat with her a lot as well. And Koyan Dark is in my opinion, one of the best, probably the best exists outside of domain DPS, maybe other than Summer BB, because she has so much synergy with Van Gogh and Douman, because she's chaotic evil, but mainly Van Gogh. I made a 30-minute video talking about Koyan Dark, but I'm not gonna obviously talk about it for 30 minutes here. But she has she applies curse on attack, for example, that also applies to her MP, so it allows Van Gogh to get her MP back very easily. The overcharge boost, very much not wasted if you throw it onto Van Gogh.
Yeah, that attack buff scale as well.
If you're not hitting anti-earth. She had her third skill, other than being able to stack up some chip damage, and also helping Van Gogh. The skill itself, without the whole dot package, is still good. 50% crit up and 3-turn invul pierce. That means you don't have. It's not tied to MP. You don't have to use her MP because a lot of her damage is actually from cards, so she can just crit her way out of it sometimes. And her MP is actually deceptively good for card damage as well. Her MP is an attack up before damage and a buster down after damage. So if you follow that MP up with a buster card, that actually is a lot.
It's very similar. It reminds me of Yvonne's MP as well. He has really good busters after his MP. It's actually a great comparison. So there's the buster card is deceptively strong with Koyan Dark. Yeah.
She has 50% attack, 50% buster, and 50% crit if you it's good numbers.
Also, I really like the spread 30 because it's still a rare battery to have a full spread 30. It's a luxury still.
Yeah, it's still a luxury compared to it's just what Tez, her,
and Castoria,
Agnaria, Castoria.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like there's not a lot of spread 30. Spread 30 is a really nice number for obvious reasons. Combo with max out of pen twos, combos with it mainly max out of pen twos, honestly.
Yeah.
30 plus 20 plus 50 is like, right, like it's just good. Or plus other 30 20 spread. So like she just does a lot of stuff. I would say her farming in multi-core depends on your copy, could fall off in the 90 plus plus era, but in the night, like if you're just farming 90 plus, she's fine for multi-core. Like she is very dominant in 90 plus multi-core, but
I
she's
mean, the
not very
spreadsheet
dominant
for
in
the
90
last
plus.
Lottery and NA was full of comms with her.
Yeah,
There's a lot of comms.
because there's no 90 plus plus. Like she really dominated farming in 90 plus. When
Would you say
when it's
she
only 90
dominated or foxed? Okay, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Koyan Dark is obviously my favorite. My opinion of her has shifted a lot over the years because I feel like I haven't pushed her far enough for the past couple of years. Like I feel like this year I've
But that, oh yeah, to
tried.
cut you off, Dilf in chat, that's not a full spread 30 though, because Maeve doesn't get it herself, so that's not a full
Oh
spread
yeah,
30.
yeah. Nagnaria doesn't. Oh, you mean
Yeah, he means
Nagnaria
OG
also
Maeve with
doesn't-
Rider, like either
She
Faye or
also-
male allies.
She also
True.
doesn't really buff herself.
Yeah, Nagnaria
Yeah.
also doesn't buff herself. Yeah, so like her.
Yeah, true.
her
It's not a
own
full spread
play
30.
through would be an issue. Yeah. You're right. Exactly. Sorry for not mentioning that, but yeah. So like I think I have definitely discovered a lot of her potential the more I pushed her. Mainly for like hyper offensive DPSing, but still I think
Yeah.
even at a lower copy, maybe in higher HP gated farming, she might fall off unless she only clears wave 1. As a crit DPS, she still has a lot of potential. Now, I will say she benefits a lot from you having specific units, mainly Vango. I don't even think Dolman is that necessary because like if you do Vango plus Dolman, you hit crit cap too easily. So like I usually just do Vango. But like she very much, I think her DPS potential if you don't have Vango versus if you do have Vango is kind of a big difference. So that is a big point dock, I suppose. It is kind of a thing for most foreigners, but like her DPS really gets raised to like for example, I'm just gonna make an example because like people are gonna talk about Kukulkan versus her. In terms of crit damage, she can out damage Kukulkan if you include Van Gogh, because Kukulkan doesn't have existence outside the domain, so she actually has higher crit potential than Kukulkan if you have Van Gogh. But like, it is reliant on another SSR, so some people don't like that. I'm inclined to put her in EX, but I understand you put her in A plus. So
I think A pluses make sense. What do you think, Otto?
I think EX.
Really now? Damn.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of good EXs. Like
So
it is kind of a tough spot to fight for, but
So I am less biased. I would say I actually have some pretty valuable perspective here as well because on my alt I have her NP1 and I've been running with her NP1 for quite a while, and she performs pretty well. Like I know that the biggest thing that people take issue with is her NP damage, but like as a challenge quest servant, I find her very nice because she crits very easily, even if you're not using someone like Van Gogh or Domon, because I don't have either of those on that account. She still does really good crit damage on her own because like 50, 50, 50, as I was just saying, like that is a ton. That is a metric ton, and she just shreds every single berserker I take her against. See, I'll take her against single target fights because her cards are that good.
Yeah, fair.
So something I especially like, and I know you guys are getting tired of hearing this, I love the offensive buff removal on her NP.
true, I forgot about talking about it.
It helps, yeah.
Yeah, that can be a really nice thing for the team because that's going to help deal with attack buffs or even pure Senvuln buffs sometimes. Like it, I do recall using her on, I believe, the Woodwoes quest with Tam Lancer, and she was able to remove the pure Senvuln and the attack plus. I think he has damage plus. But she just has like a lot of utility, and she just has a lot of things that boost her damage. It's just people hyper focus on her single core damage, and that's just never been what she's been good for.
Yeah.
Her multi-core's good.
It is a funny story though, because like I do those like min-turn races with like another guy who has a 120 Kukulkan, right? So like during the Andromeda, this is story time. I would not yap for too long, don't worry. So it's during the Andromeda challenge quest. Koyan Dark was able to do better than Kukulkan because of the combination of offensive buff removal and Invul Pierce. Because Andromeda had Invul Pierce on break, and also Andromeda had an Invul on break. So so instead of having to bring outs to solve that issue, Koyan Dark could just like run the normal frontline only team.
Yeah, I guess sometimes the stars align.
Yeah, some of this. Yeah,
I forgot to.
It's not always gonna hit both.
Too.
But like,
yeah, of course not.
Just one of them would it was relatively common, I'd say. So yeah, I think she has a lot of good stuff about her. But I also understand like
I think I might start with A+ for that, but again, we can visit a lot of these in the shuffle.
Yeah, I forgot about the Pierce Invul. Like having it 3 turns on a skill, like in a world where we got like Durga and Muramasa who have it stuck on a 1 turn, 6 turn cooldown or 5 turn. I don't remember what Durga's cooldown is.
Six. I think it's 6 turn because it has like card shift, so they jacked up the cooldown as well for that, which kind of sucks.
Yeah, but
all right, fair enough.
3 turns on that, it's good uptime, and it means like those defensive buffs that you can't remove, she's able to work past.
True. Oh yeah.
All right. Yeah. We'll move on for that, but again, possible revisit during this shuffle. But yeah, I guess you already kind of mentioned her, so I'm going to segue into our next servant in Kukulkan. There she is. Yeah.
She's immediately the next SSR foreigner?
Yeah, I guess she was. I assume. Yeah, this order looks correct to me. Yeah. So she's the next SSR released after Koyan Dark in foreigners.
Itself. Holy shit.
So yeah, we got AoE, Buster, DPS, Farber in Kukulkan. Yeah. First of all, 12.5k attack, very high, love it, good start. Triple Buster deck, also very good for, the big crits, of course. Her gains cards are okay, nothing amazing, but, they kind of work. FA, please. Okay, fine, there's your FA. Okay, you won't be seeing it for long anyway, it's gone. Alright, skills, the fun stuff. Okay, so on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 30% crit resistance for 3 turns, and then you have to check, do you want to pay 10 stars? If you do, she gets 30% attack more herself, so she can get immediately 50% attack. Pretty cool. That's a lot, especially considering her base attack is high. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, targeted battery, 50%. Yeah, and then do you want to pay 10 stars? If you do, the target also gets evasion for 2 hits, 3 turns, and then sure hit for 3 turns. Cool little utility and defense there, if needed. But yeah, the battery alone is already always there. Cool. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets Invul for 1 turn, and then 30% Buster Up for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and then if you pay 10 stars, or choose to pay 10 stars, because again, all of these are an option, by the way. They're not like forced like a lot of other skills. These are all optional. She also gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns. So yeah, if you take all the effects into account, there's a lot for sure, and high numbers too. So yeah, she's kind of full crack pack with offense, of course. No surprises there. And then passives, we got defense. Some... Yeah, true, and defense.
Yeah, really good defense, yeah.
Yeah. All right, passives. Full party-wide 8% debuff success rate when she's fielded. Pretty cool. And then, wow, this passive... I'll just flat out say it. Best passive in the whole game, by far. So every invul on her is immediately made into special invul. That's pretty cool, might as well upgrade. 10 stars per turn, and then 3 gauge per turn. This is like, okay, that's a passive, yeah. Of course. It's like better than a lot of active skills.
Oh yeah, sorry. So, sorry, with that funny story, I did screw up one thing. Because the offensive buff removal didn't actually give her an edge against Kukulkan, because Kukulkan's invul turns into solemn, so she's not scared of invul pierce.
Yeah, true. But yeah, I guess worth mentioning. Anyway, she has anti-moon cancer on the append, which honestly is fine. You can do neutral stuff with Cuckoo, so yeah, might as well go for it. All right, MP time. So, first of all, 50% power mod against threat to humanity enemies for 1 turn before damage. Cool. She skill seals all enemies for 1 turn. She gets 30 stars, and then super effective against Earth attribute enemies, the base 150 to 200 range as well. So obviously, with just 1 MP, you could already pay all the stars for the skills if you want to. Granted, yeah, it's a bit of an awkward, a way to order things, but that's one way to get stars. Not to mention, again, she already gets a lot of stars per turn anyway, and then that's not even factoring in any cards. So you probably don't even need to bring like any stars per turn Cs with her if you're DPSing. She's just gonna be shitting out stars anyway. And yeah, her damage is good. There's a lot of high damage buffs on top of good base attack. I mean, it's cuckoo. Very decent farmer as well. Probably one of the best 50% farmer. 50% gauge farmers out there for Buster.
Yeah, neutral, yeah, for sure. I mean, first of all, I will say I think people overrate her single core looping. I'm not saying it's not good, but it's like it's not.
I can see that.
It's just great. It's not like, oh my god, like it's not, fucking Tiamat, for example, in my opinion. But it is still very good. But
I didn't mention it. Sorry to cut you off briefly, but yeah, worth mentioning. She has no existence outside of the main, so that's like the one thing that's kind of holding her back from true Giga potential. By
the way, if Kukulkan gets existence outside the domain, I quit min turning. I will quit min turning.
That would be quite of a shock.
Anyways, so the thing I like about Kukulkan is how self-sufficient she is actually. Whereas Koyan Dark works very well with synergy people, she's very self-sufficient. Like when we talk about solo servants, most people don't think about Kukulkan because obviously she has a lot of other things that shine. But she ends up being one of the servants that actually pulled off the most amount of solos on modern fights because she can just not take hits for so long. When you stagger her second and third skill, the second skill is a 2x 3 turn evade that you can hide under her invul that turns into a solemn defense. She doesn't really take a lot of damage at all. She just straight up doesn't take hits, and she at the same time she dishes out insane amounts of damage. So her solo play or just her self-sufficient in general is just very good. Like her damage output on MP is obviously really high, but she can also just triple Buster because she has 3 Buster cards. And in just general DPS, having 3 Buster cards is very high, right? And she just has extremely high self-steroids. That's why a lot of her, why she benefits so much from Kyrielight. Because you want to recast those skills. Those skills are worth like 1.5 skills a piece because, obviously they bumped up their power levels because, you have to spend stars to upgrade them. Oh boy, I wonder where I get stars from in a Kukulkan comp with 20 star bomb per Kyrielight and 30 stars per MP and 10 stars per turn on passive. We're not even talking about star generation from actual cards yet. Like we're not even reaching that point yet, right? So like she's almost never gonna run out of stars. The only time I've run out of stars with her is when I'm soloing. And I did an MP last turn, and I'm like, oh shit, maybe I can only upgrade 2 skills. Oh, boo-hoo, right? So
yeah, even then you probably have minimum 20 stars because the passive as well.
Yeah, so like I mean I think this character is just like the pinnacle of she does everything very well. Like obviously she has great synergy with Kyrielight, which is a general support instead of like a trait-based support, and she holds up against enemies on her own. Like even if you backline her as like an anchor, she can probably kill a lot of stuff before she goes down. So very very powerful, very overtuned. Like she's not even like subtly good, she's just like blatantly good. It's like a custom servant. Like I already complained about this before. It's like when you see like someone who just got into FGO and they're like, I want to make a custom servant and then make a horribly unbalanced DPS. This is exactly what happens. Yeah, exactly, word for word.
I remember when I did my first impression on her. I was kind of calling Servant of the Year at that point because she was so cracked looking to me.
Yeah, it's so dumb. It's actually so dumb. It's just the blatant how blatantly good she is. Like there's no synergy required. Just numbers game, effects game, everything is just straight up good. So I would definitely put her in EX still.
Yeah, I think she should be in EX, right?
I don't think it's really that close to be. But,
yeah, I think she should be there. Do you got anything to add, Otto?
So I think I too think she should be EX, but I feel like there's some things I disagree on with her. So one issue that I run into with her, so the star demerit can actually be an issue because like with order of operations. So if you want to use all 3 of those skills turn 1, you drop 30 stars and like
your crit is inconsistent. Yeah, unless you bring Starbomb. Yeah, for sure.
So generally you're going to lean pretty hard on like double Vitch. And then that's 40 stars, and then that's the absorb that you need for the cards. And like if you've only got 10 stars. So it's just like that one turn it's going to be awkward. It's like you pop your first skill and your third skill when you want to crit. And
you don't use skill. You don't upgrade skill 2 if you're
you don't need skill 2 on turn 1, right?
On hyper DPS. I mean, if you want survival though, getting that cooldown down is important. So I
you might not use the second skill on that first turn, but that's the issue I have with her as far as that goes. So I'm going to present on another note. I'm going to present a negative to her passive because I'm not sure if I'd say it's like Omega super broken, because like the 10 stars per turn is really fucking good. I'm not going to deny
I mean, that alone almost makes it as the best passive in the game for me. That alone, the 10 stars.
So I feel like the turning the Invuln into anti-purge, I feel like that's not as good as people act, because the only time it ever comes up is if you're up against someone with Pierce Invuln.
Yeah,
that's it.
But if you look at what it gets in the way of, like maybe you want to use Castoria with her. If you use her with Castoria, it's actually actively a bad thing, because let's say you want to like put Castoria's arts buff on her, and then you also want to NP on that turn. That means
would you use Castoria with her though? I mean, she is cracked, so you can't do it. But I don't. Would you?
Sometimes. I do agree that this is a different case from. This is a different case from Summer Castoria, because Summer Castoria gets Solemn every time she MPs, so like I don't think that's an issue. But I could realistically see this as a potential issue.
Yeah,
but
it's only a small minor gripe, if anything. I would say.
I will agree.
Like nitpicking.
Though, I will agree. Turning Invul into Solemn is not actually that.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah.
Yeah. I do hard agree on that. I think like most of the time Invul is enough, because like if they just start throwing Invul Pierce on everything, then it's very clearly they're trying to sell Castoria again, and like they don't really do that much. So I will say usually it doesn't do that much, but yeah,
I mean, the 10 stars per turn is the insane part. Let's be real. Yeah. The others are bonus.
Yeah, it's honestly the thing that sells it is the 10 stars per turn.
It's ridiculous.
I do feel like there's some other passives that I prefer.
I think Arcade is one of the other contenders for a top one, because it's a 30% rainbow. Basically always up.
Personally, the best passive, in my opinion, is existing outside the domain. So she should.
I mean, I guess that's an argument too. That's the funny part. Yeah.
That's an.
But obviously, if you look at the passive itself,
if you look at the effects, then it's not existence. But if we look at the potential of a passive, then I think existence would probably win. Then
is the passive really better than EOTD if you use Vanguard? No, but like the problem is it's not the like.
We're just talking about the effects of the passive itself. Not the trait.
So I guess I understand that. Yeah.
Anyway, we'll go with EX on Cuckoo, fairly universal, I would say, and then we got 3 more servants left. And next up is the last new addition and the only new 5-star of this entire half, because the other 3 new servants were all 4 stars. So we're going to talk about the last foreigner, aka Wangina. Yeah, she was not talked about much last year, I want to say. I mean, last year was cracked, so I don't blame people. But yeah, let's see what she's got going on herself as well, because, she's interesting. So she is quick based, I believe. I have to check because I always my brain is fried. Yeah, quick based, of course. Okay, I just had to make sure. I knew it was quick, but I don't want to mess this up. Okay, so yeah, quick based, single target DPS, pretty high attack at 12.5k. That's not bad at all. Very nice. She's got the full, or not full, but double buster, double quick deck, which I quite like. Gives her some nice crit potential too. Double Scotty synergy and all that. Gains cards are pretty decent as well. Not bad at all. Now, deck-wise, what do we got? So on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets Quick and Buster 20% each for herself for 3 turns. She also gets this on attack buff for 3 turns. So whenever she's normal attacking, she gets the Wrath of the Elemental buff for 5 turns, which just is like Bunyan's likes. It just buffs her MP damage, basically. And then she gets an evasion for 2 attacks, 3 turns. I like that they didn't give her like any unique icons or anything though, and same with Charlie and some others. But like Bunyan's like she was held back because she got a special icon.
Yeah,
that's my headcanon now. Yeah, her empowerment into a special icon.
Yeah, he spent too much budget on that.
Yeah. Others get this placeholder purple nipple thingy. Like enjoy. Anyway, it's a great skill. It's not even as awkward as it might look, because the evasion is scaling for up to 3 turns. So I quite like it. It's good. It's a good skill. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, full party wide 20% attack for 3 turns. Same with 30% crit damage for 3 turns. And then allies that are man attribute besides her, well, not that she's a man attribute to begin with, but I guess if she somehow got it, it doesn't work. So yeah, man attribute allies besides her, 30% MP damage for 3 turns. And then she gives these same man attribute allies besides her this on defense buff activation for 3 turns. So whenever they get attack, they get the Wrath of the Elemental buff. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because I was reading this earlier and I wasn't sure if the wiki just has bad wording or whatnot, but it says it gives it to the allies when taking attack. So does this mean the allies get this special trait? But when I'm reading the MP, it says it's only the accounts that are on her.
No. The allies get...
Okay, so it's just badly worded on the wiki then, right?
Yeah, the allies get the MP damage.
I was like, there's no way it works like that. It makes no sense, because they don't do anything with that thing.
Yeah, one Gina gets the special trait that she can rack it up really easily.
Grants rather to 1 Gina allies. So
yeah, it says to 1 Gina allies. Oh, it means I get it now. It means 1 Gina servant. Oh my god.
Yeah. So what this means, I was trying to get Plushy to make some sort of video on it, because I think it's actually kind of a funny idea. If you have 2 1 Ginas,
they both get it, right?
Get it
okay. Yeah. Wait, can you stack this as well? So can you get 4 per hit?
Maybe.
Wait, hold on.
I assume you would get 4 per hit
buff
then.
On defense ally with man attribute except self. I mean, the clock doesn't go on to other 1 Ginas though.
No, look, I'm saying like it would go on the 1 ally who's man attribute, and when they get attacked, do both 1 Ginas get 2 nipples each for 1 attack? Yeah. So 6 per each per turn is the potential, 12 total.
George is man attribute.
Wow, that's kind of funny. Okay, so yeah, the wording confused me a little bit, but yeah, that makes now way more sense now. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, interesting. All right, third skill. On a 7-turn cooldown, she gets 30% battery, and then the full party gets 10% gauge per turn every turn for 5 turns, and then 1k healing every turn for 5 turns. Not the worst thing ever. I mean, the uptime is still pretty okay on the latter 2 effects at least. It's very comparable to like Abigail, I guess, or Baobhan and stuff like that. Everyone that has reach and buffs. So yeah, it's all right. I quite like this skill set. It's not the craziest ever, but definitely offers some good amount of stuff. Kind of wish she was a bit more selfish though, maybe, but I don't know, because she's kind of like half DPS, half like team support.
I would definitely use her as DPS because the MP for sure. But yeah, I completely agree with you. I think if the second skill gives the MP damage to herself, it's just way better, right?
Yeah.
Not even asking for party, just give it to herself. Anyways.
Yeah, true. All right, passives 2 stars per turn, and then 8% debuff rest, and then bonus 21% debuff rest, make it 29 total. And then on air maps, she gets 20% MP damage just permanently. So hey, that's not nothing. So if you happen to be on air maps, you do more damage for your MP. Cool. She's anti-assassin on the append, which is not that big of a deal for her, I would say. Just kind of like whatever. The MP, she gets Invul Pierce for 1 turn before damage. She gets 50% threat to humanity damage mod for 1 turn before damage. Kukulkan over here. Then on overcharge, she gets 10% MP damage for 1 turn on base before damage, scaling up to 30%. And then again, MP does bonus damage based on those stacks she has. This time 10% and instead of, Bunyan's 5. Not salty, by the way. But yeah, there you go. You can do some damage. So it's 7 hits, even on single target. It's quick, so you get some stars out of it. Not like a crazy amount, though. 1 Jida. I guess her potential is decent. But yeah, getting those stacks is not the easiest thing necessarily. It depends on your lineup as well, of course.
True. I agree with that. So,
like her best supports are not man attribute, right?
There's one actually.
Who's the one?
Yui Shosetsu.
Oh, makes sense.
That's actually kind of huge. Yeah. Yui Shosetsu is a great because like for people I know that likes using Wanjina.
And she has Buster and Quick, right? Oh.
Yeah, she has Buster and Quick.
Oh, that's actually good synergy.
Yeah, so like what they do is they just taunt the Yui. So the Yui just keeps getting hit, and then
that's
Wanjina
cute.
Keeps getting the yeah. So that's a funny synergy. And
sounds semi-legit too.
Yeah. So Wanjina at base level is just another one of those like MP damage ramp up units. And it's just universal anti-trade. Caps at 200% as well, pretty nice.
Yeah.
And it's 10% per stack is actually pretty fast. It's just like Charlie's buff. And she doesn't need to crit, she just needs to attack or one of her man attributes to get hit. So it's actually easier to ramp up than someone like Charlie, I'd say. Because Charlie is like he needs to crit or get or like he himself gets hit, right? So but the other thing is, once again, she has exists outside the domain, she can do Van Gogh, she has weird synergies with Yui if you want to do that as well. So she actually has a lot of like potential for crit damage, because like usually those kind of servants, they're either focused on, they have like high focus on MP damage, but because of her deck being a quick servant with QQ, being a quick servant with existence outside the domain, being a servant that can pair with Yui, she actually ends up having both really good MP damage and crit damage. So I think she is very underrated. I do agree with like maybe she can be less supportive. But that skill 3 is pretty nice. But yeah, that skill 2 I would say a little bit misplaced, buffing the MP damage of her allies, because usually I would say you want to go full on with this character, especially because like you have incentive to attack with her for the stack, so you don't even want to use your other allies' cards sometimes. You just want to pick her cards all the time. So like I think the MP damage up only on allies is definitely misplaced, but still very underrated quick DPS, I'd say. Like for neutral damage, she has really, really high damage.
She's probably just drowned under all the crazy servants of last year, but that doesn't mean she's bad herself, not by any means.
Yeah, because like, and also like she does need some work / team building. It's not like blatantly overpowered, for example, right? So like people need to like cook a little bit with the servant as
it's not like you're gonna like turn 1 immediately blow up the enemy.
Yeah, I mean you can with Van Gogh, but like once again that's just Van Gogh being Van Gogh. It's not really about her. But yeah, it's just she's still very decent. I would put her A+ even. I think she is very underrated. I've tried to use her in multiple situations. I've tried to use her solo sometimes, because like soloing, she's not the best at soloing, but like the one thing she gets from soloing is of course being able to get 4 attacks in every turn. So like she ramps up that very, very quickly.
Also, fucking Australia catching strays in the chat.
Bruh. So yeah, I mean, I honestly think she's very underrated. Once again, it is a lot of synergy, a lot of team building that will finally allow you to realize her full potential. So I'd put A+ in my opinion. I would go as high as A+. But
what do you think, Otto?
I think she's like really, really good. Very easy. It's a very easy, super effective to build up. It does scale up to like 100%, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay. Caps at 200%.
Yeah, I'm okay with A+. I think.
Dude, I love that battery skill, like
the third
30% for self and then 50% for the entire team. Like holy shit, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it takes some. It cooks a while, but it works.
Yeah.
And like especially for quick teams, like you're not going to be having a lot of healing with quick teams, and that can help you out with like if you're running a Scotty and you want her to MP.
The interesting thing is Van Gogh has a tiny heal as well, right? So like when you put them together, they kind of heal each other a little bit. I do like that as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Why not? And yeah, you can get those Scotty MPs easier, which I have seen the light now. I do like Kester Scotty MP now. So, yeah, true. It's good.
She's definitely high up there.
All right, we'll go with A+. All right, and that wraps up the initial placements of all foreigner servants of this list. And we only have the 5-star pretenders left. And much like last year, there's still only 2 of them. But they're kind of big deals, I would say. So yeah, we'll start by talking about the OG pretender, the first of them all, Mr. Sussy himself, the Bathman, Oberon. So yeah, there he is. He's AoE buster, but while if you're crazy like me and you like him, you're going to use him as a DPS and a farmer as well. He's basically a support. For most people, 99% of the people, he will be a damage support, be it for farming or even for speed clearing, challenge quests. It depends, but mostly for farming for sure. And not just limited to Buster, of course. You have enough MP damage, he can just plop him anywhere. And also 70% battery. You can't really beat that. Anyway, attack-wise, 11.8k is not too great, but, it's passable, I guess. He's got double Buster, double quick on his normal deck. Against cards are pretty good, actually, at least the Arch one. His first skill is on a 5-turn cooldown. He gets a party 30% MP damage up for 3 turns and the full party wide 20. There you go. It's simple, but it works even on its own. It's not bad, Spread 20 and then good damage for the MPs. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown is a targeted 50, and then they get this delayed debuff for 1 turn. So after 1 turn, they get minus 20% gauge, which, most of the time is used at the end of the farming or DPS runs anyway. So the demerit, usually not that big of a deal. And then you get a 20-star bomb on use as well. Pretty cool. So yeah, with combined, he has 20 spread and then 50 on single, so you can give someone 70. Anyone. Pretty cool. Third skill, oh boy. So yeah, on an 8-turn cooldown, gives one ally 50% buster for 1 turn, 100% MP damage amplifier for 1 turn, not stackable. So yeah, it basically doubles all your MP damage effects, including CEs like Black Rail. So yeah, it's a lot of free damage for MPs. Then they get this delayed debuff for 1 turn, which is treated as a buff, which ignores all immunities, resistances, etc. So after 1 turn, all your buffs are gone. You go eternal sleep mode, and then this means you can be like, sacrificed, swapped out, nothing. You just there sleeping forever. You're also taunted for 3 turns. So yeah, and if you don't die during the taunt, you just keep sleeping because it's eternal sleep. So interestingly,
skill. Honestly, I feel like it wouldn't be broken if they just made it like a 3-turn sleep.
Yeah, they should, because I like DPSing with him, but this is a dead skill most of the time on bosses, is the sad part. Yeah. Like, bro, come on.
I mean, if it's only 3-turn sleep, they're not gonna push the numbers. I know at the end of the day it doesn't matter, but like they would not have pushed the numbers. No,
I mean, like, and I assume Otto and I had the same thought. Not like push the numbers, but like make it so you can continue fighting afterwards.
Oh yeah,
it's a big downtime, of course, but still, at least you would be able to do something. Maybe
it'd be pretty funny if there was a 3-turn duration debuff called Eternal Sleep, but
not very Eternal Sleep. That's the buff. That's
just rename it Hibernation.
Yeah, what I was saying though is like I think they wouldn't have pushed the double MP damage up if they didn't actually completely disable your character. Because like they really want this to be a demerit. Like you cannot plug this thing out. Like after they went to you can't even use a plug suit to remove it from.
Yeah, you can't swap the Eternal Sleep Servant.
Yeah, they specifically turned them into like a huge roadblock where you have to like, okay, now I have to deal with this like nothing taunt wall that doesn't even taunt forever, right? So
also, did you guys, there's this cool little thing that not a lot of people know about, which was sadly lost in translation because they went with literal translations. Makes sense. But did you guys know his skill names rhyme in Japanese? So the first skill is Yoru no Tobari, second skill is Asa no Hibari, and the third skill is Yume no Owari. So yeah, it's pretty
it's
cool.
his MP line.
Yeah, it's one
Right?
of his
It's one of
MP
his
lines
MP
as well. So
lines.
yeah, it's in like one of the first
Ah.
ascensions. It's really cool. Like it rhymes in Japanese, but yeah, in English, obviously the translations will lost. I mean, I would probably go with literal ones too, but it's kind of cute. That was like the only thing I had in my notes besides like the intro stuff because I really want to mention that because I'm kind of a weird fanboy.
I mean, that's a
believe
cool
the
fact, and-
localization team didn't do something with that.
I mean, yeah, that's a cool fact, and it's not like there's a lot of interesting things to say about overall. Like, come on, everybody knows.
Yeah, well, there's a new thing for you in case you didn't know, but I assume maybe a lot of English people didn't know. But yeah, there you go. Anyway, moving on is
That's a cool
Bazzett's.
fact. Thanks for sharing.
1.5.
Yeah, no problem.
Bro. It's like
Okay.
crazy gains.
So yeah, all allies get bonus debuff success rate 10% against all enemies except foreigners, I guess. And then all Merlin ally buff success rate goes down by 20% as a demerit. I love this Bazett. It's so funny. I mean, it's kind of sad because he would be a pretty decent support for him in DPSing. But yeah, oh well. It's funny though. All right, yeah, what I was saying, 1.5% art sub, yeah, great, awesome. Another 11% debuff success rate from himself this time. Not bad, it works. Not that he needs a lot of it though, but yeah, there it is. 10% quick up, actually pretty good. I like that the quick up has more than the art sub because, he has 2 quicks, of course. And then he's mental debuff and curse immune. Pretty good passive, I would say, for bosses.
Actually, really good passive, yeah. But people just don't remember that because they don't DPS.
Because I'm one of the crazy people that actually uses him as a DPS sometimes. Yeah, but yeah, it's good if it is relevant. It's good. Now he's anti-caster on the append, sadly, which is pretty bad for him because he's a pretender, so it's like the wrong side of the normal classes. Now his MP removes all offensive buffs from enemies after damage, but again it's offensive, so it doesn't really matter too much if it's after damage. He sleeps all enemies for 1 turn and also gives them 1 turn of invul. So I guess in a way it is a demerit, but it's kind of a merit at the same time because that way you can keep the enemy sleeping so they skip a turn, because otherwise you would have to MP last on his thing on chain. I mean, if you want more damage, you're still gonna have to do it. Granted, you don't have invul pierce, but yeah, it's good delay if you sleep them because they skip their turns. So if they have an invul, you can't wake them up. Now, Overcharge, he has the base 150 to 200 range, super effective against the lawful alignment enemies, which there's a good chunk of lawful knights for sure. They're known for their lawfulness. Oh yeah. Good stuff. That's why he can be used in some 9D++ stuff too. It's not that common, of course, but can help. Like he himself can sometimes drop a big NP. I mean, we probably don't even need to talk much about him. I mean, he's Oberon. He's definitely an account changer, right? So just enables. So like he's the reason why 90++ is somewhat doable to a lot of people. If you don't have him, 90++ is way harder to farm consistently.
Yeah, he's just. I mean, like the game plays differently without him.
Yeah.
You just have to work around him. Like, what are you gonna do about it? Like, yeah, there are comps that don't need him, but like once again, like that's basically not a point. It's a non-argument. So kind of dumb addition. Like it's like I don't know. It's like adding. How do I put this? It's like giving you rocket boots and then increasing the bar. So the people who didn't buy the rocket boots just can go fuck themselves, right? So like,
yeah.
I mean, obviously you don't have to do 90++. I'm not saying you have.
Yeah, obviously it's not the end all be all, but yeah, doing it without him is really hard.
Yeah, he's just you can do 90+ still, I guess, but like annoying, right? Annoying the game design. Not interesting, just big damage. I mean, it's good for content. Like I can give very big haha damage, but like okay.
Yeah. I do like doing big numbers too, so yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Do you have anything to add, Otto, to Mr. Mothman?
I feel like he's kind of straightforward. I don't know, man. I'm really tired right now.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we can maybe move on to the last servant then.
I'll be fine though.
Okay.
He has some pretty interesting things that I wish were appreciated a bit more. Like you can do some pretty clever stuff with his third skill if you want to like taunt someone.
Yeah.
And then also there's the offensive buff removal and the sleep for a turn. That's pretty handy. Like if you're trying to buy turns, and it's not
Yeah.
hard to get him to use his NP multiple times. So I feel like as a DPS, he's really strong,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
potentially really strong.
He's not top tier,
I
but he
mean-
can be good for sure.
I mean, he just has 2 batteries. Like, I don't think he's exceptionally strong, but like, obviously, there are runs where, like, for example, the sleep is very good because, like, if you give him an Invul Pierce CE, right, he can force duel. Like, if he's fighting 3 enemies, and he only attack, like he MPs.
Yeah, then
he
you attack
sleeps
the
everyone.
one guy
And
after
then you
the
attack
MP.
one. Yeah, and he
Yeah.
only has 1 action. So like you're very much neutering what they can do to you. So you're
Yeah.
mitigating a bunch of damage. So it's really fun. I've done solos with him as well, but like not on very high end stuff. But he's still very interesting.
Mm.
But yeah.
Yeah, Oberon. All right, let's talk about the last servant of the whole list and the final pretender as well. Also existed last year, but yeah, we got Lady Avalon. You know, prototype Merlin and all that. Female, feminine, all the funny names. So yeah, she's basically Arts Merlin. There's some differences, of course, but in generally, basically an Arts Merlin. So let's cover her. Stat-wise, 11
on JP. Sorry.
Oh, is she?
Yeah,
Oh, wow, that's kind
I
of
think
cool.
yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah,
roll
she's
her. Before I even finish this, if you don't have her, I think she's worth rolling for sure. Anyway, 11.5k attack, 13.8k HP. Honestly, attack could be even lower, because again, you can do some DPSing with her, but no, just bring a DPS, you know, just more HP would be better, honestly. But it's fine, nothing too game-breaking. She has a caster deck still, so triple arts. And her arts cards they're okay. They're nothing great, but they're okay, passable, decent. Now, skills. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, 1 ally gets 50% arts up for 3 turns, 3k max HP for 3 turns, and 100% crit damage for 3 turns, or 1 turn. Yeah, I mean, it's PP creation, but blue. That's what it is. It's blue PP creation. You're like a Smurf now, with an erection, so enjoy. Yeah, it's good. It's really good. Alright, second skill on a 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 20% gauge. And then also, hey, now also overcharge for 1 step, 1 time, 3 turns. Wow. She herself also likes overcharge. It's not the biggest deal ever, but especially if you're running her with Castoria, even better, of course. Very good value. Same with Rhinus, you know, other stuffs, you know. Tamamo especially. A lot of good options for comboing with this. And your DPS potentially too, of course. Good skill. Third skill, 8-turn cooldown. But yeah, full party wide 1-turn invul. Then all enemies get a minus, minus tick after a turn for 1 time. So at the start of their next turn, they get minus 1 tick. So it's basically what Baobhan she does, but for 1 time, right? Basically. Okay, and then she gets herself battery based on the number of enemies that got, you know, drained. 20% each. So if you have enough enemies, you can even get a full battery, but most of the time that does not happen. But it's good because you can use this on turn 1 if you want to. I mean, you probably don't want to, but you could, because you're not wasting the tick down anyway, because it's after the enemy goes. So there's that. I mean, it's a good basic skill set. It makes sense. It just works. It's good. Alright, 4% arts up on the passive, good. 11% debuff success rate, you know, helps land that tick down as well. She gets 5% MP gauge per turn like Merlin does, of course. It's really good. She starts the battle with an extra 20 just from the passive. She gets like a free append, but then she can also get the append on top. Nice, awesome. And then she gets 10% crit damage, instant kill res, and debuff res on the final passive, which is probably the most irrelevant of these, but still cool, helpful thing, I guess. Yeah, great passives as well, of course. Yeah, you can start with 40% with the second append maxed. She is anti-saber on the anti-append, which again, I guess kind of matches okay with Pretender, being a knight class, but you know, unless you have like a crazy copy, you're probably just only using her to support. But you know, dreams. All right, the MP then, which caused a lot of split opinions among people, I guess, because it's mostly the same as Merlin, but a bit different in how it works. So on MP1, full party gets 3k max HP for 3 turns, 5% gauge per turn for 3 turns, and then 5 stars per turn for 5 turns on base OC scale to 25. So obviously on base MP1, you know, because her stuff only, like the top stuff only lasts for 3 turns, so it's a bit harder to uptime her MP maybe compared to like OG Merlin, of course. But you know, I guess if you're whaling, you can make it even a bit better, because you know, even both the max HP and the MP per turn scale with MP level, because you know they're like, hey, give me some more money. We want your monies. So that's a good way to get some more monies. I mean, it's basic, but it works. It's a good MP. I mean, it's Arts Merlin. She's good. She's not bad. She's really good. Arts Merlin.
Yeah. I mean,
there's not much to say.
Explain. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've already explained, like, Arts Merlin. Just even if it's just Merlin, but Arts probably better because of the general playstyle of Merlin wanting to be Arts. But also, she's faster. That's mainly it. Like she can use her MP a lot faster than OG Merlin. The max HP up technically is faster, like instant HP, right? Like if you want to tank some damage. I don't actually think that's that relevant, but in some cases,
it's mostly maybe. Like whatever difference.
Yeah, but like just because she's an Arts Merlin and because she can use her MP so fast, like instantly, because like every turn that you are not using Merlin's MP immediately, you are losing out on the MP feeding itself back for the second trigger. So you want to use that MP as much as possible. So the biggest problem is like, oh, do I run Prisma Cosmos or do I run K-Scope, right? No, you don't have to worry about it anymore. You run Prisma Cosmos or just anything else you want, because Lady Avalon just gets her MP immediately. It's like my favorite part about Lady Avalon, other than the fact that she
starts her engine faster.
Yep, she also gives overcharge, which is, you know, even if it doesn't work well with the DPS, works well with herself as well as Castoria, because
and Tamamo and some other stuff.
Yeah, we really need more overcharge givers in Arts for Castoria. I swear to God, man. It's just yeah, and other than that, I don't know. Like I would say Arts DPS Castoria Pro Merlin is like the easiest team to kill anything.
It's such a good combo.
Spam. You're almost never gonna lose with that. Arts DPS, Lady Avalon, Castoria, you just win. Like, how do you lose?
It's a recipe for success for sure.
Yep, that's just so simply stupidly.
Before Otto goes, I personally don't think she's like EX plus, but I think she's easy EX.
Yeah.
But what do you got to add, Otto?
So, I am teetering between EX plus and EX, but I mean, I kind of get it. I know this.
So, Merlin's already in the wrong card type, and she's him, but in the right card type. Basically, because like he doesn't really lend himself to a Buster play style, because usually Buster just like loves loading itself up with a bunch of buffs and going ham, but he's more of a stall type of servant, because like he just doesn't really synergize much with the other Buster supports, whereas Proto Merlin, she synergizes with Arts supports very well. But yeah, for the most part, she's basically just Merlin but Arts, and I think it's very good.
I feel like at MP1 I can't justify EX plus, because it's definitely holding back her potential.
Nah, I don't. I think she's better than Merlin, but I don't think she's like half a tier better. I think
especially at MP1. Because Merlin doesn't need MP levels, and she doesn't really need them either, but she definitely gets better with MP levels. So I think I would go with EX. Yeah.
I mean, she doesn't need MP levels either. What do you mean?
Again, she doesn't need them, but like I feel like when Merlin gets his engine going, it's a bit more reliable than hers, even though it is delayed, especially compared to MP1, because you know her gauge is less. I mean, he's still really good on Buster too. Like he's a top tier support to this day.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying he's bad. I just think he's not Wait, where's Merlin? Where was Merlin?
EX.
Oh, yeah, fair, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, did you think he was EX plus?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if he was EX plus, then I would have done her EX plus as well. But yeah, I'm settling EX on
At
both, I think.
MP1, definitely not EX plus. No, okay, so here's the thing, right? I think if she's not EX plus at MP1, I don't think she's EX plus at MP5 either. I genuinely don't think that's
Well,
that big.
maybe not then either, but definitely not at MP1 at least.
I genuinely
Like, she's
don't think
great
that's
to
big.
have and works amazingly well with Castoria, but I don't think she is the account changer necessarily. She's just really good. It's a great addition. She's like Rhinus,
Yeah,
not an account
yeah, you
changer,
can
but just
live without
really,
her.
really good.
You can live without her, I guess.
Yeah.
It's almost the yeah. I mean, I understand. I'm like teetering
Okay.
between EX and EX plus, and I'm not.
I
Like
mean,
her
honestly, I
anyway.
could see both, but I think this one makes a bit more sense to me.
I don't
All
see
right, well,
poison
I guess
arc
with
you're not
that,
even-
yeah,
sorry, I'm
we
fine
just
with that.
finished the initial placements of all the servants of extra classes part 2. So next up, we'll move into the final shuffling phase to see if we move anyone around. But honestly, I already want to say, I already like most of these placements, but we'll see. You know, we're always open to discussion between me, myself, co-hosts, and chat and everyone. So yeah, let's see. Okay, let's zoom out a little bit here.
Level matters.
Okay. You guys have any immediate thoughts based on some of the previous ones?
My thoughts are anything but immediate right now.
Damn, you need to sleep more.
Yeah.
I guess I'm partly to blame for that, so I probably shouldn't say that.
Yeah, it's all your fault.
Yes, I'm evil.
Damn.
I have evil alignment. Does this mean I can sex Jacques? I'm okay with that. We're not even talking about the placement.
Yeah. Flushy, you got anything?
I don't know. I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Because
You don't have Dome, but is an EX? He can do so many things. He is EX. Where are you looking at? Oh, you meant EX plus. Okay, I guess that was one thing we were kind of talking about, but I don't know.
Oh, Douman EX plus? I can technically see that.
I think technically, yeah, but I kind of like him more on EX.
Really? I mean, okay. He definitely is. I definitely use him more than actually everyone else in the EX. Just because he's like, it's not like I have a fat copy. It's just like he's insta kill.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
I would say like his relevance definitely increased in recent JP content. Like if you don't play JP, you probably don't feel it. Like in a lot of recent JP content, Douman is just the best option. Like even at MP1, you just have like Douman with Bella Lisa CE is meta right now for support list, man.
Yeah, I guess
like,
you get more bonus because you're insta kill.
Not even a joke. Yeah, for the Ordeal Cogs QP, no, it's not even a joke. Like he's actually just everywhere.
Yeah.
Like it's better to just have her ever. I don't know.
I do really, I really get that logic though. Because like I'm not sure if I'd say he's as good at supporting. Like maybe if we're talking chaotic evil versus Van Gogh's not existence outside of the domain support, I think they might be on par.
Nah, I disagree. Because Van Gogh can spam her MP. Like she can get like 300% crit up, but that's not farming. Douman is way more useful.
And that's part of the thing. Like she is able to do some farming, but like
he is
ironically
very much.
Ironically, he helps enable her farming a lot of the time.
Yeah, like Van Gogh doesn't really farm. Like yes, you can use crit comps, but I would say she is like what excels is one her crit buffing even outside of existence outside of domain is still really good because she gives everything you want for crits. You start return, star absorb, targetable, so you can spam her MP. And for existence outside of domain, obviously really crazy, really high ceiling. You'd literally hit the ceiling with the crit buffs. But farming is definitely her weak point. She's also like a great DPS, solo DPS, whatever, but farming is definitely her weak point. Douman, although his buffs are not as good, in my opinion, as Van Gogh, and even for like half a trait, right? Like, I think Van Gogh without existing outside the domain is a better support than Douman with just chaotic or evil because she can
Oh,
spam her MP and she has
I
more
meant
stuff. Like
I meant chaotic and evil.
yeah. I'm comparing Van Gogh with no existence outside the domain
Oh,
versus Douman with chaotic or evil. I think Van Gogh actually is better because it's both 50% crit, but Van Gogh can spam it. She has like other stuff for crit support. But once again, Douman much more used in farming. Insta kill. He made insta kill not a meme. Like it's just in terms of use cases. If you're just saying who gets used more by the general public, if we count like how many runs they get actually put in, Douman probably beats Van Gogh.
Yeah, I think based on use case, he could deserve it, but I don't know. I feel like yeah, even though he has great use case in farming, I feel like it's never just like, oh, there's only a great Doman option in this node or something. I mean, yeah, there probably are like
you can
sometimes
say
little
that
few
for-
options, but
can't you say that for other supports as well? Because like I mean, I could say like, I mean, there's no reason to use Caster Scotty, but she's viable. Like she's such a good pick. Depending,
I still
on
feel
the
like she
TS.
has way more coverage though. Is the
I
thing.
understand the trait-based thing being annoying with Doman, but with like Doman comps, you're usually doing 2 Doman. So yeah, the third slot does kind of require chaotic evil. So I understand this is the reason you might dock points from him. But I mean,
I think I want to keep him in EX. But do we have anything else to talk about?
Can we talk a bit more about Korean Dark?
I guess that was a topic
I'm
too.
adamant on her being EX.
I might that one I might actually budge on instead. That one I might be able to be convinced. Yeah. Okay.
Like I feel like. So they're both really solid DPSs. I mean, Cuckoo has more so has okay, she's a bit more self-sufficient, whereas Korean Dark scales better with the team.
Yeah.
Because like she has like some of the best crit supports, like highest impact crit supports in the game, synergize really well with her, and then they don't at all with Cuckoo, basically.
If anything, like the DPS price. I do like. I think the reason I could probably move her into EX is because of her, multi-core potential. I like that spread 30 and her team buffs as well. Is nice. I think for that and in combination with the DPS potential, I think I could do it actually. Yeah.
She's just a really good team.
Sure, I'll do it. I'll do it. That one I'm okay with. That one won't keep me awake at night.
I mean, doesn't mean that she doesn't need a buff though.
Yeah, I guess true.
She needs a buff, like desperately.
I don't think needs is the correct word, but it wouldn't be like outside the realm of possibility. It would be a better term, I guess.
Plushy, careful. If you keep saying it, people will believe it even harder. Like you've already influenced them too much.
Sure. Okay. I'm joking. I think she's good. Like especially for like min-turn stuff. Like I have a lot of high-end stuff. Like if you're interested in that, I try to do like a frontline only with her. A lot of times for like min-turn, which is like it's pushing her like DPS potential, but yeah. Anyways, it's not important. But
so
yeah,
wait,
I think
some people are saying are talking about Abigail still. Are we going to talk about any more Abigails?
I don't see why people. I saw a comment earlier, which is like I don't know why people see normal Abigail as DPS, and I don't understand why not. Is normal Abigail a support?
I would not bring her just for supporting. No, absolutely not. You can bring so much else.
She has team-wide charge return. That's it. Like, dude, we didn't even give Pope
just bring one Gina if you want that.
Bro, is one Gina support?
That's true. Yeah, like I don't.
Yeah, Abby's not a support. She has some multi-core potential, of course, but man, it's just not that impressive.
So yeah, actually, Summer Abby, I really do like the idea of A for her. It's just I feel like it's hard to replace. It's hard to get what she does. Like she adds some flexibility for servants that that don't have as much flexibility. And like sure, you can bring someone like Sherlock But Sherlock's not going to give a buster servant what she does. Then there's also Jane, but Jane is less flexible. I just feel like what she does is very unique. And like the fact that she can also give you really good burst damage on top of that, I think that's just that's
Am I actually gonna put Summer Abbey to A this year? Oh man. Maybe
Are we talking about Summer Abbey or normal?
Yeah,
Abbey?
Summer Abbey right now.
Summer Abbey. Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know.
I was A, but I
Okay.
do it. I didn't kill the man.
Sure, no. Okay, Plushie will take the bullet for this one. Okay.
I will take the bullet for this.
Yeah, you will.
I am the one who defended.
There you go. There you go. I will not. I have a bulletproof vest. You can't shoot me over this one.
What's the worst that could happen? They already.
I mean, yeah, dude. Hey, it's not Spishstar on A. Let's be fucking real, dude. Like nothing will be as bad as that. Fuck it up. Okay, I'm not gonna make a big discussion about that because I don't even want to think about it anymore. But yeah, I had to get that out there. Okay. Shout outs. Anyway, yeah, I'm over it. Anything else? Anything else? Not really sure, but you know, we did mention it, I guess. It was briefly mentioned. It's not that big of a deal. It's cool though.
There was someone that I wanted to compare to Okita Alter, I think. I don't remember who though. I don't know.
Summer Abbey the same as Fishstar. It begins. Like they're even gonna cross list compare now.
Yeah, well, I mean, she's just not Janaka.
Like they're not there. There's no similarity whatsoever, but people are still gonna be mad about it.
Something bad looping damage. I think I'm all right with this.
Knock can be somewhat awkward and difficult. Okay, but hear my proposal, right? 50% attack up for 3 turns.
The only counter argument I think is again you can whiff the skill seal.
Yeah, okay.
But, yeah.
Okay. If you can whiff whiffing skill seal, that is only the
That's like when you just wanna be like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah. It's okay. The thing with Nocnaria is it's even more true with Nocnaria than Summer Abbey. There are cases where if you plug in Nocnaria, she gives you more damage than fucking Oberon. Like, dude.
Yeah.
Koyan position to bait people for thinking what the leftmost is stronger, so Koyan better than Kukulkan.
No, it's release order. There's nothing. I placed her left because she was released before Kukulkan.
She's stronger.
I think some people when make tier lists are like, oh, the more left it is, the higher they are in the tier. No, we don't have inside tier rankings. Okay.
That's why Jifu is better than Proto-Merlin.
Yeah, that would be messed up. Not that they're compared in the first place, but yeah, that would be funny.
Because Shufu has 30 battery, Proto-Merlin has 20.
True. Checkmate.
True. Checkmate.
Honestly, I don't think we have to move much. I think I'm pretty happy with this list. I think I'm kind of feeling okay. It is very top heavy, yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of freaking good servants on this half. Like, what do you want from me? So, yeah. I think for once we might kind of lock it in early here because I think this is good.
Yeah, this actually seems pretty good.
Yeah, I can't believe I moved Summer Abbey to A, but you know what? Again, you guys will take those bullets. Okay. Every commenter that comments about it, I'm like, I'm going to tag you guys both in the reply.
She and Phantom made great strides this year.
Yeah, you guys did this to me, but okay. Fair enough. I'll try. I'll definitely keep experimenting with her myself. Hopefully, because my NA copy is pretty decent as well. Anyway, with that, let's. I guess I don't even have to zoom out too much because you know there's not anything on the lower tiers. But there you go. There's your. There it is. I'm gonna lock it in. The Vital Servant class tier list of the year. Bam, 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 bam. There it is. Wow, this was probably like another 7. Yeah, this was definitely over 7 hours again. Not as long as the previous one, but hey, very, very long still. So wow, we are At the end now. Holy crap. Damn, this was a hell of an ordeal. I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna take some doing if we're gonna do this again next year. But, you know, again, if you guys want to see it, a easy way to do it is, you know, like the freaking video. Like, that's the easiest way you can show, like, hey, I actually like this content. I want to see more. That's what the like button is for, right? Crazy, am I right? So yeah, even if you agree or disagree with some of the placements, because let's be real, no one's list is gonna be 100% you know, the identical to someone else's. So if you can at least appreciate the effort, hey, click the button. Just click it. There might be some other tier lists later this year, like maybe the way overdue MP animation one or some other fun stuff, maybe even more gameplay stuff. But after this, I definitely need a month or two break from tier lists. We did this nearly all like consecutive back to back to back. There was only 1 week of break at one point. So what was this now? Like 11 weeks total or something? Yeah, I'm spent. I'm sure my co-hosts are probably pretty exhausted too. So break is in order for sure.
Yeah,
but on that note as well, hey,
I got a job and lost a job all within this.
that's sad but funny. Okay, speaking of which, big shout out to my two awesome co-hosts of Plushie and Auto. Again, if it wasn't for them, there's no way I could do this solo at this point. These get so long every single year now that I could not do this solo. So thank you for my lovely co-hosts. Check their channels. I mean, just click their channels below, subscribe to them, check their videos. They make great FGO content. So, but yeah, with that, frick, dude. Thank you to everyone watching this. Hopefully you guys liked it, even if, you know, again, disagreements and all that. But yeah, whatever this is at, I hope you have a great rest of your day, and subscribe for other bonus videos. We have still a content streak going, so stay tuned, and otherwise, bye bye.